I hope you all are doing fine. And I'm Sukanya, your Zoology faculty at Aakash Institute. And I'm here for the open discussion for AIATS Plus Phase 1 Mock Test 2, which was held on 20th November. And you all must be wondering what exactly is this AIATS Plus and how it is different from the conventional AIATS. So, here Plus stands for Personalized Learning for Ultimate Success. और इसमें क्या नया है? That in this test series, when you make a mistake in a certain question due to any conceptual error or any doubt, we provide you 5 extra questions to strengthen your concept and to clear your doubts. And आप सबको याद होगा that similar discussion was taken by the faculties last week also to clarify all the grey areas and all the lacunas. So, अब इसमें कैसे register करना है and what all the process, I'll let you know one by one. So, let's start with the open discussion now. So, the question first I'm going to discuss is question number 187. And why not question number 151? Because we did a pan-India error analysis and found that ये question काफ़ी ज़्यादा students ने गलत किया था. तो देखते हैं आखिर student इस questions में ऐसा क्या था. So, the question here states how many of the given statements are correct. So, यहाँ पे हमें ढूंढना है कितने सारे statements सही है. And यहाँ पे you can see there are 4 statements and these 4 statements are related to the chapter biomolecules and especially to the topic enzymes. So, इस question को solve करने के लिए you should have the understanding that what are enzymes, what are cofactors and how they are important. So, let's try to understand the concept and try not to do those type of mistakes in the coming future. So, let's understand. So, what are enzymes? I'm sure आप सबको पता होगा that enzymes are biocatalyst. Okay, and what does it do? Enzymes actually accelerate the rate of reaction. And how does it do? By decreasing the activation energy. ये बहुत important point है and you have to remember because इससे काफ़ी ज़्यादा सवाल आता है. Now let's try to understand कि enzymes होते कैसे हैं. Enzymes are actually proteinaceous in nature and there are certain enzymes जहाँ पे protein component के अलावा एक non-protein component भी होता है जिसको कहते हैं cofactor. So, it can be represented like this. Holoenzyme equals to apoenzyme plus cofactor. And this is mentioned in the NCERT also. यहाँ पे holo actually stands for complete. That means it is a complete enzyme. And यहाँ पे apoenzyme is actually the protein part and the cofactor is the non-protein part. Okay? And it is mentioned in NCERT that cofactor are of 3 categories. So, first category होता है prosthetic group. This is coenzymes और तीसरा कैटेगरी है मेटल आयंस. इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में डिफरेंसेस यू शुड नो. तो प्रोस्थेटिक ग्रुप क्या है? प्रोस्थेटिक ग्रुप इज एक्चुअली टाइटली बाउंड टू apoenzyme. And how it is different from the coenzymes? Coenzymes are actually loosely bound and it is the association with the apoenzyme is transient while metal ions form coordination bond with the active site and also with the substrate. Now, how the prosthetic group and coenzymes are similar? They both are organic compound while you can see the metal ions कैसे होंगे? Metal ions would be inorganic I'm seeing the comments that you all are interacting with me. It's very nice because जितना interactive होगा session, उतना ही आप लोग ज़्यादा अच्छे से समझ पाओगे. So यहाँ पे metal ion is inorganic compound. So काफ़ी बार एग्जाम्स में पूछा जाता है what are the difference between prosthetic group and the coenzyme. So the difference is that prosthetic group is tightly bound to the apoenzyme while coenzyme is loosely bound to the apoenzyme, and the similarity is both of them are organic compounds while metal ion forms coordination bond with the active site and with the substrate as well, and it is inorganic in nature. Beside this, you all have to remember the examples of prosthetic group, coenzymes and metal ions, as काफ़ी बार ये सवाल NEET में पूछा जाता है. So, you have to just remember that prosthetic group example is heme, and it is present in which enzymes? It is present in the enzymes named peroxidase and catalase. The second example for coenzymes is NADP, and इस coenzyme का main part होता है vitamin niacin. You just have to remember it by the name. N stands for niacin here, and for the metal ions, the example which is given in NCERT is zinc for carboxypeptidase. And how this cofactor is very important for the enzymes. There is a statement written that when a cofactor is removed, then the catalytic activity is lost, and this illustrates that the cofactor is very important for the catalytic activity of enzyme. So this was the whole concept of the holoenzyme, and if you understand this, then you are going to understand the question also, and then you will know how to solve that question. So let's move to the question and try to answer it. So let's read the first statement. So यहाँ पे first statement है prosthetic groups are organic compounds and are distinguished from other cofactors as they are tightly bound to apoenzyme. क्या ये सही है? No, it is incorrect because the Yes, it is absolutely right because prosthetic groups are tightly bound to the apoenzyme while the other cofactors like coenzyme and metal ions are not tightly bound. So यहाँ पे ये statement बिल्कुल सही है. दूसरा statement यहाँ है association of coenzyme with apoenzyme is permanent. Is it permanent? No. I told you that the association of coenzyme with apoenzyme is actually transient, as association of coenzyme with apoenzyme is loose and the coenzyme is loosely attached. So यहाँ पे दूसरा statement गलत है. तीसरा statement यहाँ है apoenzyme is the non-protein constituent of a holoenzyme. No, apoenzyme is actually the protein component of the holoenzyme, and the non-protein component is what? It is the cofactor. So यहाँ पे statement C is incorrect. D statement यहाँ है rate of physical or chemical process refers to the amount of product formed per unit time. Yes, this statement is absolutely true, and the rate is written like this, del P by del T, where this P stands for product and T stands for time, and this illustrates that the statement is absolutely true. So here you can see that two statements are right. So the option which should be the answer is option number 3. And yes, Ujjwal, you are absolutely right that the third option is absolutely true. There is one comment that how will removing cofactor affect enzymatic activity? Because I just told you that if the cofactor is removed, then the catalytic activity will be lost and the enzyme won't work efficiently. So that illustrates that for catalytic activity, cofactor is very important. So let's go. So question पे आते हैं. So यहाँ you can see that the option number 3 should be the answer. So let's go to the answer slide, and you can see that the right answer here is option number 3. So students, for phase 1 the registration is closed, but you can definitely apply and register for the phase 2, which is going to start after the Christmas, and don't forget the date, which is 26 December. Okay. So now let's move to the next question, that is question number 193. So यहाँ पे question तो काफ़ी easy लग रहा है. So let's see क्यों ये mistake हुआ है. So देखते हैं. So यहाँ पे question states brain of cockroach supplies nerves too. Now students, to solve this question कौन सा topic एकदम अच्छे से याद होना था? That is nervous system of the cockroach. So let's understand the topic. What type of nervous system do the cockroach have? ठीक है? So let me first draw a simplified diagram of this cockroach. अब ऐसा cockroach दिखता तो नहीं है, but bear with me, okay? So this is head, okay, and this is the body of the cockroach. ठीक है. Now it is mentioned in NCERT कि cockroach में if this is thorax and if this is abdomen, तो thorax में there would be presence of 3 ganglia, while abdomen में कितने ganglia होंगे? There would be 6 ganglia. तो total कितने ganglia present हुए? That cockroach have 9 ganglia and cockroach is a non-chordate, तो वहाँ पे position of nerve cord क्या होगा? It would be ventral. And write in the comment section कि chordates में nerve cord का position क्या है? Now, in head there is presence of brain and the brain is represented by supraesophageal ganglion. ठीक है? Don't forget this that in cockroach the brain is represented by supraesophageal ganglion and besides supraesophageal ganglion there is subesophageal ganglion which is distributed in the other parts of the body. ठीक है? Now this supraesophageal ganglion supplies nerve to compound eyes and antenna. This is very important, and if you understand this then you are going to solve the question which was mentioned in the slide earlier, that the brain of the cockroach supplies nerves to the compound eyes and antenna, and you can see here that the head of the cockroach holds a little amount of the nervous system part and the body holds the maximum part. So this illustrates कि अगर हम cockroach का head काट भी दे then also it is going to live for as long as 1 week. Isn't it surprising? So now for your information that subesophageal ganglion किसको nerve supply करेंगे? ये NCERT में mention नहीं है, but just for your knowledge that subesophageal ganglion will supply nerves to the mouth parts like hypopharynx, maxillae and labium, and labrum में there would be a role of supraesophageal ganglion. ठीक है? तो यहाँ तक समझ में आ गया. So now let's go back to the question and try to answer it. So question में पूछा गया है that the brain of cockroach supplies nerves to. I just told you that the brain of cockroach क्या है? Supraesophageal ganglion है and it will supply nerves to what? It will supply nerves to antenna and compound eyes. So यहाँ पे पहला, दूसरा और fourth option गलत हो गए and a right answer should be what? Option number 3. So let's check that with the answer slide here. Yes. So I'm sure यहाँ तक तो कोई doubt नहीं होगा. If you are having any doubt, please mention in the comment section. Okay. Now let's quickly move to the next question. That is question number 199. So यहाँ पे 2 statements दिए गए हैं. So let's read this question. Consider the given statements and select the correct option. ठीक है? पहला statement यहाँ है reduction in pH of blood increases the affinity of hemoglobin with oxygen. Now students, ये question solve करने के लिए you should know that how to understand about the association of oxygen with hemoglobin and what are the factors by which this association and dissociation is affected. एंड वो कैसे समझोगे? बाय द ऑक्सीजन डिसोसिएशन कर्व. So when the partial pressure of O2, that here you can see, is the graph is plotted with oxygen saturation of oxyhemoglobin, then a S-shaped curve is obtained, and this S-shaped curve is also known as sigmoid curve. ठीक है? Now there are certain factors which affect the association as well as dissociation, and the factors are partial pressure of O2, partial pressure of CO2, temperature, H plus concentration, etc. ठीक है? Now when there is right shift of this curve, this illustrates dissociation of O2 from hemoglobin. I am just writing HB here. ठीक है? Now dissociation of oxygen from hemoglobin कहाँ होगा? It will occur in tissues. और कौन कौन से factors है? The factors are low partial pressure of O2, high partial pressure of CO2, high H plus concentration. एंड अगर हाई H प्लस कंसंट्रेशन है तो pH कैसा होगा? इफ देर इज हाई कंसंट्रेशन देन दी low pH. And the fourth factor which is responsible for dissociation of oxygen from hemoglobin, it would be increase in temperature. These all factors are mentioned in NCERT, so you can see students की NCERT कितना important है and कैसे उससे questions पूछे जाते हैं. So you can see that when the right shift of the sigmoid curve is seen, then it illustrates dissociation of oxygen from hemoglobin and यहाँ पे oxyhemoglobin होगा, है ना? तो these are the factors. Now when there is left shift, the left shift क्या indicate करेगा? It will indicate association of oxygen with hemoglobin. ठीक है? And ये कहाँ occur होगा? It will be taking place in alveoli. अब आप लोग comment section में बताओ कि alveoli का क्या रोल है and how it is important for exchange of gases. ठीक है? Now, what are the factors that illustrates the association of oxygen with hemoglobin? Just opposite of the factors which are responsible for right shift, that is increase in partial pressure of O2, decrease in partial pressure of CO2, decrease in temperature and increase in pH. Now जब increase in pH होगा तो H plus concentration कैसा होगा? It would be decrease in H plus concentration. ठीक है? यहाँ तक कोई doubt है तो please mention in the comment section. I'll try to clear all your doubts. So you can see that how the left shift of curve illustrates the association of oxygen with hemoglobin and how the right shift indicates dissociation of oxygen from oxyhemoglobin. Yes, I can see in the comment sections that students are writing that alveoli are the major site for exchange of gases. Yes, it is absolutely true. ठीक है? Now let's go back to the question and try to answer it. ठीक है? So यहाँ पे पहला statement है reduction in pH. Now, if there is reduction in pH, तो H plus concentration कैसा होगा? If there is reduction in pH, then the H plus concentration is more. So here it is written, reduction of pH in blood increases the affinity of hemoglobin with oxygen. Yes, when there is reduction, you can see here that when there was reduction in pH, there was dissociation of oxygen from oxyhemoglobin. So यहाँ पे you can see that it won't increase the affinity of hemoglobin with oxygen, it will actually decrease. So यहाँ पे increase के जगह decrease होना चाहिए था. So this statement is wrong. Yes. दूसरा statement यहाँ है silicosis and pneumonia are the examples of occupational respiratory disorders. Now students, what are occupational respiratory disorders? सो ऑक्यूपेशनल रिस्पिरेटरी डिसऑर्डर्स उन इंडिविजुअल्स में होता है जो इंडस्ट्रीज में वर्क करते हैं दैट इन्वॉल्व ग्राइंडिंग एंड स्टोन ब्रेकिंग, एंड इतना डस्ट प्रोड्यूस होता है दैट आवर बॉडी इज नॉट एबल टू कोप विद इट, एंड long exposure to those dust particles cause fibrosis. And what is fibrosis? Proliferation of the fibrous tissues. Examples of these type of disorders are silicosis, asbestosis, etc. So यहाँ पे example दिया गया है silicosis. तो यहाँ पे silicosis तो occupational respiratory disorder है, but क्या pneumonia है? बिल्कुल नहीं, because pneumonia is actually a bacterial disease. और इसके कॉजेटिव एजेंट क्या है? प्लीज राइट इन द कमेंट सेक्शंस. सो निमोनिया का पैथोजन, यहाँ पे सवाल भी आया है दैट स्नेहिल इज आस्किंग दैट निमोनिया का पैथोजन क्या है. सो द कॉजेटिव एजेंट फॉर निमोनिया इज बेटा हीमोफिलस इन्फ्लुएंजा एंड स्टेप्टोकोकस निमोनी, एंड ये ह्यूमन हेल्थ में मेंशन्ड है. सो हियर यू कैन सी दैट दिस स्टेटमेंट इज ऑल्सो इनकरेक्ट. सो यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स आर ऑल्सो आंसरिंग अलॉन्ग विथ मी दैट येस both statements are incorrect. So यहाँ पे पहला, तीसरा और चौथा ऑप्शन गलत हो गया, and our answer should be option number 2. So let's check with the answer slide also. So yes, both these statements are incorrect. ठीक है? So now let's move to the next question. Question number 191. So the question here states, match column 1 with column 2 and choose the correct option. So यहाँ पे under column 1 you can see that the name of different genes, the name of different cry genes are given. Now how this cry gene is so popular and how this is very important. So this cry gene actually codes for a toxin protein. ठीक है? And when this cry gene is introduced in a plant, they make the plant resistant to certain insects. ठीक है? Now this cry gene actually codes for what type of protein? It actually codes for Bt toxin. Now so Bt here stands for Bacillus thuringiensis, क्योंकि ये Bacillus thuringiensis नाम के बैक्टीरिया में प्रेजेंट है. Now you all must be thinking कि अगर ये Bacillus thuringiensis में प्रेजेंट है तो क्यों नहीं उस बैक्टीरिया को ही मार देता है? क्योंकि ये टॉक्सिन प्रोटीन जो होता है it is present in inactive form in the bacteria, and when any insect ingests this toxin, then this toxin gets activated in the gut of that insect, and when this toxin get activated, it binds to midgut and cause cell swelling, जिस वजह से there is death of those insects. तो ये concept का इस्तेमाल किया for the production of the plants which are resistant to certain insects. So यहाँ पे under column 1 you can see that the name of different cry genes are given, and it is mentioned in the NCERT कि different cry genes are insect specific. So here the cry1AC जो कि एक particular Bt toxin कोड करता होगा, this cry1AC is for cotton bollworms. So A matches with 1. B here is cry2AB. So the protein which is coded by this gene is specific for cotton bollworm only. Cry1AB codes for the protein which is specific for corn borers. So here you can see that the match should be 1, 1, 2. So here option number 1 में देखते हैं A1, B2. No, this is incorrect. ऑप्शन नंबर 2 में यहाँ पे है A2, B1, C2. क्या ये सही है? नहीं. कमेंट्स में आया गया है दैट मैम इज क्राई जीन इंसेक्ट स्पेसिफिक. यस, दिस इज इंसेक्ट स्पेसिफिक. मैम दिस टॉक्सिन गेट्स एक्टिवेटेड इन एसिडिक और बेसिक pH. बेटा इट गेट्स एक्टिवेटेड इन द alkaline pH of the insect gut. ठीक है? नाउ द ऑप्शन नंबर 3 here is 1, 1, 2. Yes, this is absolutely true and this should be the answer here. So we reach to the answer. So let's check with the answer slide. Yes, Our answer is absolutely true. So I hope this concept is clear to you and I hope आप ऐसी mistake दोबारा अगले mock test में नहीं करोगे and in the coming future also. ठीक है? So now let's go back. Now let's move on to next question here. So the question here on the screen you can see is question number 189. ठीक है? So choose the incorrect match. So यहाँ पे हमें क्या choose करना है? The incorrect match. And here the options में different parts of the fallopian tube mentioned है. So इस question को solve करने के लिए कैसे करेंगे? You have to know about what is fallopian tube and what are the different parts of the fallopian tube. So let's first learn that. So this is the diagram of the female reproductive system and this diagram is given in your NCERT also. ठीक है, काफ़ी बार diagram के basis पे भी सवाल आते हैं. So please pay keen attention to those diagrams also, those labelings also and how the questions are asked. You can see that कैसे हर एक statement से कैसे सवाल पूछे जा सकते हैं. So here on the screen you can see this is the fallopian tube also known as oviduct. Now oviduct forms the part of the female accessory duct beside uterus and vagina. Here you can see that human females में कितने fallopian tube होंगे? It would be 2. ठीक है? And which extends from the periphery of each ovary. Now let's label them. This is the fallopian tube. Now यहाँ पे जो funnel shape का दिख रहा है ये है infundibulum. ठीक है? So infundibulum is the funnel part of the oviduct and here you can see that infundibulum के edges पे there is presence of finger like projections and this is nothing but fimbriae. और इस fimbriae का क्या रोल होता है? It is used for the collection of the ova which is released after ovulation. So यहाँ पे this orange like structure is actually ova. ठीक है? Now after infundibulum this is actually ampulla which is the widest part of the fallopian tube and after ampulla there is isthmus and which have the narrow lumen and you can see that isthmus is the part of the oviduct which actually joins with the uterus. So this is the uterus here. So these here is the parts of oviduct. ठीक है? And in human females the length of the oviduct is each oviduct is 10 to 12 centimeter. ये लेंथ सिर्फ एक ओविडक्ट का है एंड ह्यूमन फीमेल्स में 2 ओविडक्ट है सो ईच ऑफ देम इज 10 to 12 सेंटीमीटर इन लेंथ. प्लीज कीप इन माइंड दिस द लेंथ क्योंकि इससे सवाल आ सकते हैं. ठीक है? नाउ लेट्स डिस्कस द क्वेश्चन. सो पहला ऑप्शन यहाँ पे है इनफेंडिबुलम फनल शेप पार्ट ऑफ ओविडक्ट. अभी हमने डायग्राम में भी देखा दैट यस इनफेंडिबुलम इज द फनल शेप पार्ट ऑफ द ओविडक्ट. सो दिस ऑप्शन इज इनकरेक्ट क्योंकि question ke according we have to find the incorrect match. Okay, so option number 2 here is fimbriae matched with collection of ovum after ovulation. Yes, this is absolutely true match, so this cannot be the answer. तीसरा option है fallopian tube matched with 15 to 20 centimeter long. I just told you that each ovary is actually 10 to 12 centimeter in length, so this here match is incorrect, so this should be the answer. But fourth option भी देखते हैं क्या है. So fourth option यहाँ है ampulla and it has been matched with wider part of the oviduct. Yes, this match is also true, so this cannot be the answer. So यहाँ पे incorrect match कौन सा है? Option number 3. So this should be the answer. Now let's move on to next question, that is question number 200. So यहाँ पे question है, so let me read the comments also here. Infundibulum is the first part of oviduct. Yes, it is the first part of the oviduct. So now let's discuss the questions also. So यहाँ पे question है interstitial spaces in human testis does not contain. Now students, in order to answer this question, you should know what is the structure of human testis, what all structures are present in human testis and how they are very important. So on the screen you can see the structure of seminiferous tubules of testis. So it is mentioned in NCERT that testis क्या है human males में? It is actually the primary sex organ, and in humans there are two testes. So each of the testes is composed of 250 testicular lobules. Okay. So in total कितने testicular lobules were human males में? There would be around 500. Okay. Now each testicular lobules is composed of 1 to 3 seminiferous tubules. And how the seminiferous tubule is so important? क्योंकि seminiferous tubule is the site of spermatogenesis. And what is spermatogenesis? The process of sperm formation. ठीक है? Now seminiferous tubule is composed of certain cells. Now अंदर seminiferous tubule के two main cells होते हैं, that is you can see here spermatogonia and Sertoli cells. So spermatogonia are nothing but male germ cells which are going to eventually divide and form the spermatozoa, and the Sertoli cells here are nurse cells. अब इसका नाम nurse cells है तो इसका काम क्या होगा? To provide nutrition and to provide nutrition to the male germ cells. So these are the cells which are actually present inside the seminiferous tubules, और seminiferous tubules के बाहर interstitial spaces होता है जिसमें there is presence of interstitial cells which are also known as Leydig cells. और इस Leydig cells का क्या function है? This Leydig cells are important as they produce androgens, and the most important androgen is testosterone. Now beside Leydig cells, interstitial spaces में different types of other cells भी present है, like blood vessels, immunological competent cells, etc. So I'm sure आप लोगों को ये basic structure of testis पता चल गया होगा, that testis is composed of seminiferous tubules, and inside seminiferous tubules there is presence of male germ cells and Sertoli cells, and outside the seminiferous tubules क्या होंगे? Leydig cells, blood vessels, immunological competent cells. Okay. So now let's go to the question and try to answer the question. So पहला option क्या है यहाँ पे? That Leydig cells. तो interstitial spaces में तो Leydig cells हैं, तो ये हमारा आंसर नहीं होगा. दूसरा ऑप्शन यहाँ है small blood vessels, तो ये भी present है interstitial spaces में, तो ये भी हमारा आंसर नहीं है. तीसरा ऑप्शन है Sertoli cells. I just told you that Sertoli cells are present in the inner lining of the seminiferous tubule. They are not present in the interstitial spaces, so this won't be the answer. So यहाँ पे interstitial spaces में Sertoli cells absent होंगे, so this will be the answer here. But let's see the fourth option also. Fourth option यहाँ है immunological competent cells. Yes, they are present in the interstitial spaces, so this won't be the answer, and our answer here should be option number 3. So let's rectify with the answer slide here. Yes, the answer here is option number 3. I'm seeing the comments. मैम सस्टेंटिकुलर सेल्स को Leydig cells बोलते हैं क्या? Yes, Leydig cells को सस्टेंटिकुलर cells भी बोलते हैं. And nutrition and inhibin secretion. Yes, Sertoli cells under the effect of the FSH, they do secrete inhibin. तो वो hormonal control of spermatogenesis में उसका role है. So now let's move on to next question, that is question number 192. So the question here states, consider the following statements and select the correct option. So यहाँ पे पहला statement है, the principle of vaccination is based on the property of memory of the immune system. So let us understand what is vaccination and how it is very important for providing immunity. So students, vaccination is important for providing artificial active immunity. Now what happens is that in case of vaccination, weakened or inactivated pathogens are administered. And when these weakened or inactivated pathogens are administered, then our body actively produces antibodies. So that's why here I am writing active immunity, because you have to remember that the basic difference between active and passive immunity is that in case of active immunity, our body actively produces the antibodies, while in case of passive immunity, pre-formed antibodies are administered. Okay. Now, in case of vaccination, it is responsible for providing artificial active immunity, in which our body actively produces antibodies and our body produce memory B and T cells that recognizes the pathogen, and when there is subsequent exposure of that particular pathogen, then our body quickly identifies and gives the immune response. So, here the statement which is written that the principle of vaccination is based on the property of memory of the immune system. So, this is absolutely right, because the memory B and T cells are generated, which plays a very important role in providing the immunity. So, statement A is true. Statement B, here it is mentioned that T lymphocytes are considered as HIV factories. Now, to know that whether this statement is right or wrong, you should know that what are HIV and how does it affect the human body. So, for that, let's discuss this diagram, and this diagram is given in the NCERT also. So, HIV stands for what? HIV stands for human immunodeficiency virus. And this is the causative agent for what? It is the causative agent for AIDS. That stands for acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. ठीक है? So, when HIV infects the human body, so यहाँ पे HIV belongs to which group of viruses? It belongs to it belongs to the group of virus known as retrovirus, and it possesses RNA genome. So, when it enters the human body, it infects certain cells like macrophages and helper T lymphocytes. They can't directly go to the T lymphocytes. So, first they infect the macrophages. Now, when the so let me first change this color. Yeah. So, when virus enters the human body, it enters into the macrophages, and when this viral RNA is introduced in the human cell, then this RNA is transformed into the DNA by the help of the process named reverse transcription. And for reverse transcription, the enzyme which is required is reverse transcriptase. Now, when viral DNA is formed, it incorporates in the host genome, and due to which new viral RNA is produced by this infected cell. So, यहाँ पे this infected cell is nothing but macrophage, and for this reason this macrophage is considered as HIV factory. ठीक है? So, the statement which should be correct is macrophages act like the HIV factory. So, now let's go to the question and solve that question. So, यहाँ पे दूसरा statement गलत हो गया, because T lymphocytes are not considered as HIV factories. It is macrophages which are considered as HIV factories. So, here only statement A is right while statement B is wrong. So, the right answer should be option number 3, while option number 1, 2 and 4 are incorrect. I hope this concept is clear to you and there is no doubt. So, let's rectify this with the answer slide. Yes, we have reached to the right answer. Now, let's discuss the next question. That is question number 186. अब बच्चों ये तो काफ़ी easy question है, तो ये गलत क्यों हुआ देखते हैं. So, the question here states all the following are in vivo fertilization techniques except. Now students, what are in vivo and what are in vitro techniques? Many students that to get confused in this only. Ki what is exactly in vivo fertilization and what exactly is in vitro fertilization? So students, in vivo fertilization actually happens inside the female body, okay, while in vitro fertilization happens in the lab under simulated conditions, ठीक है. So the basic difference is that in vivo happens inside the in vivo fertilization happens inside the female body, while in case of in vitro fertilization, the fertilization happens in the lab, in the petri dish under the simulated conditions. ठीक है. So let's go through the options. First option है AI. So AI stands for artificial insemination. So students, artificial insemination mein what happens is that there is introduction of the semen in the one second students. Sorry. So artificial insemination is the process in which there is artificial introduction of the semen in the female body. So in artificial insemination, this is what that would be, क्या fertilization human body में हो रहा है? Yes, it is happening inside the female body. So it is a infertilization technique. So यहाँ पे पहला ऑप्शन गलत हो गया. दूसरा ऑप्शन यहाँ है IUI. So IUI stands for intrauterine insemination. So here also you can see that here there is introduction of semen in the uterus, and that's why the fertilization takes place inside the female body only. So this is also the in vivo fertilization technique. So this also can't be the answer. तीसरा ऑप्शन यहाँ है गिफ्ट. नाउ गिफ्ट स्टैंड्स फॉर गैमेट इंट्राफैलोपियन ट्रांसफर. नाउ ये टेक्निक उन फीमेल्स के लिए इस्तेमाल होता है जिन who does not have the ability to produce ova but can provide the conditions which are suitable for the development. So in this technique, the fertilization happens inside the female body only. So this also can't be the answer because this is also the infertilization technique, in vivo fertilization technique. Option number 4 यहाँ है ICSI. Now ICSI stands for intracytoplasmic sperm injection. Comment section maybe I can see that one student is asking that what was full form of ICSI. So student, the full form of ICSI is intracytoplasmic sperm injection, and in this technique what happens is that the sperm is directly injected into the ova, and this happens in the lab. So this technique is involving in vitro fertilization. So this is the odd one here. So the option which should be the answer is option number 4. Now, beside these 4 options, there are certain other techniques also that involve in vitro fertilization which you should remember. So, the techniques which involve in vitro fertilization is ZIFT, that stands for zygote intrafallopian transfer, IUT, intrauterine transfer. So, beside ICSI, these 2 techniques are also there which are involving in vitro fertilization. I hope this is clear to you. So let's see the answer slide. So yes, we have reached to the correct answer. So let's move to the next question, that is question number 194. So यहाँ पे this is the assertion reason type of question. So let's read the assertion here. So the assertion here, it is mentioned that human heart is myogenic. So students, human heart is actually composed of the nodal tissues which have the ability to produce the action potentials without any external stimuli. and that is the reason that why human heart is called myogenic, and here this statement is absolutely true. ठीक है, reason here it is mentioned SAN. Now what does SAN stands for? So SAN stands for sinoatrial node. And students, why this SAN is very important? Because SAN is known as the pacemaker of human heart. And why it is known as pacemaker of human heart? Because it has the ability to produce the maximum number of action potentials, and under normal conditions the maximum number of action potentials कितने होंगे? It would be 70 to 75 per minute. ठीक है? So beside SAN there are other nodal tissues also like AVN, Purkinje fibers, bundle of Hess. Okay, but SAN as they has the ability to generate maximum number of action potentials without any external stimuli. So question यहाँ पे आया है, does frog also have a myogenic heart? Yes, frog also have the myogenic heart beside humans. So यहाँ पे reason दिया गया है that SAN has the ability to generate action potentials without any external stimuli. So yes, this is absolutely correct, and this explains why human heart is myogenic. So this here assertion is also right and reason is also right, and reason correctly explains the assertion. So the option which should be the answer is option number 1. So let's check with the answer slide. Yes, we have reached to the correct answer. So this is the how you should attempt the assertion reason question, and the technique is that when you read the assertion, try to insert because after that. If it is explaining that why, if it is giving the answer कि why assertion is right, then the reason is also correct. So this is the quick trick जिससे आप assertion reason solve कर सकोगे. ठीक है? So let's move to the next question. So question here is question number 182. So the question here states the organisms exhibiting radial symmetry are. So students, ये question है कौन से chapter का? This is of Animal Kingdom chapter, and काफ़ी बार students इस chapter से भागते हैं because a lot of there to memorize. So let's see radial symmetry. So on the screen you can see the picture of the radial symmetry. ठीक है? Now what are those organisms who exhibit radial symmetry? So it is mentioned in NCERT that radial symmetry is actually exhibited by coelentrates, ctenophores, adult echinoderms. You have to remember that the larval echinoderms exhibit bilateral symmetry, while adult echinoderms are the one that exhibit radial symmetry. And beside these three organisms, there are some porifers also that exhibits radial symmetry. And what are the organisms that exhibit bilateral symmetry? So bilateral symmetry जो होता है, please mention in the comment section that bilateral symmetry कौन से organism से होता है. So bilateral symmetry is exhibited from the members of the phylum, Platyhelminthes to Chordata. ठीक है? So let's see the organism's name here. So the first organism name is Spongilla. So Spongilla belongs to the phylum Porifera, and it does not exhibit radial symmetry. It is an asymmetrical organism, so this won't be included here. 2 here is Pennatula. Now the Pennatula is the scientific name for sea pen, and it is a coelentrate. And I just told you कि coelentrates कैसे type की symmetry show करेंगे? It will exhibit radial symmetry, so this will be included here. 3 here is Adamsia. Adamsia is also a coelentrate, so this will also exhibit radial symmetry. 4 here is Taenia. Now Taenia is the scientific name for tapeworm, and it is a platyhelminth, so it will exhibit बाइलेटरल सिमेट्री, ठीक है। सो यहाँ पे क्या ये इंक्लूड होगा? बिल्कुल भी नहीं। सो हेयर यू कैन सी ओनली two organisms are exhibiting radial symmetry, that is Pennatula and Adamsia. So the answer should be option number 2. So let's move to the answer. Yes, the correct answer is option number 2. So students, I hope this is clear to you. So let's check with the other question. So let's see the comments here. Yes, you all are writing the comments. It is very good to see कि आप लोग interact कर रहे हो. So now let's move to the another question quickly. So the question here states, so this is question number 173. So this is also the assertion reason type of question. So the here assertion states, androgens act on the central nervous system and influence the male libido. So what is libido? It is actually sexual desire and drive, and yes, androgens do act on central nervous system and influence the male libido. So यहाँ पे assertion बिल्कुल सही है. Reason here it is mentioned that androgens play a major stimulatory role in the process of spermatogenesis. Now students, let's understand the process of spermatogenesis in a quick, crisp manner. That spermatogenesis जो होता है, it happens in which organisms? It happens in human males and it starts at puberty. At puberty क्या होता है? The level of GnRH is increased. और GnRH produce कहाँ से होगा? It is produced from hypothalamus. So at puberty what happens is that from hypothalamus GnRH is produced, ठीक है, at increased levels, and this increased level of GnRH acts on anterior pituitary, and from anterior pituitary there is release of gonadotropins like LH and FSH. So these two are the main important gonadotropins. LH stands for luteinizing hormone while FSH stands for follicle stimulating hormone. Now this LH acts on Leydig cells. हमने ये previous questions में भी discuss किया था that Leydig cells का function क्या होता है? To produce androgens. And the main androgen is testosterone. So here you can see that yes, androgens do have the role in the process of spermatogenesis. And question में भी ये पूछा गया है in the comment section that androgens कहाँ से secrete होता है? So you can see that androgens are secreted from the Leydig cells of the testis. And students, androgens are not proteinaceous, it is actually steroidal hormone. ठीक है? So here the reason is also right, but क्या ये assertion को सही justify कर रहा है? बिल्कुल भी नहीं. It is not the correct explanation of the assertion. So both the assertion and reason are true, but reason is not the correct explanation of assertion. So the answer which should be here is option number 2. So let's check with the answer slide also. Yes, the answer is option number 2 here. So students, let's discuss the next question quickly. So the next question here on the screen is question number 171. So let's read the question. Which of the following proteins is used for treatment of emphysema? Now emphysema क्या है? Emphysema is a respiratory disorder whose common cause is cigarette smoking, which is very popular these days, and that's why you shouldn't smoke because इससे emphysema हो सकता है with chronic cigarette smoking, and it is characterized by decreased respiratory surface and damaged alveolar walls. ठीक है, this are the characteristic features of emphysema, that in emphysema there is decreased respiratory surface and damaged alveolar walls. And for this disease, what protein is important? The protein which is administered for the treatment of emphysema is alpha-1 antitrypsin. And this alpha-1 antitrypsin is actually produced by humans also, by the human liver, which prevents the inflammation of the lungs. And when a person smokes a cigarette, then this alpha-1 antitrypsin is degraded and its quantity is reduced. So, to treat the emphysema, this alpha-1 antitrypsin is administered. So, the answer which should be here is option number 2. So, let's check it with the answer slide. Yes, we have reached to the correct answer. So, now let's see the next question. So, the question here is question number 196. So, the question here states true segmentation and bilateral symmetry is present in animals which belong to the phylum. So, students, true segmentation kya hai? So, true segmentation ko we can write it as metamerism, in which the body of the organism is externally and internally divided into certain segments with the serial repetition of at least some organs. Okay? And bilateral symmetry is the type of symmetry in which an organism is divided into identical left and right halves in only one plane. Okay? Now, I have told in the earlier slides also that bilateral symmetry is exhibited by the organisms belonging to the phylum Platyhelminthes to Chordata. And I told you also that adult echinoderms are radially symmetrical while the larval one are bilateral symmetrical. So, let's go through the options one by one. So, the first option here is Chordata. Yes, Chordata exhibits metamerism also and bilateral symmetry also. So, this should be the answer, but let's discuss the other options here. So, दूसरा option है Coelenterata. Now, coelentrates exhibit what kind of symmetry? It exhibits radial symmetry. So, this won't be the answer and it does not exhibit metamerism क्योंकि पहली बार metamerism was seen in the members of the phylum Annelida. And beside annelids, it is also present in arthropods. And beside arthropods, it is present in chordates. So, ये 3 type of organisms हैं जिसमें metamerism present है. So, तीसरा option यहाँ है Porifera. Now, porifers are actually asymmetrical and they are simplest organisms. So, they neither exhibits true segmentation nor bilateral symmetry. So, this is incorrect. Fourth option यहाँ है Ctenophora. Ctenophora also exhibits radial symmetry and it does not exhibit metamerism. So, this is also incorrect and a right answer here should be what? It should be Chordata. So, let's check it with the answer slide. So, yes, option number 1 is the answer. So, students, you can see that how the questions are asked from the NCERT and how different types of questions are framed. So, pay keen attention to the NCERT and try to not to make these sort of mistakes in the coming future, because these small mistakes can affect your rank also and can affect your marks also. So, यहाँ पे आप लोग देख सकते हो कि कैसे छोटे conceptual errors नहीं करने हैं. So, now let's see the next question. So, let us see first the comments here. The comments are here. Pseudo-segmentation is the characteristic of which phylum? Beta, pseudo-segmentation is actually the characteristic feature of the members of the phylum Esculmens, which are also known as nematodes. ठीक है? So, let me call the chemistry. So, now it's time for discussing the chemistry questions. So, I hope तुम्हारे zoology part के questions cover हुए हैं and आप लोगों को ये session fruitful लगा होगा for the conceptual error clarification and I hope ये कोई doubts आपके clarify हुए हो और ये गलतियाँ आप next mock test में ना करें. So, let me call Nidhi ma'am on the screen.
Hello ma'am.
Hello ma'am. I welcome you all. Please take the class and discuss the chemistry part.
Thank you so much ma'am. Thank you. And it's my pleasure to be here and hopefully you all have attempted this AIATS plus paper correctly, accurately, but still some of the portion is there in which you might face difficulty. And what we did, we have just analyzed that in which section you did some or more error, right? So most of you attempted it correctly, but there are certain area where some of the mistakes were there. So on the basis of that, we have planned the sequence of the question in this program, right? So why I'm telling this to all of you this time? Because the question sequence which you are going to find here is random. It's not sequential like 51, 52. You know that in the chemistry paper, question starts from the sequence 51 to 100. But it's not here in this paper, and the reason is that we will be focusing on the error part first of all, right? That most of you committed mistakes in some of the portion. Those questions I have taken. Now chemistry paper, if we talk about lots of inorganic, organic and physical, the three segments of chemistry, and if you are comfortable in all of the questions, so sometimes you are committing the silly mistakes. So the aim is to remove that ऑप्शन लाइक आप पढ़ाई कर रहे हो, हमारा एम है कि हमारे जो भी क्वेश्चंस आप यहाँ पे हैं, हम उसमें से एरर के चांसेस को eliminate करें, right? So that we are going to start with, okay? So paper was conducted on 20th of November, you all know. AIATS Plus is the program, and why this AIATS Plus? I hope you all know that AIATS test series is a very well-known series provided by Aakash Institute, and that is the series in which the tests are there just to help you to mock for the NEET. You will understand that what is the pattern, what type of questions are there, what is the difficulty level even, right? So if you are attempting AIATS paper, then you will understand that what is your performance is going to be in the final NEET 2025 examination. So I am just going to start this. I am Nidhi Panwar, your chemistry faculty. Lots of discussion I have already done. So definitely you understand that I am going to start with the question. So just a second, sir. Excuse me all. I just want to inform you that there is some difference in the PPT. Let me just check the question sequence. Just wait for 2 minutes, and till now I will just read the explanation because I just want to go with the sequence, right? So can we take admission right on? See, I am just looking at the comments here. Anuradha Mishra is asking that can we take admission right now? For the AIATS Plus, if you are asking, then not in this phase, because this phase has already been completed. Students have already been enrolled in this series. But if you want to go for further session, then definitely you have to wait for the next phase. And that next phase is going to start after Christmas celebration. It means 26th of September, 26th of December, I'm sorry. So this 26th of December, we are going to start with the new phase. Yes, so we have the correct sequence on the board here with me. I'll be just going to start with this. Oh. So shall I start? Anuradha, I hope your query is resolved. Be ready for the next phase of the series, which is going to start on 26th of December, right? Ma'am, where do get the AIATS Plus papers? So for the same, you have to enroll for the AIATS Plus program. This Plus program include a very important term, Plus. This is basically the personalized learning for ultimate success, right? So the aim is AIATS exam देना है and questions को अच्छे से attempt करना है, error identify करना है, जिससे final NEET examination आने तक आपके error के chances negligible हो जाए, right? So personalized learning इसलिए because this is the program in which we will be focusing in a personalized manner. We will be providing you the paper. You are committing mistake, we will provide you certain questions to eradicate those mistakes, right? So practice problems भी आपको मिलेंगे on the basis of your personalized learning, right? Okay, how to balance the subjects to complete syllabus? So Anirudh is asking, you have to balance beta. Just like the examination, the time management is very important, the examination, but simultaneously for the preparation part also. So on a daily basis, you have to find time for each and every subject. On the basis of that, you have to manage the time, okay? Lot of comments I am getting. So beta, just wait for some time I'll be just taking the question. Simultaneously, I'll be looking on the comments as well. I'll be answering as well, right? So let me just begin first of all, okay? So question number 88, this is the question which you all attempted. This is the question from the section B. So option was there, but error was maximum in this question. Okay, so that is why we have taken this question, and this is the benefit of the personalized learning, that if you have attempted error, you will find the several questions based on the same concept discussion we are doing. So this is the glory of AIATS plus, right? Okay, let's start the discussion. So question number 88 says, if at 25 degrees Celsius, K for an acid. So K is given. The first thing you identified from this part that we are talking about a weak acid. Am I right? Okay. Now this value is given 1 into 10 to the power minus 5, right? The hydrolysis constant of NaX will be. So the two things we identified. One, that you have this Ka value. Pusala Uttej has already written the answer. Okay, Uttej, I'm just going to come to the answer as well. So here the hydrolysis constant, which is commonly represented by the Kh, hydrolysis constant, you need to identify. For what? For the salt given NaX. Now, with the help of this question, what we identified, that we are talking about salt hydrolysis. So, before moving towards this question, some of the things we just want to discuss here, that salt hydrolysis term when comes, that what it is, right? So, first of all, focus on this term hydrolysis. What do you know about it? Hydrolysis, this is the interaction of an ion with water, right? And when I'm talking about salt hydrolysis, it means I'm talking about the interaction of ions which are present in the salt. And how this salt is formed, everybody is aware that it is made up of cation and anion. So, is this salt hydrolysis condition applicable for all type of salts? So, answer is no. Because if I'm talking about the salt of strong acid and strong base, what would be the example? Write in the comment section. What's the example of the strong acid and the strong base salt? Quick review, ma'am, maine AIATS test series offline. So these questions I'll be taking, but first of all, I want answer for this question which I just asked you. I'll be answering your question, don't worry. SA and SB salt. Can I take example of NaCl or K2SO4? These are the salts of NaCl. Very good, Uttej. Okay, some question from zoology section I got here. So definitely I'm not the expert of zoology. I'm really sorry. I'll be taking the questions from the chemistry part. So NaOH, HCl, yes. When NaOH and HCl combine, they form NaCl, so salt of strong acid and strong base. Here the K2SO4 is the salt of strong base and strong acid, potassium hydroxide and sulfuric acid. So these are the salt will not undergo hydrolysis, right? I hope you know this, right? Okay, so when I'm talking about salt hydrolysis, one thing is pretty clear, that there should be some weak component in the salt, right? Like it can be weak acid or the strong base salt. It can be weak base, strong acid salt, or weak acid and weak base salt. Example for these, if I'm just looking at for weak acid, you can take example of acetic acid, am I right? And for strong base, I can take the example of, say, ammonium hydroxide, for the strong base, sorry. So it would be definitely NaOH or the KOH we can take. Now same ways, weak base, ammonium hydroxide I'll be taking. For strong acid, H2SO4 you can consider here, or HCl you can take. Now if I'm talking about weak acid and weak base, so I'm taking from here, see this acetic acid and ammonium hydroxide, right? So these combination will lead to the formation of the variety of the salts. So here we'll be getting CH3COONA this is the example which is there in the question itself. In the question they said that NaX was there. NaX means you have the component from the base side, that is strong base, and X is the component of the weak acid, right? So further, if ammonium hydroxide and H2SO4 combine, they will form the salt ammonium sulfate, and here it would be ammonium acetate, right? So this way, if these type of salts you will get, then definitely hydrolysis will occur. And if you are taking the salt of strong acid and strong base, there will be no hydrolysis. Is it clear? Now on the basis of this, why this hydrolysis occur in these cases? Because just have a look. See, we have this weak acid part, this anion will interact with water this way, and there is the equilibrium would be maintained and it forms CH3COOH. Acid is formed, and simultaneously, you know, OH minus ion would be there. So what happens basically? The amount of OH minus ion would be increased in the equilibrium, right? So what will happen? Definitely pH would be affected. So this is about the salt hydrolysis, and this is also called anionic hydrolysis. Are you getting this? This is anionic hydrolysis. The same ways, cationic part can also involved in the hydrolysis. So how it will happen? You know, you have ammonium ion, it interact with water, hydrolysis happen, and it will form ammonium hydroxide. Just let me know then which ion would be in excess now? Which ion would be in excess? Lots of people are there in the chat section. Just revert H plus ion, and this leads to the increase in pH. Am I right? And if pH is increased, then definitely salt hydrolysis is going to affect the pH of the solution. So this is cationic hydrolysis. So basic fundamentals behind this question I have just provided you. Now the question is not about only the hydrolysis. Question is asking that if K is given, then hydrolysis constant you need to identify. So two things are there in the reaction equilibrium, right? One is water, another is your salt. And in that salt, one ion is undergoing hydrolysis. Which ion that is? If I am talking about NaX, then just let me know which ion is undergoing hydrolysis, I should say. कौन सा आयन है जो हाइड्रोलिसिस में जा रहा है, जो वीक पार्ट से आएगा, right? So Na plus is not going to participate in hydrolysis. X minus ion, this is the N ion which will undergo hydrolysis, and this definitely leads to the formation of HX and OH minus ion, right? So I am just going to tell you that suppose if they are asking you to find out the KH for this scenario where you have the component of the weak acid or this type of salt if you are getting, which is formed from strong base and the weak acid, right Anvesha, you wrote the X minus, that's true, okay, yeah. So the formula that I'm going to use here is, that is Kw upon Ka for this case, right? You know this Ka is the dissociation constant for acid. Suppose in place of this you have the salt which is made up of you know, strong acid and the weak base. In that case your formula will become Kw upon Kb, right? So the component of the weak part we are taking here as the denominator. This is the simple thing that you can remember while you are solving the question. And suppose both are, the components are coming from the weak part, like weak acid and weak base, they combine to form the salt. And in that case, if hydrolysis constant you want to find, then what you'll do? You take Kw divided by Ka into Kb. The simple thing that you need to remember. Okay. So basically my aim here is just to solve question and simultaneously to have a look on the basic concept, to understand the concept, so that next time when you find this question, similar question, or the question which is different but based on this only concept, then you would be able to solve this. This is my aim and I hope your aim is also the same. Okay? चलिए आगे बढ़े. So अब आपके पास में KW value कौन बताने वाला है? Is there anyone who is going to tell me the value of the KW? The simplest thing everybody should know. If you have studied the equilibrium, then it's pretty simple. That this is 1 into 10 to the power minus 14. The KW for water, ionic product for water, right? And what is pKw? Simple, negative log of KW, and which is 14 only. But that's not needed here. Here the K value is needed, which is given here in the question only. 1 into 10 is to the power minus 5. Solve this. Write the answer. Right, Anvesha? 10 is to the power minus 14. Uttej, you have also written 10 is to the power minus 14. So what's the final answer now? Which option? Someone in the very beginning wrote here. Someone in the very beginning wrote here the final answer. That was correct as well. Okay, so very simple. That is 1 into 10 raised to the power minus 9. Easy question. And see, for this simplest and the easiest question, number of errors were there. Why it was so? There must be some lack of practice, and I just suggest all of you, please revise multiple times. Solve previous year questions. Go through with the NCERT lines, right? Okay, D option. 2D option, Lakshmi Priya? Not getting it. Anyways, 10 is to the power minus 9, Suman, absolutely right. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Now I have to move for the answer slide, and yes, on the same we have the right answer. I hope the concept is clear to you all. Okay, shall I move forward? Okay, so afterwards we have the another question, question number 99, the question which was attempted by lots of you, but error was there. And it seems that question is pretty simple. Zinc is reacting with dilute HNO3, and the question from the P block where you study the properties of this nitric acid basically, right? And nitric acid, if you talk about what are the properties of this, it's a strong acid, undoubtedly mineral acid it is, so easily it provide acidic nature. Okay, okay Uttej, very true. Lakshmi Priya, you are also writing right. Okay, now I'll be going to tell you something more about it that you may be already knowing, but my aim is just to tell you that what type of questions you will find based on this particular question. Okay, so there is someone Pokemon Horizons, he is writing 3. Okay, okay, let me just proceed. So HNO3 is a strong acid. Simultaneously it is also showing the nature of a very strong oxidizing agent, right? So what's the characteristic of an acid? When an acid reacts with metal, general characteristic, when acid reacts with metal, we simply say that hydrogen gas is evolved. But it is not so in case of nitric acid. Why? Because nitric acid is so good oxidizing agent that it will oxidize hydrogen in water. That's done. But the question is not about the formation of water. Question is not about why hydrogen is not formed. Question is about the gas formed here. So if zinc is reacting with dilute HNO3, this you need to remember. So first nitrate would be formed. So zinc nitrate will be formed here undoubtedly. Further, hydrogen get oxidized to water, and if it is dilute, then there is the formation of gas which is nitrous oxide. Can anybody tell me the other name for the nitrous oxide? Yes, nitrous oxide is also known as laughing gas, right? And if you have correctly attempted this question, then the turn is for this laughing gas to provide you laughter. Okay, anyways, zinc is reacting with concentrated HNO3. Suppose the question is not about dilute HNO3. If the question is which gas is evolved when zinc reacts with concentrated HNO3, then oxidizing nature would be more powerful, and that leads to the formation of, once again, zinc nitrate. Undoubtedly water will be formed, but the gas which is formed here would be nitrogen dioxide. Very good, Uttej. Okay. So this nitrogen dioxide. Now in place of zinc, suppose they ask you to give the answer that which gas is evolved when copper reacts with dilute nitric acid. There must be some other cases also, na? So the question can be with respect to copper. So what will happen when copper is reacting with dilute HNO3? If you've studied P block, see, P block is not an NCERT, but it's a part of the NEET syllabus, and it's important to go through with the concepts which are given there in the non-rationalized NCERT, which was there in the previous years. So please go through with it. Okay. So because the question which you are going to attempt here is based on that P block. Okay. So copper is reacting with dilute HNO3. Then what will form? What will be formed? So once again copper nitrate will form. Okay. But the question is about gas. So which gas would be formed here? Yes. So in this case nitric oxide is formed. Definitely water would be formed and copper nitrate would be formed. Same ways, if copper is reacting with concentrated HNO3, then undoubtedly this time copper nitrate, water and again the nitrogen dioxide. So one thing you can easily learn that copper or zinc, if both any of these metal you are taking with concentrated nitric acid, then NO2 would be formed, nitrogen dioxide would be formed. But if zinc is reacting with dilute HNO3, then N2O will be formed, and if copper is reacting with dilute HNO3, nitric oxide is formed. So this you learned. No, simultaneously the question can be there that how HNO3 is going to react with non-metals. So if it is reacting with phosphorus, it will form phosphoric acid. If it is reacting with sulfur, it will form sulfuric acid. And if nitric acid is reacting with carbon, so is that carbonic acid right here. So Gunjan, copper is below hydrogen, but it reacts with nitric acid. It is not evolving hydrogen, but it is evolving, it is forming water. What happens basically, the metals which are below hydrogen, if you are talking about reactivity series or the electrochemical series, then hydrogen would not be evolved, but water would be formed due to its high oxidizing nature. This is the characteristic feature of the nitric acid, that it is showing strong, powerful oxidizing nature. Okay? Right. Gunjan, I hope you understood. Okay, so this way, I just told you that you have to just look at the reactions of the important reagents which are given there in the P block. You cannot skip that. Okay. So this way we identified the answer, and I'm just going to take here the answer slide where the answer is correctly matched. Third option. Okay. Hope it's clear. Let's move forward. Simultaneously, I'm taking comments as well, and I just hope that you all write in the comment section. That I'll prefer, okay? Because this class should not be monologue, it should be dialogue. I'm asking question, you should answer, you'll be asking question, I will answer. Anirudh is asking that once again explain. So the previous question I just said, ma'am, where we get this paper. So Horizon, this is the part of the AIATS Plus program, and for this program you need to enroll. But this enrollments have already been done, program is going on. So in this phase, there is no opportunity to participate, but don't worry, we have the phase 2 of the same program. You can enroll from 26th December in the AIATS phase 2. And for the same, Anirudh, not Anirudh, I'm sorry, there is someone, Horizon. So you have to just go to your nearest branch, okay? If you are Akashian, then in your home branch you can consult. If you are non-Akashian, don't worry, go to the nearest branch. You can even check on the website, okay? Ma'am, I faced very difficulties on chemistry. Please suggest me how I can do well in chemistry. The only one thing, or I should say there are 3 things, those you need to do here. Practice, practice and practice. And how to do this practice? Just take your NCERT. The first thing that I can suggest here, lots of question solving should be there. Where is the concept? Concept is there in your book, that is NCERT. Read line by line, and it's very important that you should understand each and every line, because there can be the multiple meanings, multiple significance of that single line. So that you need to understand. Get in touch with the good teachers. Those are able to help you to understand. Okay, so if you are there in Aakash, come to the center, discuss with the teachers, and if you are if you are not non-Aakashians as well, so don't worry, you just read the NCERT, solve previous year paper, stay in touch with the YouTube channel of Aakash. Okay, we all are here to help you, but with certain limitations. Okay. For inorganic chemistry, so for inorganic chemistry you have to remember certain things, because in chemistry everything is based on experiments. Okay, so we cannot just set a single formula or the logic that this will be applicable. No, you have to understand the different concept. We have various data, but data are also based on the logics as well as those are based on the experimental things. Okay, so definitely number of times you have to practice for the same, then only you will get command here. And don't worry, we are here in the November, you are still left with the several months. Start now, prepare well, attempt question, revise and revise. Okay, so now we have to move for the next question also, because we have to just look at the questions as well simultaneously. Okay, okay, so next question is question number 89, and the question says zero crystal field stabilization energy is observed in. So give me a moment, I have to take water, just a second. So by the time I hope you have started this, read this paper, read this question actually. D8 low spin complex. Why Uttej? So first thing, in this question, zero crystal field stabilization energy is being asked, right? One thing you should know, that if there is not given that whether it is octahedral or tetrahedral, then you need to focus on octahedral with respect to your syllabus. Octahedral complex, and this is the question which is based on crystal field theory, and they're talking about CFSE, crystal field stabilization energy. So if I'm talking about crystal field theory, the CFT, this is purely talking about the ionic interaction of metal and ligand. It means this theory is not related to the covalent nature of metal ligand bond. They just say that this interaction is purely ionic. So one thing I just want to quote here, that while I am taking question, maybe I would not be able to answer your query which you are writing there in the chat, but definitely I'll be taking that, and sometimes it is difficult to take the all chat. Don't worry, I try to answer most of the question. Okay, so CFT we are talking purely ionic interaction of metal and ligand. This is the basic of CFT. So what it says, that when metal ion or the metal atom is there, its d orbital are there in the ground state, right? So when it start participating in the bonding, still its degeneracy is maintained. What degeneracy is? It means all the orbitals have the equivalent energy, right? So here this d orbital, when start to take part in bonding, it goes to excited state, and when ligand approaches metal, then splitting in the d orbital of metal ion occur, and it get divided into two sets of d orbital. One with the lower energy known as T2G set, other is the higher with the higher energy, I should say, known as EG set, right? This is the barycenter. This barycenter is indicating the middle energy, okay? And there is the difference of energy. This is lowered and this is the increased energy, right? Now, if you want to calculate the crystal field splitting energy, so important is that how many electrons are present in the d orbital and how these are going to be distributed in T2G and EG set, right? So the simple thing, suppose I am taking the D5 configuration first of all. So 5 electrons are present in d orbitals, and if this D5 is of high spin, what does it mean? High spin means T2G 3 electrons, EG 2 electrons, and it shows that Uttej, you have attempted is correctly. Okay. So 5 electrons are there in the d orbital. When ligand approaches, there would be the repulsion. This splitting of d orbital occur, and because it is of high spin, it means this is the weak field ligand, pairing does not occur, and electrons are distributed this way. Now the question comes that how to calculate that CFSE value. Write the simple formula. That CFSE value is, you need to just count the total electron, the simple formula that I am going to take here, 0.4 into the electrons present in T2G set, number of electron present in T2G set, plus 0.6 the higher energy, and that's multiplied by the electrons present in EG set. The simple formula that I am going to take here. So if D5 configuration in high spin I am taking, high spin means all the electrons are in the single spin, they are not paired, okay. Suppose the pairing occurs, then pairing energy concept will also be considered, right, because during the pairing there is some amount of energy is being lost, okay. So now in this case, if I just distributed electron this way, then 0.4 into how many electrons are there in T2G, already Utteja have mentioned here that 3 electrons are there, and here 0.6 into 2. So minus 1.2 plus 1.2, right, 0 it is. So D5 high spin is giving me the right answer. Let's go back to the question that 0 crystal field stabilization energy is observed in. So D5 high spin is mentioned at the very first place. Suppose I am talking about the D5 low spin complex. So in this case pairing will occur, right, and this way that 0 crystal field stabilization energy we are not going to get, because we want the 0 value for the same. So this will not be my answer, and definitely if pairing occur, low spin complex pairing occur, then pairing energy will also be considered in that case. So only one option, the first option we are getting here. Same ways for D4 and D8, that will not, so pairing will occur, and definitely 0 CFSE we are not going to get. So now the turn is to check whether answer is correct or not. This is the right answer, the first option. I hope this question is clear to all of you. Just let me know the concept you understood. Ma'am, this question is from which chapter? So SB, I am not getting the name, only SB is written, that's why I am pronunciating this way. So SB, this is the question from coordination chemistry, right, in the class 12th, first book, last chapter. You need to revise it, beta. Crystal field theory is given there, and in that theory it's correctly and clearly mentioned. You have to just go through with it. Yes, Anvesha. Okay, so this question's done. Hope you all understood this, and this way the personalized learning is going on, and definitely you all are going to get the ultimate success. Okay. Ayush said not clear. So you may ask question, Ayush, no worries. I am here to answer here. आयुष आप पूछ सकते हैं क्वेश्चन, ठीक है, चलिए. सो साइमल्टेनियसली मैं आपको आंसर करते रहूँगी, डोंट वरी. हाई स्पिन मतलब इलेक्ट्रॉन्स आर नॉट पेयर्ड, मोर द स्पिन, weak field ligand, because if strong field ligand is there, then pairing will occur and spin would be low. Getting it? Okay, Medico. Ayush is from Janakpuri branch. Okay. So Ayush, please revise once again. So pairing energy is when electrons get paired, then some of the amount of energy is being lost. So pairing energy, suppose one pair of electrons have been paired, then one unit we consider for the pairing energy, right? Okay. Now let me move forward with next question. Now I am not getting any comment, so I'll be just moving forward. Question number 100 is here. Which of the following is an acetal? Remember? Can anyone just tell me what acetal is? So the question is from aldehydes, ketones and carboxylic acid, remember? Acha Ayush, you are in class 11. Don't worry Ayush. So in class 12 you will be studying that question, okay? Studying that chapter. Option 3 acetal, okay? Uttej attempted correctly, I think, right? So the chapter is carboxylic acid, aldehydes and ketones, and this is the question from the nucleophilic addition part. Acetal is formed by the addition of an alcohol to the aldehyde or aldehydes basically, acetal if I am talking. And suppose ketone is there which is getting added to alcohol, then what would be formed? Ketone getting added to glycol. What would be formed then? Roshan, Uttej, then ketal would be formed, right? Okay, so suppose you have an alcohol. I need to start with an aldehyde. This way, right? So if ROH is combining with it, ketal, yes Chintu. Now I'm student of grade 12th. So that reason I didn't get that question. Don't worry SB, very soon you will be studying that part and you will understand. Ma'am, how electron distributed in T2G and EG set. So basically that distribution occur or the splitting of d orbital occur due to the when ligand approaches the metal ion or the metal atom, then splitting of d orbital occur, and due to the same, that's due to the same reason that T2G that EG set of the d orbital, that is dx square dx minus x square minus y square and dz square, those are the two orbitals which would gain the higher energy due to the more repulsion. And same way in T2G set dxy, dyz and dzx are there, right, with the lower energy. And that splitting occurs on the basis of the repulsive interaction between the electron present in metal d orbital and the electrons of the ligand, right, because ligand is the point charge or the negatively charged species or the species with the lone pair, right, and due to the same there is splitting occurs in the d orbitals of the metal ion. I hope Gunjan, is it clear? Is it clear, Gunjan? Okay, so here the dry HCl we are taking, and first step includes the formation of hemiacetal, and in the second step further alcohol will add to form acetal, right. Distribution of electron in T2G and EG. So if low spin complex is there, then pairing will occur first, and if high spin complex is there, in that case pairing will not occur. First electrons are filled in T2G set, then they will go to the EG set, right. So how do we analyze that pairing will occur or not? That is based on spectrochemical series, Gunjan, okay. Spectrochemical series we follow for the same. The ligands which are strong, they cause the pairing of electron. If ligand is weak field ligand, then pairing will not occur, okay. So just revise the crystal field theory once again just to get an idea about the spectrochemical series beta, okay, that you need to learn. So we discussed about acetal. Just identify the acetal, where it is in option 3 or 4. Someone wrote there that option 3, but Roshan wrote option 4, and yes, option 4 is the right answer, because in the option 4, just see, this is acetal, while if I am talking about option 3 beta, it is hemiacetal, right. But the question is about acetal you need to form. So this way option 4 becomes the right answer, okay. Now the same ways I have just mentioned here, this is hemiacetal, I need to mention O here, and this is acetal. On the answer slide if you just look at, you will find that option 4 is given correctly, and yes, this is my right answer. Now the turn comes for further moving towards the next question, right. Okay, Surya wrote 4. Someone Har Har Mahadev episode. Yes, okay, okay. Gunjan, I hope your query is resolved beta. Let's move forward. Now we have the next question, which is question number 94 here. So another question from the chapter, I can simply say the preparation of acid, carboxylic acid it is. Okay, so the question is from aldehyde, ketones and carboxylic acid. Organic chemistry part, right? Not difficult, but if you know the concept, you can easily do it. But for the same, you have to study hard. Okay? Okay, now I have this question which says that there is an aromatic hydrocarbon. What this is? Ethyl benzene. Medico said option 2. Medico, you are right. You are already Medico. You know what is the answer for the question. You are taking alkaline KMnO4, KOH and heating simultaneously. And the second step, H3O positive. So do remember, if you are taking this KMnO4 is a very strong oxidizing agent, right? In the presence of KOH, it means in alkaline medium, this KMnO4 is able to oxidize this completely. So this carbon chain or the alkyl group which is present on the benzene ring get absolutely oxidized into benzoic acid this way. So answers we found, but another question is there. In place of this ethyl benzene, suppose there is toluene and the same reagent we are taking, then what would be the answer? The same answer you will be getting in this case also, benzoic acid. In place of ethyl benzene, if you had propyl benzene, then also you will be getting the carboxylic acid. And the reason is the nature of this KMnO4. The reagent is so strong oxidizing agent that it is able to oxidize this alkyl chain. Okay? But yes, if on the benzene ring there is no acidic hydrogen, then in that case there is no oxidation in carboxylic acid. Suppose in place of ethyl, propyl or methyl group, there is the isobutyl group, the third butyl group, then that oxidation will not occur. Ma'am, once please explain distribution of electron in T2G, EG and T2G, not E2G beta, that is EG and T2G. Gunjan, can I take your query after completion of some more question? I'll be taking that query. Okay beta? Right? So, now suppose I'm talking about another question I'm also giving you on the basis of that, because it's not important only just to study this question, to understand this question. It's also important that suppose you are talking about other substrate, then what would be the product? Okay? So, here suppose you have this reagent, this substrate, and here the reagent that I'm taking the same KMnO4, alkaline medium, and you heated it and then H3O positive. Now, just tell me, then what could be the possibility in this case? So, here also the oxidation will occur and both the carbon at the alpha position will get changed into the carboxylic group, right? This way. Okay? So, the thing is which is important that when you are studying any reagent, you should know that in other condition also what it is going to do. Okay? So, this way you need to study. Now, I am taking the answer slide, and where the answer is already mentioned, benzoic acid, the right answer for this question. Surya said same. Yes, the same would be there. Very good. Phthalic acid, the previous one, the acid that I mentioned here is phthalic acid. Okay? Now, yes, Satyaj, phthalic acid it would be. Now, I am taking the next question, which is question number 72. So, in which order I am proceeding? You might be just thinking who those joined later. So, for them, this is on the basis of the paper which was conducted in AIATS plus, and on the basis of the error analysis we are moving. The question in which student attempted more and more error, which we have taken on priority, right? And this is the sequence which we are following. Okay? Now, the question is question number 72, where the two statements are given. This is the very favorite pattern of questions of NEET. So the examiners who are preparing a question paper, they usually ask question based on statements. There may be the multiple statements where they can ask you whether these are correct or not, or the two statement and you need to identify the correct option. Okay, both are correct. Let me read. Statement 1 says cerium in +4 oxidation state, if you are taking, it's a good analytical reagent. So if I am talking about cerium in +4 oxidation state, it is here. What is the group oxidation state for lanthanoids? Cerium is from lanthanoids, I hope you know, atomic number 58, right? Yes, Surya, 3. So cerium has the ability to get changed into +3. For this process, what it is doing? Yes, Shiva Prasad, 3 it is. So what it will be doing? It will be gaining electron, right? Then only it will be changing in it. It means it is self-reducing. And if something is reducing itself, then it is acting as an oxidizing agent. So in analytical chemistry, it's been used as a good oxidizing agent, and definitely it is a good analytical reagent. So the statement number 1 is absolutely right. Now I'm talking about the second statement. Lanthanoids liberate hydrogen gas from dilute acid. So have you read the reactions of lanthanoid? No need to go for a lot detail, but you should know some of the important reaction. So if lanthanide, in your NCERT book, you will find this type of representation, that lanthanoid are taken in the circle and various reactions are mentioned this way, right? So what continuously I am taking? Don't go here and there. First of all, be master of your NCERT. And you know, at Aakash also we have several books which are absolutely based on NCERT, like you know your NCERT, NCERT maps, where we followed line by line NCERT, prepared lots more questions, the concepts behind that. Analytical reagent means the reagents which we use in laboratory, beta. Okay, Anvesha, Gunjan? Okay. So Muskan, that's not in benzene. That is about the alkyl group which is present on benzene, beta. The alpha carbon. Not in benzene. Okay. Right. So now the reactions of lanthanoid, if I am talking. So the question was about lanthanoids liberate hydrogen gas from dilute acid. So first reaction that I am going to take here, that suppose you are adding dilute acid. Okay. So dilute acid, when lanthanum is reacting with it, then definitely there is the evolution of the gas which is hydrogen. Okay. Further, what will happen if it is reacting with carbon? You know, with carbon it is reacting with at a very high temperature, okay, and it forms LnC2, the carbide. Several more type of carbides are also formed, Ln2C3, right? So this would be formed. If it is reacting with sulfur, then sulfide would be formed, okay. With nitrogen, if it is reacting, what would be the product? Ln3C. Ln3C is also there, Shiva Prasad. Various type of carbides is formed, okay. Now, lanthanum reacts with nitrogen, then Ln N is formed, right? The oxidation state of Ln is +3, this compound. What happens when it is burnt in oxygen? An oxide would be formed. So this type of diagrammatic reaction is there in NCERT. Okay? Yes, Uteja, Gunjan, Ln2S3, yes, with sulfur, with nitrogen, very good. So in organic chemistry also you need to study, because we cannot skip any of the part of chemistry, because we need to score perfect. Okay? Let's move forward. Now, so this way we identified that first statement was correct and the second statement also correct, where hydrogen gas is evolved. And if both the statements are correct, then which option you are going to opt? Very true, option 3, Ln2O3. Yes, yes. So there is someone, Sheikh Hamid, ma'am understand in Urdu. So Urdu is very similar to English, but very similar to Hindi, I'm sorry, and definitely I'll be using some of the Hindi that you will understand. So यहाँ पे हमने बात किया, हमारे दोनों statements correct हैं, जहाँ पे सीरियम +4 oxidation state में एक बहुत अच्छा एनालिटिकल रिएजेंट है, एंड साइमल्टेनियसली लैंथेनाइड जब डाइल्यूट एसिड से रिएक्ट करेंगे तो हाइड्रोजन गैस इवॉल्व करेंगे. इसके लिए आपको मैंने एक रिएक्शन सीक्वेंस भी दिखाया जो आपके बुक से ही लिया है मैंने, राइट? आगे बढ़ते हैं. लेट्स मूव फॉरवर्ड विद द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, एंड दिस क्वेश्चन इज अ न्यूमेरिकल, द फर्स्ट न्यूमेरिकल सो फार वी फाउंड इन विच स्टूडेंट अटेम्प्टेड मिस्टेक्स. Okay, so question number 80 I'm taking. When does short term start in Aakash, ma'am? Short term course you talk about? So Surya, you can just go to your nearby branch, there you can connect, they will help you definitely. Okay, definitely you will get the help there. And if you want to participate in this AIATS plus program, then from 26th December we are going to start phase 2 of this program. So that is also short term course where you can take part various tests, discussion would be there. Okay, so Surya is self-studying. You want to write Aakash exam. So please go to the nearby branch, or one more thing you can do, Surya. You can just go to the website. Okay, there you can check, and it's good that you are doing self-study. That's also very important. If you are doing self-study, then also you can achieve your goal. But yes, testing is important. Then you can connect there for AIATS program, the upcoming one. Okay, and several various courses are also there. You can connect there, beta. AIATS join kar le bhai. Okay, the comment from the Gunjan I just read here. Anyways, let's take question number 80. The mass of the glucose required to prepare 1 kg of 2 molar solution is nearly. So any student from the AIATS plus program right now who is looking at, who is just watching here? Anyways, let's start. The question is about, you want to prepare a solution which has the total mass 1 kg and its molality should be 2. So what is molality, beta? What is molality? The question from your chapter solution, from the basic concepts of chemistry, and you know in the NEET 2024 you got the question from the concentration term, and every time you are getting the question from the concentration term, sometimes molarity, sometimes molality, mole fraction is also there. So please go through with that, the simple questions but +4 marks. Okay, so 265 Muskan, Roshan said myself. Okay, Indrapal, I am Shiv Prasad. So it's good to look find that you all are interacting. It's very good, and definitely this session is going to help you all. Okay, so molality, what this is? This is the number of moles present in the given mass of solvent. I'm sorry. That is in kg. This is the simple formula for the molality. In place of molality, if molarity was there, then number of moles divided by the volume of solution that needs to be taken in liter. The simplest thing that you start in chemistry with. Okay, चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं, मोलालिटी की बात कर लेते हैं. मोलालिटी तो आप इस फॉर्मूला से निकाल सकते हैं. पहले अपना क्वेश्चन देखते हैं. क्वेश्चन में कहा गया है कि आपके पास 2 मोलर सोल्यूशन है. इट मीन्स योर सोल्यूशन हैज, if mass of solution you need to take 1 kg, then what you need to do? So first of all, we are talking about the given solution. This is 2 molar. So what I am assuming that mass of solvent in that solution is 1 kg, that is 1000 gram. I am solving this question entirely, don't worry. Okay, so 1000 gram it is. Then moles of solute in it, that would be 2 molar, right? And you know solute is glucose. So what would be the mass of solute? How to find out mass? By just simply multiplying moles and the molar mass. What's the molar mass of glucose? Molar mass of glucose is 180. 360 gram, isn't it? 360 gram is the mass of solute here, mass of solvent you have, right? So what is the mass of solution in this case? I am just going to apply the very simple unitary method over here. Mass of solution would be mass of solvent plus mass of solute. This is the simple thing. Mass of solution is 1 kg beta, but I am talking about this 2 molar solution only. If a solution is 2 molar, it means 1 kg solvent it has and 2 moles solute it has. Then total mass of solution we found, which is 1360 gram. Am I right? Right? Yes. Indrapal said yes. Shri Prasad, I hope your query is resolved. So 1360 gram is the mass of solution. But now they are not asking about the 1360 gram of mass of solution. They are talking about 1 kg. Simple thing. Apply the simple unitary method, that suppose your mass of solution was 1360 gram. Solution. Then it contains 360 gram of glucose. Now in place of this, 1 kg mass you want to prepare. So 1 kg mass means 1000 gram, am I right? No, neither formula, nothing else I used, I just simply applied the concept. So answer I got here, 265, Kushagra is writing here. So 360 by 1360 into 1000. Solve this for yourself and the answer is absolutely right, 265 you will be getting. Simple calculation it is and that much you need to do. Okay. So in place of molality, suppose question was based on molarity, then also you can solve. Ma'am, NEET also this type of simple question they will ask. Definitely they will ask simple question. The question is simple if you know it. If you don't know the concept, question becomes typical or difficult, right? Am I right or not? Okay. 264.7 gram, that is approximately 265. Shiva Prasad, absolutely right. Okay. So I have to just look at the answer slide. 265 gram is the answer here for this question. Suppose a very known question you will find in your study package, in NCERT booklet also you will find there that molality is given and they will ask you that find out the mole fraction. So interconversion of concentration term, that is also very well known favorite question of NEET paper preparator. Okay, right. Let's move forward. Now the question is question number 52 here, and that says with ammoniacal silver nitrate, white precipitate is formed by. Okay, so ammoniacal silver nitrate if you are taking here, then there is the compound which is going to react with it should have the acidic proton, then only the product would be formed. So if we analyze the given option, you have to analyze the given option, on the basis of that you will answer. So in the first option we have an alkyne. In the second option, if you just look at, we have alkane. This is cyclohexene, the third one, and the fourth one we have alkyne again, right? So you should know the simple concept that if I am talking about the acidic nature of hydrocarbons, because option 4, Medico. First option, Uttej, just look at once again. If first option, then why or why not? Okay. So acidic nature of let's do this now. Acidic nature of hydrocarbon if I am talking, then we have to just understand that alkyls Muskan said, I took the mass of solvent 1000 minus x as x being the mass of solute and solution in this correct method as my answer came the same. Yes, that is also the correct method beta. You can any way of method you can use, but the terms those you are using, the formula that you are using, the process that you are using should be correct beta. Okay Muskan? Yeah. So alkyne has the highest acidic nature, then alkene, and then alkane here, this way. So, suppose I am taking the simplest one, I have ethine, I have ethene, I have ethane, this way. Now, my question is, I said that alkyne is most acidic. Now, there must be a question that why alkyne is most acidic. So, the simple answer for the same is, if I am just looking at the carbon atom present here, the hybridization is sp in this case. Here is the hybridization, any of the carbon you can take, that is sp2 hybridized, and here it is sp3 hybridized. Right? Yes, Indrapal, acidic nature, alkyne, alkene and alkane. So, why I am telling you this? Because why we are going to eliminate the other option? Why I am taking one of the option correct only? So, for the same we have to look at the nature of the compounds given. Yes. So, sp hybridized carbon is here, right? sp hybridized carbon if you are taking, then highest S character is associated with which species? Highest S character, which species? With the sp hybridization with the alkyne. Here the 50% S character. In the second one, just tell me how much it is? 50% S character. Yes. Okay. In the second one, 33.3%, and in the fourth one, 25%, right? So, more the S character, more the electronegativity, right? More S character. In the short form I have just written. More S character, more electronegativity. So, after loss of proton, the conjugate base is more stabilized in case of alkyne, right? If we are comparing these three. Okay. So, out of the given option, I can just ignore option 2 and 3, alkane and alkene. Now, option 1 and option 4 are there. Both are alkynes, both have sp hybridized carbon. Then which answer is correct? So, here H also should also be there, right? Okay. Then which answer is correct in this case? Fourth one. Why? Because in the first option, though it is alkyne, but still acidic proton is not present there. With this carbon, there is no acidic hydrogen. But if I am talking about the fourth option, there is the acidic hydrogen, and it will lead to the formation when it is reacting with ammoniacal silver nitrate. Then it will be forming the compound, right? It has acidic hydrogen, that is why it will be reacting with it, and it will be forming the white PPT. Okay? This way we have identified the right answer for this question. I hope clear it is. Now, answer slide also says so, the right answer, but here also I have to mention H. Okay. Clear it is? Aspirant, Kushagra, Shiva Prasad, Roshan, everybody is Indrapal, MGS, everybody is writing correctly, and this is good thing to know. Okay. So, you know, when you are attempting a paper, there might be some of the cases where you find that my answer might be right, but later you identify that there is some mistake and you lose the mark. No worries, no worries. Revise it once again, revise in a way that further if that question or the similar questions being asked, you are not going to make any mistake. That you need to know. Okay? And this is the important ingredient of the preparation, that you know what to study, how to study, and how to accomplish the entire thing. Okay? And this is, once again, we are targeting towards the ultimate success in this plus program, and we need to move forward in a consistent and a continuous manner, right? Now, as I already said, that consistent manner, so we have to take the question consistently. Okay? Question is, which among the following is not a group 4 cation? I have done error analysis of all mock tests. Very good beta, very good aspirant. Ma'am, can we say anionic stability is directly proportional to acidic character? not anionic stability. Stability of the conjugate base. Terminology is very important, Roshan. Conjugate, if an acid you are talking, more stable is the acid if its conjugate base is stable. More acidic is the acid if its conjugate base is stable, right? So whenever a such type of question you find where you need to identify that whether this is more acidic or that is more acidic, just identify that which acid has the more stable conjugate base. That would be one of the criteria which will help you, okay? But yes, in several cases you have to look at other factors also, right, Roshan? Which chapter this question belongs to? The previous one. The previous question was from the chapter hydrocarbon beta. Hydrocarbon from class 11th. Okay? चलिए अब जो अभी question लेने जा रहे हैं, this question belongs to the newly added chapter in the chemistry section, which is practical chemistry, qualitative analysis. Okay? MGS said that is not ultimate guarantee in plus program ultimate success. That is dependent upon the situation and the student. MGS, absolutely correct. Ultimate success cannot be achieved by words. It can be achieved by the students like you who are preparing continuously, who just want to understand their weak areas, grey areas. They just want to work on it. They just want to improve. The teacher is someone who can suggest you, guide you, help you. But ultimately, doctor आपको बनना है ना, prepare करना है अच्छे से. Right, MGS? So, absolutely right you are saying, and I am with you, and definitely all the teachers aligned with you are also with you. Okay? Now, so Utej is already written there the answer for this question. That's question in practical chemistry. Absolutely right. And Vesha wrote option 1. So question is, which among the following is not a group 4 cation? So a simple mnemonic I can give you. That is for group 4 cation, I just learned when I was studying. That was Nico Manjan. I hope you heard about it. If not, then note. Nicomanjan, nickel in 2 plus state, cobalt, Mn 2 plus, Zn 2 plus. These all are group 4 cation. So nickel is there, zinc is there, cobalt is there. The only one which is not there is lead. Right? Ma'am, please take only questions from comment section. Gunjan, I try to take maximum of the question, and even I really love to take the question which students are asking, but simultaneously we have to study also, na? We have to check the questions which can be the probable question for upcoming NEET exam, for NEET 2025, for NEET 2026 if you are preparing for the same. Okay? So आप 11th में हो या 12th में हो, दोनों जगह question तो पढ़ना पड़ेगा, है ना? Right, Gunjan? Let's proceed. So which among the following is not a group 4 cation? Anvesha, I am going to show you the table here, and what I would suggest, see what type of question could be there. If I just look at the previous year NEET examination, we found the question was from the group reagent. They may ask you that what is the group reagent for group 3. The group reagent for group 3 is, have a look, ammonium hydroxide in the presence of ammonium chloride. Even for the group 4 they can ask, then H2S in the presence of ammonium hydroxide. So this is how it proceeds. The things those you need to remember from this cationic, see, if I am just talking about the understanding of the salt which is there in the practical chemistry. So salt analysis include salt analysis, acidic radicals, basic radicals. Okay? Yeah, 2024 PYQ, right beta, absolutely right. Acidic radicals if I am talking, so there may be carbonate ion, there may be sulfide ion, nitrate ion, nitrite ion, right? So you have to look at that. And the same way if I am talking about the basic radicals, so these may be the radicals from which the question can be asked, because I have just taken only those radicals which were there in the NEET syllabus here. Okay, so that is the table, and you know, in the 0 group we have ammonium ion, and for the ammonium ion we don't take any group reagent because this is the only reagent in the first this 0th group, right, and we just add HCl to it, ammonium chloride, the vapors are evolved there, right. So 0 group, group 1 if I am talking, lead is the element, lead is the ion which is present in group 1 and group 2 both. Then we have group this copper ion, and further we have group 3 aluminium, Al3 plus and Fe3 plus. Group 4 we have, already I have told you the cations from this. Then group 5 barium, strontium and calcium ion. Then group 6 the magnesium ion, and the group reagent are also mentioned here in the table. So there is something which you need to revise. Ma'am, can you take doubt faster? We have AIATS tomorrow. Okay beta, okay aspirant, further, okay. So this way we identified the option 1. That's the right answer. Now I am taking the next question. The question number 69 we have. Question number 69 states 2 statement, and you need to identify that which is the correct option. So statement 1 if I am taking here, that amylose is water soluble component of starch, and the second statement is further again for amylose, that amylose composed of alpha D glucose units. So if I am talking about starch, the chapter biomolecules from class 12th, starch consists of 2 components, amylose and amylopectin, right. Amylose non-branched, this is water soluble, C1 carbon and C4 carbon, these are bonded with glycosidic linkage, and this is forming 15 to 20% of the starch. While amylopectin if I am talking, this is the branched component, this is water insoluble. Why why starch is insoluble in water? That is because of the amylopectin. Starch is primary metabolite or the secondary metabolite because starch is also a polymer. Starch is a polymer. Yes, beta. It consists of 2 components, amylose and amylopectin. Hope you studied 20 to 25%, nearly 20% amylose, and here the 80% nearly amylopectin. Okay, water insoluble, and there is definitely the glycosidic linkage is also there. C1 to C4. Here is also the glycosidic linkage. But there is branching at C1 and C6, right. Done. So this way identified right answer, everybody was writing 1 1 1, and yes, the right answer is option 1, that is both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and on the answer slide it is correctly mentioned. That's why the right answer for this question. I hope clear it is. Okay, now got it? Okay. Now the question is question number 75. The correct outer electronic configuration for europium and gadolinium, both the ions which are given here are F block element. From which series, lanthanoid or actinoid? Let me know. You have europium and gadolinium, both are lanthanoids. Okay, lanthanoid series starts from lanthanum, though lanthanum is placed in the D block with atomic number 57. Didn't revise F block, don't worry, later you can revise. I am just giving you some of the chunk from here. Okay, so lanthanum, post that we have cerium. Just check the periodic table, the lower 2 blocks are given there. So the first one lanthanide series, the lower one actinoid series. Okay, and you know, F block elements are also known as anti-penultimate. The electron is filled in anti-penultimate shell, and inner transition elements they are known as. Okay, option 2 beta. Okay, so cerium with the atomic number 58 and here the gadolinium comes in middle, and then here last one is lutetium with the atomic number 71 this way, right. So, if you should know about it, that if cerium lanthanum, if I am talking, there is one electron is filled in 5d1 and then 6s2. So, d electron is present in lanthanum, then in gadolinium, that is with the atomic number 64. So, configuration for the same is 6s2 is in all the lanthanide series, but this 5d1 is here and 4f7 it is half filled configuration in the f subshell it has, right. And in the before that, with the atomic number 63, europium is there with 4f7 once again half filled, then 6s2, and the d electron is also present in lutetium as well, 5d1, 4f14 and then 6s2. So, in inorganic chemistry, the important thing to remember, learn everything but focus more on exceptions, right. So, as Shiv Prasad written that gadolinium is exception, yes it is half filled configuration, though among all the series if you look at except lanthanum and lutetium there is no d electron, but in gadolinium d electron is there, just to maintain the stability, half filled configuration in F subshell, right. So, this you need to remember. So, this way for europium in 2+ oxidation state and gadolinium in 2+ oxidation state, the electron will be removed from the valence shell, that is 6s2 electron would be removed from here, I am sorry, from europium in 2+ and gadolinium in 2+, 6s2 electrons, 2 electrons would be removed. So, what would be the configuration, though you all have already mentioned. So, this is how you can remember this. Lun for lanthanum, Lun for lutetium, intermittent gadolinium is there where d electron is there, these three, and rest of all 6s2 is constant and electron in F subshell is filled one by one from cerium to lutetium. Clear? Okay, let us proceed. So, right answer we identified already. So, turn comes for the answer slide to look at. Right answer is here. So, do remember that when I am talking about inorganic chemistry, some of the things you need to remember. Now, turn comes for next question, that is question number 76. So, question number 76 is about phosphorus, which is reacting with NaOH in with water. It means phosphorus is reacting with alkaline solution I can say. So, this is the preparation of a very well known important gas which is phosphine, right. You know what phosphine is? It is very poisonous gas. It has rotten fish like smell. Why I am giving you these characteristics? Because sometimes roadmap type of question is there, one gas is there, it has rotten fish like smell, it is prepared from white phosphorus. These are hints given, identify the gas, right. So, that could be there. React in inert atmosphere CO2 ma'am. Yes beta, then phosphine option 2, absolutely right. So, when this reaction occurred, the product formed is NaH2, PO2 and PH3. One more important feature of this phosphine gas is it is used in home signal, right, and in the smoke screen as well. Calcium phosphate if you are taking, allow it to react with water, then also phosphine is formed. Calcium phosphide Ca3P2 when reacts with water, there is the formation of calcium hydroxide and phosphine gas is evolved. So, important gas, important feature it is showing. So, H2S is beta, H2S has the rotten egg like smell. In practical chemistry, you can find question of such type as well. A gas which has rotten egg like smell, H2S. A gas with rotten fish like smell, PH3. Okay. So, identified the right answer. Option 2 is the right one that I am going to take here. So, a bit faster I have done here because we have to cover questions and simultaneously the concepts which are needed with respect to questions. Okay. And yes, Indrapal. Okay. Now once again a question from organic chemistry we have, and question is very well known. Just have a look on the question. Which among the following will give yellow precipitate with iodine and NaOH? Sometimes in place of NaOH there might be written as NaOI, right? Question can also be this way, can be asked in this way. So what is the base of, or fundamental behind this question? This reaction is known as haloform reaction, iodoform reaction. Haloform reaction if chloroform is formed, chloroform reaction, iodoform reaction if iodoform is formed. Okay, so what happens during this reaction? Which among the following will give yellow precipitate? Yellow precipitate of iodoform is formed. Chloroform does not form precipitate, iodoform precipitate. Haloform, yes beta. If chloroform is formed, chloroform, iodoform, bromoform. So collectively haloform, but very specific if I am talking about this question. So this is iodoform reaction because yellow PPT is formed. Now which of these will form will participate in iodoform reaction or will give yellow precipitate? How do we identify? Because this is the important reaction of aldehydes and ketones. You will find several questions based on this reaction for distinction of different compounds. Now what is special behind it? So do remember alpha hydrogen and not similar groups are present. Ma'am, methyl group should present adjacent to aldehyde or ketone. Very good Shiva Prasad, very good. So alpha methyl ketone, 1. The second acetaldehyde, ethanol or ethanol, the alcohol which has methyl group alpha to OH group, right? If present, then it can be oxidized to alpha methyl ketone, and that can also give the yellow precipitate while reacting with iodine and NaOH. That you need to remember. So the only thing that you need to look at in this question, then you need to identify the carbonyl group first of all, and then you have to check that whether alpha methyl group is present or not. Okay, just check. In the first one, if you look at, this is aldehyde group. Is there any alpha methyl group in first one? No, there is no alpha methyl group I should say. Now in the second one, this is aldehyde and propanaldehyde it is, no alpha methyl group. Further here just check, it seems that this is alpha methyl group. Is it so? No, it will also not be there. And if I am just talking about, this is not alpha methyl, there is CH group, not alpha methyl group it has. And if I am just talking this, there is the carbonyl group, alpha to it we have methyl group, right? So when this reaction will occur, then this methyl group, the proton, acidic proton, in this reaction NaOH is taking part in the reaction. As this base comes, then it will extract proton from this CH3, that is the acidic proton. It will be abstracted from there one by one thrice, and in place of this CH3, Ci3 is formed there, and further the bond breaking will lead to the formation of iodoform. Okay, and what happens to this aldehyde or the ketone? What will happen? That gets changed, that gets oxidized into what? Carboxylic acid. Okay, so now I will be just reading the comments. You have written number of things there. Muskan wrote iodoform, right? Uttej said alpha hydrogen and not similar groups are present. Not alpha hydrogen beta, alpha methyl group should be present. Okay, alpha methyl ketones are are giving the positive test for the iodoform. Okay, now 4 ma'am, methyl group should present adjacent to aldehyde or ketone. Now Shiva Prasad, you are writing correct. Anvesha said 4, methyl group should be adjacent to the carbonyl carbon beta. Adjacent carbon, not adjacent carbon, that's carbonyl carbon. Then CH3CO should be present. Yes Muskan, and yes Indrapal, you are taking part in the discussion. So this way we identified that here the 4th option is correct. Now if I am talking about ethanol, suppose. So CH3, CH2OH, this way. So on the alpha carbon, there is a methyl group, right? So there is also the possibility of iodoform reaction. Same ways for the ethanol. Done? Now let me move forward by taking the next question. Ethene, an alkyne. This it is. On reaction with Bayer's reagent form. So what is Bayer's reagent? I hope you are able to identify, you are able to recall what it is. If I am saying that KMNO4 is the Bayer's reagent, am I right? Am I right if I just say that KMNO4 is Bayer's reagent? Yes or no? No, because Bayer's reagent is cold and dilute KMNO4. In chemistry, while you are talking about reaction, the conditions are playing a very important role. Alkaline, no beta, no Muskan, alkaline, not alkaline KMNO4. Bayer's reagent is cold and dilute KMNO4. Okay. If you are talking about alkaline KMNO4, that's a very strong oxidizing agent, and that strong oxidizing agent oxidizes alkene into carboxylic acid. But when I am talking about cold and dilute KMNO4, this will oxidize ethene, which has 2 carbon atoms, into diol, or I should say ethane 1,2-diol, right? Ethane 1,2-diol or the glycol. Okay. So you have to just identify among the given options. Ethene is reacting with Bayer's reagent to form the diol, or the glycol is given in the 4th option. This is right. Now my question is, anti-addition of alcohol, ma'am. Shiva Prasad, ethylene glycol. Okay, right. So right answer we identified. Suppose in place of that the question is given, you have butane. My question is, you have butene, not butane. You have butene or but2ene, better to say. Muskan, in this case we have the similar 2 carbons. But2ene you are taking, and alkaline KMNO4 is being added to it. Then what will be formed, beta? In this case, if you are taking but2ene and KMNO4 is being added, then there would be the formation of acetic acid. Okay, so this is one more type of question that could be asked in the examination, right? So while you are, once again I just want to quote this thing, that while you are preparing, studying one reagent, just check the other possibilities as well. If reaction conditions are going to be changed, then definitely you will be getting the different products. Okay, so in organic chemistry you have to work on the concepts and definitely you have to learn as well. You can make certain mnemonics also, and in organic chemistry reaction and the conditions are important. Fine. Now the right answer on the answer slide, option 4 it is, and the turn comes for the discussion of next question. Okay. Now the question is question number 86. The question says 10 moles of an ideal gas expanded, how much time will you take to complete it? So very soon I am trying to take most of the question. Gunjan, not butanoic acid, there is the bond breaking and there is the formation of acetic acid, the 2 moles of acetic acid would be formed. Okay. Gunjan, okay. Now question number 86 if I am talking, in this question 10 moles of an ideal gas expanded adiabatically. Expansion is happening adiabatically in vacuum. Change in internal energy of the system will be, universal gas constant is R here, right? So value we will be taking later, but first of all we need to identify the conditions. 10 moles is given. So in such type of question, 1 ma'am in vacuum, no work is done. Very good. The question is change in internal energy you need to find. Delta U, first law of thermodynamics, Q plus W. Am I right? You can change the internal energy by 2 ways. One is by doing work or by providing or removing heat. Okay. So, in this case, as this is adiabatic process, adiabatic process, it means the system has the adiabatic walls, there is no heat transfer between system and surrounding, or simple to say Q is 0. Can I say that? So, if Q is 0, now turn comes for the work done, and you all are mentioning it absolutely right. What is float? No work done in vacuum. Very true, no heat exchange. So, work done, work is in adiabatic expansion minus P external delta V, this is the formula that we are going to use, and you know, vacuum you are taking, each and every word of the question is important. They are saying that vacuum here, so P external is 0. If P external 0, then work done is 0, and work done is 0, change in internal energy is definitely, this would be 0. Done it is, clear it is, okay. Now in place of this, they can ask you the work done in reversible process, work done in irreversible process. So definitely for irreversible process, you will be using this formula only. Suppose the question is asked for reversible process. So nRT ln V2 by V1 if you are changing the volume. First law of thermodynamics, wow, Indrapal, great. I am not using that terminology, I am from the previous generation, but I will try to cope up with it, do not worry. So 2.303 nRT log V2 by V1, and if pressure is given in the question, then P1 by P2, right, because pressure is inversely proportional to volume. Gas law, yeah, in adiabatic delta U is 0. If adiabatic free expansion in vacuum is there, then definitely delta U is 0, not U is 0, delta U is 0. Internal energy will not be 0, change in internal energy is 0 beta. Okay, done. Okay, let me move forward. We have identified the right answer already because this was pretty simple question. We just think that question can be the rocket science, but when we start to apply right approach, the right formula, right strategy, it becomes easy. Yes beta, Shiva Prasad, P1 by P2. Is this free expansion? When free expansion occur beta, there is P external becomes 0. In this question, free expansion was there. Adiabatic, when expansion in vacuum is there, no external pressure is there, na? That's why. Right, Muskan? So, answer is option 1. Clear? Now, I am moving forward with other question from the thermodynamics, and you know, can anybody tell me the concept behind this particular question? Indrapal, Muskan, Shiva Prasad, Gunjan, Medico, aspirant, lot of students are there. I am just finding here with the help of comment section only. So anyways, this is the question which is based on Hess's law, and this is another form of law of first law of thermodynamics, that if a process is going on, for that process various path you can use. आप किसी प्रोसेस को कराने के लिए कितने भी पाथ यूज़ कीजिए, अलग अलग तरीके से बनाइए, बट उसका जो मेन combustion thermochemistry. Yes, this is the part from thermochemistry, definitely. Enthalpy change for combustion, yes, and I can even use Hess's law here for this process. Even I can use the simple equation of the formula for the reaction enthalpy. Various ways we can use. Yes beta, 145 Uttej, that we have to just look at. I exactly don't know the answer, we have to calculate it. 1 mole of N-pentane, normal pentane you have, complete combustion you are applying here under standard condition, liberates 3500 kilojoule heat. Heat of formation for normal pentane you need to identify. Let's do this question, then we will be checking that what happens. So normal pentane formula C5H12, am I right? Combustion, complete combustion occurs. For the hydrocarbon, then always CO2 and H2O is formed, am I right? Nothing more, okay, these three, and simultaneously heat is evolved, exothermic process it is, right? Now, in this case, let me balance this because balancing is important. This is gas, this is gas, this is also gas. What about water? Under standard condition, room temperature, water is liquid. But suppose this is the process which is going on at 100 degrees Celsius, then water will be taken as gas. This is the important key that you need to remember. Sometimes in the question, if temperature is mentioned as 100 degrees Celsius or more than 100, then water needs to be taken in the gaseous form. This is the key point that you need to remember, okay? Okay, fine. Now in this case, if I am just looking at the, we need to balance also. Because for the formula we have to use the balanced equation. Now, so how much oxygen is needed now? 16, it means 8 O2. This is how we can represent this reaction. Now what they are asking, that heat of formation of N-pentane is, okay. So if I am just looking at this reaction, you have this combustion reaction. So this is the combustion reaction at the standard condition. The heat liberated is 3500 kilojoule, okay. So can I just say that this is the reaction enthalpy as well? Kilojoule per mole. Can I represent this way? For 1 mole of pentane, this is the combustion enthalpy. So here for the formation of pentane, I am just going to use the simple formula that reaction enthalpy in the standard condition is equal to sum of the reaction enthalpy for the products minus sum of the reaction enthalpy for reactant, right? Can I use this formula? Shiva Prasad said minus 160. Shiva Prasad, you are getting the right answer, I think. Let me just check. So this, for this reaction we have delta H for the reaction minus 3500, that is equal to sum of the enthalpy of the product. So at the product side, 5 molecule of CO2, formation enthalpy of CO2 and formation enthalpy of water, both are given. So formation enthalpy of CO2 I am taking minus 390, and how many molecules as per reaction stoichiometry? Acha, firstly you did the calculation mistake. Ho jata hai beta, don't worry, don't worry. Into 5 minus. The second thing is 6H2O. So 6 into the heat of formation for water is minus 285. This is how we will do this question. Minus for reactant side, this is oxygen, but it is in its standard state of formation, right? Standard state of aggregation even you can say. For this, this is 0, and for pentane you don't know. So I am taking the formation enthalpy for the pentane, right? Now just solve this. This is your turn. Just do it. This is minus 3500 will come here. I can simply write this way, that 3500 plus, and if you just calculate this, you will find that this is 3660. I remember this value, okay, but you should solve, you should be good at calculation, because calculation is not very difficult here, but yes, some of the calculation you have to do, no calculator would be there. So while practicing, you should not use calculator, okay. Just find out the answer in this case, minus 160 किलोजूल पर मोल. आपको नीट एग्जाम देना है तो कैलकुलेशन की प्रैक्टिस भी करनी पड़ेगी बच्चे, राइट? ओके शिवा प्रसाद, एब्सोल्युटली राइट. नॉट 1950, minus 3660, and when finally you calculate, you will be getting minus 160 kilojoule. Okay, so answer slide I have to look at. Option 4, right Roshan? D option, 4 option, correct answer. So while doing the questions for, from the thermochemistry part, the simple formula you need to use, except for the bond enthalpy. Suppose the question, in the question, the bond enthalpies of reactant and product are given. In that case, reaction enthalpy should be equated with sum of the bond enthalpies of reactant, not product beta, not product, minus sum of the bond enthalpies of product, this way, right? This is, you need to remember. So some of the things which are important for attempting questions, I am just mentioning here. In test, I have wrong, but I understand now. This is the absolutely good thing, right? And this is, I am taking as the good compliment that if you did something wrong, don't worry. That was not the last exam, but yes, here onwards, try to attempt correctly. While you are attempting the question, it's important to have the mindset also that it should not be overconfident, it should not be underconfident, okay, and the time management is must. Now, turn comes for the next question, which is question number 96. Standard electrode potential for, we have the two electrode couples are given, you know, the electrode potential for this is given plus 0.15 volt, and for the other one Cr3 plus, for the chromium couple this is, yeah, okay, I was just reading the comments simultaneously, okay, minus 0.74 volt. Now these two couples in their standard state are connected to make a cell. The cell potential will be, I didn't find good to see this question as a question in which students made error, because this is very simple, very simple. What's the formula for the cell potential? Yes, Anvesha, is it option 3? Getting right. Anvesha, Muskan, electrochemistry question, but it's not core electrochemistry, it was there in the redox reaction in class 11th as well. It's not difficult. E naught cell is E cathode minus E anode, remember? One thing I just want to know, what is the process which is going on at cathode? Oxidation or reduction? Cathode anode, yes, cathode minus anode. So, LOAN, the left electrode in the galvanic cell, oxidation occur at this, anode it is, and negatively charged it is, and opposite for cathode. Done? So, this will help you to remember, to recall. So, at cathode reduction occur, at anode oxidation occur, okay. Now, just place the values here. So, we have the two electrode potential, just check which is the better oxidizing agent, just check which is the reducing agent, or simple thing that where the, which of the species going at cathode, which of the species going at anode. So, here by just looking at electrode potential I found this is the more value. So, it will undergo reduction because we have the standard reduction potentials of the species in the electrochemical series, right. So, higher one going at cathode, undergoing reduction. So, this cathode I'll be keeping here 0.15 minus, for the second one it is minus 0.74, anode oxidation. Yes beta, yes beta, okay. So, most of you already identified the answer, simple question it was, but not that so. In electrochemistry you will find the questions based on Nernst equation, recall that, work more and more question based on that. So, possibility is there, and simultaneously the Faraday's law. Remember Faraday's law? There were the two statements. For the first statement we have W is equals to ZIT, electrochemical equivalence it is called, current and the time. And the second law says if same amount of current is passing through the two different metals or the electrodes, then the ratio of W1 and its equivalent weight is same for two different one. But the condition is for the same current for same time. So, if you look at the previous year questions, Faraday's law is also the hit topic. Faraday's laws, the first one, the second one. So, not only the simple question, there might be the one thing I just want to quote here. जब हम नीट की बात करते हैं ना तो क्वेश्चन में कैलकुलेशन बहुत डिफिकल्ट नहीं है. इफ़ यू नो द कॉन्सेप्ट यू कैन ईजिली अप्लाई. सो प्रैक्टिस करो कॉन्फिडेंस गेन करने के लिए, राइट. चलिए आगे बढ़े. आगे बढ़ने का मतलब है पहले आंसर स्लाइड देखना पड़ेगा, राइट. आंसर स्लाइड में ऑप्शन 3 करेक्टली मेंशन्ड है, हम इसको ऑप्ट करेंगे और ऑप्ट अगर सही से किया होगा तो आपको मार्क्स मिले होंगे +4, छोड़ दिया होगा तो नहीं मिलेंगे, है ना. चलिए आगे बढ़ जाए. We have the next question, question number 73. Question says, question is from equilibrium. What this question represents? Easy लग रहा है, difficult लग रहा है? चलिए इंद्रपाल, गुंजन, कुशाग्र, शिव प्रसाद, मुस्कान, बताइए क्वेश्चन दिखने में लग रहा है कि बहुत डिफिकल्ट केपी की कैलकुलेशन करवा रहे हैं, बट बिल्कुल डिफिकल्ट नहीं है. यू हैव अमोनियम हाइड्रोजन सल्फाइड, सॉलिड इट इज, undergoing a reaction, forming a gas ammonia, forming another gas hydrogen sulfide. Done. You have to find out Kp. This is the question. Okay, 225. Good, good, Medico. Given thing is the total pressure at equilibrium. So when reactions start initially, because it was solid, when time was 0, there was no gas. So pressure was 0, but later as equilibrium has been achieved, 15 into 15, very good, very good. Okay, equivalent weight, Gunjan, you asked one more thing earlier. Equivalent weight I'll be explaining on the next page. I'll just complete this question here, then I'll be explaining it. Okay. I'm sorry. So at equilibrium, what will happen? Solid is not going to affect the equilibrium, right? Fine, there is no pressure due to it. But when I'm talking about the gases formed, so if I'm just looking at the reaction stoichiometry, the pressure associated with ammonia is equal to pressure associated with hydrogen sulfide. Okay. Now the total pressure at equilibrium, PT I can take, that is equal to 2p, right? So if it is 2p, then PT is equals to what? Because PT already given and this is 30, and pressure of each of these gases would become 30 by 2 is 15, right? How to find out Kp? Kp is the partial pressure associated with the products. So which is same for both, that's why P square I am taking, and for reactant there is no partial pressure because solid in state it is. So Kp is P square, and definitely most of you have identified the right answer, that is 225, and because as you are multiplying 2p, it means P square it is, so unit would be ATN square. Sometimes unit of Kp or Kc is not given in the answer or not in the question, don't worry. We are not using in most of the cases, and if it is given then we are following. Okay. Now suppose in this question if they ask to find out Kc, then what would be your step? What's the formula, what the relation between Kp and Kc? Kp is Kc RT delta N G RT, sorry RT has already been written, I am sorry, delta Ng. So what is the delta Ng value here? Just let me know. Delta Ng is the gaseous moles of product minus gaseous moles of reactant. So gaseous moles of product 2, gaseous moles of reactant 0. So what is delta Ng? This is 2, right? So you can even calculate Kc from this. Done. One more thing, in such type of questions, this time they made it easy by just giving the partial pressure. But sometimes in place of partial pressure, yes bachche, very good Muskan, Anvesha, Medico, Muskan, very good, very nice. This is what is actually needed. While you are studying, you just take part in it, even in the discussion also, some of the time you need to devote and definitely results will come. Okay? चलिए, तो अब हम बात कर रहे थे इसी पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन में कई बार पार्शियल प्रेशर की जगह पे कॉन्सेंट्रेशंस गिवन होते हैं, राइट? सो कॉन्सेंट्रेशन को आप पार्शियल प्रेशर में कैसे चेंज करेंगे? बाय जस्ट सिंपली अप्लाइंग द गैस इक्वेशन PV is nRT, right? So mole fraction we are going to use with the total pressure, multiply the mole fraction of the species with the total pressure to get the partial pressure of the species, okay? And that you will use while placing in the Kp expression. Done? So my suggestion is just you have to practice more and more question based on equilibrium, because every time you will find the question from equilibrium. What I am saying that not difficult question every time, sometimes a very easy question you will find, but yes, practice किया है तो easy लगेगा. जो question आपको आता है वो easy है, जो नहीं आता है वो चाहे कितना भी easy लगे टीचर के हिसाब से, लेकिन आपके हिसाब से difficult होगा. ओके, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. और राइट आंसर तो मार्क करना पड़ेगा हमको आंसर स्लाइड देखते हुए. ऑप्शन 3 ऑलरेडी निकाल चुके हैं हम लोग. चलिए नेक्स्ट आता है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 98. तो आपने एक चीज नोटिस किया दैट इन द सेक्शन बी we found that most of the difficult question in which people made errata, right? The error analysis says that. So which question we need to attempt is important, but which question we need to leave, that's also important. Okay, so with the help of this program we are analyzing our own error, and during the examination to select the question in which you are more comfortable, this is also an art. So ये आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा. चलिए आगे बढ़े. क्वेश्चन नंबर 98 ऑलरेडी मैंने आपको बता दिया, हम डिस्कस करने वाले हैं. 3.6 ग्राम ऑफ ग्लूकोज, ओके, इट इज प्रेजेंट इन 250 ml aqueous solution. Osmotic pressure of the solution at 27 डिग्री सेल्सियस विल बी जी. क्वेश्चन है चैप्टर सोल्यूशन से. ऑस्मोटिक प्रेशर आपको निकालना है. ऑस्मोटिक स्पेलिंग भी गलत लिखने वाले थे हम. ऑस्मोटिक pressure. How do we indicate it? By, right? CRT. Am I right? CRT. The universal gas constant, temperature, you know, and what about the C? C is the concentration, and here we are taking the molar concentration. It means moles per liter volume. Simple formula. And one important thing we cannot leave, that is the Van 't Hoff factor. That Van 't Hoff factor, easy calculation, yes Medico, absolutely. And even in the main NEET examination, you will not find that very difficult calculation, no. But correctness of the formula, the right placing of the values, that's important. And have patience also. So here in this formula, I or the Van 't Hoff factor is also there. So you need to consider whether dissociation or association is going on by just looking at the solute and the solvent. So in this question, once again I am just checking, the solute was glucose. So it is not going to undergo any kind of dissociation or association. So I factor in this question I am taking 1. Clear? For non-electrolyte it is 1. Yes Shiva Prasad. Now 3.6 gram of glucose you are taking in 250 ml. So C would be, concentration would be number of moles. So number of moles of glucose are 3.6, not 3.5, 3.6, 180 gram per mole. This is the molar mass of the glucose, right? Divided by the volume of the solution, but that should be there in, because molarity we are taking. So it should be in liter. 1 by 4 it is, and 2 by 100. So 0.02 divided by 1 by 4 into 4. 0.08. You just check the calculation also. If I am doing mistake, just let me know. So concentration we got. Now other things, if I am just looking at the question, very generous these are. They have just given you the value of R as well in this question. That is 0.082 liter atmosphere per Kelvin per mole, right? Sometimes it's not given, then you need to remember. In joule per Kelvin per mole 8.314, in calorie 1.98 or 2 calorie per mole, and in liter atmosphere per Kelvin mole 0.082 liter atmosphere per Kelvin mole. That you need to remember. Okay, right Shiva Prasad, 0.08 you can also place to get the nearby value. Okay, so moles you got, molarity you got, right? Just place the value here. So pi is equals to 0.08, 0.0821 R, and the temperature was, which temperature it was? It is 27 degrees Celsius, it means 300 Kelvin. Just solve this. Osmotic pressure you will be getting, and the final answer for this, if you just find out, this would be 1.967. So, right Shiva Prasad, you are writing absolutely right. 1.96. I'm just copying your answer. 2 ATM. These type of students are actually very good. Okay, so 2 ATM we got the right answer, and now the turn comes for the next question, that is the question number 90, in which reaction carbon-carbon bond formation does not take place. So if I am just talking about this particular question, here the carbon-carbon bond does not take place, it means we have to look at, and very good question it is, though you can see that 4 different reaction we need to look at. No worries, आपके syllabus से ही है, बाहर से नहीं है ना. तो Riemann-Tiemann reaction if you look at, very good reaction in which you just convert phenol into salicylaldehyde, right? So what we need to do, आप NaOH and क्लोरोफॉर्म आप इसमें ऐड करते हैं, राइट? सो एक इंटरमीडिएट बनेगा, आपको पता है ना, फिनॉल में अगर आप फिनॉल एसिडिक प्रोटॉन रखता है, सो सोडियम सॉल्ट ऑफ फिनॉल, राइट? एंड यहाँ पे CHCl2, दिस इज द इंटरमीडिएट. इस प्रोसेस में एक क्वेश्चन और समटाइम्स पूछा जाता है, प्रीवियस ईयर में पूछा भी गया है, दैट व्हाट इज द रिएक्टिव इंटरमीडिएट हियर. सो रिएक्टिव स्पीशी इज कार्बीन. In this question, the carbene is the reactive species, CCl2 with this lone pair it seems, but actually, ma'am, because it's fluoride addition only take place, right beta, absolutely, Schwartz reaction is the answer. I am just coming to the answer by just looking at one by one all these reactions. So carbene आपके पास में है CCl2, this is electron deficient. By just looking at these electron, you cannot say this is electron rich species, it is electron deficient, right? This is electron deficient. Okay? ये क्वेश्चन भी आ चुका है प्रीवियस ईयर में, तो जो चीज़ें हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं ना यहाँ पे वो प्रीवियस ईयर्स में आ चुके हैं. ओके, सो इंटरमीडिएट दिस इज. नाउ फर्दर यू आर एडिंग NaOH to it. This leads to the formation of now CHO. ओके, नाउ क्या करना पड़ेगा, अब एसिडिफिकेशन कीजिए, तभी तो ONA will change further into फेनोलिक ग्रुप, सैलिसाल्डिहाइड बन गया हमारा. सो इस पूरे प्रोसेस में आपने चेक किया, ये कार्बन है और ये भी कार्बन है, कार्बन कार्बन बॉन्ड तो फॉर्म हुआ. सो दिस रिजल्टेड इन द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ कार्बन कार्बन बॉन्ड, राइट? इट इज, बट क्वेश्चन इज नॉट अबाउट दैट. क्वेश्चन इज आस्किंग कार्बन कार्बन बॉन्ड फॉर्मेशन डज नॉट टेक प्लेस. सो ये तो नहीं है आंसर. स्वार्ट्स की बात करते हैं. स्वार्ट्स रिएक्शन इज हैलोजन एक्सचेंज. हैलोजन एक्सचेंज में क्या होगा, आपके पास ऑलरेडी एक अल्काइल हैलाइड होगा और आप इसमें क्या डालेंगे, आप मेटालिक फ्लोराइड इसमें ऐड करेंगे. से आपने इसमें डाल दिया AgF. सो यहाँ पे चेंज होके बनेगा अल्काइल फ्लोराइड. ओके, सो दिस इज द केस वेयर कार्बन इज नॉट गोइंग टू बॉन्डेड विद अदर कार्बन एटम, अल्काइल फ्लोराइड बन रहा है. तो दिस रिएक्शन इज नॉट इन्वॉल्विंग द कार्बन कार्बन बॉन्ड फॉर्मेशन. इसके जगह पे अगर फिंकलस्टीन होता तो फिंकलस्टीन में भी कार्बन कार्बन बॉन्ड नहीं बनता बेटा, राइट? और आपको पता है हम हैलोजन एक्सचेंज क्यों करते हैं? इफ वी वांट टू प्रिपेयर अल्काइल फ्लोराइड और अल्काइल आयोडाइड, तब हमें ये करना पड़ता है, बिकॉज अल्काइल आयोडाइड आप डायरेक्टली नहीं बना सकते हो, बिकॉज एल्केन व्हेन रिएक्ट्स विद आयोडीन दैट रिएक्शन इज रिवर्सिबल. ओके, एंड रिवर्सिबल है तो आपको फिर उसमें ऑक्सीडाइजिंग एजेंट डाल के I2 को बना के निकाल देना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज रिएक्शन बैकवर्ड जाने लग जाएगी. बट व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट फ्लोरीन फॉर्मेशन बाय दैट प्रोसेस, वो भी नहीं होता है. द सिंपल थिंग इज दैट प्रोसेस इज हाईली एक्सप्लोसिव, वी डू नॉट यूज दैट. सो दैट्स वाई हैलोजन एक्सचेंज करना पड़ता है. हमें स्वार्ट्स और फिंकलस्टीन करना पड़ता है. फिंकलस्टीन फॉर आयोडीन, स्वार्ट्स फॉर फ्लोरीन, राइट? फ्लोराइड फॉर्मेशन. नाउ फिटिग रिएक्शन एंड वुड्स रिएक्शन. आपको पता है वुड्स रिएक्शन में क्या होता है, आपके पास में सोडियम आप लेते हैं ड्राई ईथर के प्रेजेंस में, कोई भी अल्काइल हैलाइड ले लीजिए, ड्राई ईथर लेना पड़ेगा क्योंकि सोडियम हाईली रिएक्टिव है. तो यहाँ पे क्या होगा, NaCl निकल जाएगा. सबसे सिंपल रिएक्शन was there in 11th as well as it is there in 12th, right? So कार्बन कार्बन बॉन्ड बन गया. देखिए ईथेन इज फॉर्म्ड. द सेम वेज फॉर द फिटिग, इवन इन द वुड्स फिटिग, फिटिग में क्या होगा, एराइल हैलाइड, सेम वेज. सो क्या बोलते हैं स्पीशी को जो बना है अभी, डाइफिनाइल बोल दें. कार्बन कार्बन बॉन्ड तो यहाँ पे भी बन गया, राइट? सो दिस इज हाउ वी आइडेंटिफाइड. डन. सो इन द कंटिन्यूएशन आंसर मार्क कर देते हैं. ऑप्शन 2 आ गया है. एंड इसके बाद अब नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेना पड़ेगा. दैट क्वेश्चन इज परसेंटेज ऑफ मैग्नीशियम इन अ बायोमोलिक्यूल्स is 0.2%. I just want to do a lot discussion. I just want to discuss a lot of questions with you all by final. Yes, Shiva Prasad. but time constraint is also there, so I also have to manage with the time. Time management मेरे लिए भी उतना ही ज़रूरी है ना. चलिए करते हैं क्वेश्चन नंबर 87 और जल्दी से करते हैं, ठीक है. परसेंटेज ऑफ मैग्नीशियम इन अ बायोमोलिक्यूल्स इज 0.2% बाय वेट. द मिनिमम मॉलिक्यूलर वेट ऑफ द बायोमोलिक्यूल. बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन, सिंपल परसेंटेज कॉम्पोजिशन पे है, ठीक है बेटा. हाइड्रोलिसिस ऑफ ग्रिग्नर्ड रेजिन डज नॉट इन्वॉल्व कार्बन कार्बन बॉन्ड फॉर्मेशन. हाँ, आपको ये रिएक्शंस आइडेंटिफाई करनी पड़ेंगी. शिवा प्रसाद, विशाल, इवन एवरीवन, इस टाइप का क्वेश्चन बहुत कॉमन होते हैं कि इस पर्टिकुलर रिएक्शन में कार्बन कार्बन बॉन्ड बन रहा है नहीं बन रहा है, या कार्बन ऑक्सीजन बॉन्ड बन रहा है नहीं बन रहा है. तो ये आपको एक बार एक चार्ट बना लीजिए नेम रिएक्शंस का, उनकी पॉसिबिलिटीज़ का. ओके चलो, अब इस क्वेश्चन में हमें दिया है 0.2% बाय वेट हमारे पास बायोमोलिक्यूल है जिसमें मैग्नीशियम प्रेजेंट है 0.2%, ठीक है. यानी कि अगर मैं बोलूं कि कंपेयर करेंगे इस क्वेश्चन में सिर्फ मैग्नीशियम एंड द बायोमोलिक्यूल, सो 0.2 ग्राम अगर मैं इसको परसेंटेज में काउंट कर लूँ, एंड आई एम जस्ट अज्यूमिंग दैट एंटायर मास ऑफ द बायोमोलिक्यूल इज 100 ग्राम, देन 0.2 ग्राम मैग्नीशियम इज प्रेजेंट इन 100 ग्राम ऑफ बायोमोलिक्यूल. कैन आई से दिस? बिल्कुल सिंपल तरीका बता रही हूँ आपको. आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू द सिंपलेस्ट मेथड टू डू सच टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन. 0.2 ग्राम इज magnesium is there in 100 gram of the molecule, biomolecule. So minimum molecular mass means at least one atom of magnesium would be present there. So magnesium molar mass 24 gram per mole और the atomic mass 24 U. So उसके हेल्प से हमने ग्राम में मास ले लिया 24 ग्राम, that is 1000 by 0.2. Unitary method I am applying. 12,000 is it? Can I write 1.2 into 10 raised to the power 4? ऑप्शन में क्लियरली मेंशन्ड है और आप लोगों ने ऑलरेडी मेंशन भी कर दिया. वेरी गुड इट इज, एंड आई गॉट द राइट आंसर, दैट इज ऑप्शन 4. इज इट क्लियर? चलिए ठीक है. अब इसी के कंटिन्यूएशन में नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं हम लोग. द क्वेश्चन इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 91, एंड इन दिस क्वेश्चन वी हैव द गिवन ईथर, राइट? And what you are doing, you are allowing it to react with HI to form the product A and B, and you need to identify what is the possible product here. So when HI reacts with ether, then iodine go with the lower part of alkyl group generally. But in this case you have to look at the substrate. Here, if in this case H plus will attack first of all, and you know HI you are adding, and one equivalent you are adding, right? So in this case the stable carbocation is formed, SN1 mechanism is being followed, this is stabilized, and further the CH3O oxonium ion will getting added with the the H plus ion provided by HI, right? Now iodine will be added here, so finally the product you will be getting here is this, and methanol and this tertiary iodide. So A and B, just check the possibility for this. I am a bit faster for the completion of this. You know, the third option is the right answer for this question. Now in continuation, you might be thinking that a lot of questions we discussed, what further? So we have another guest in our studio with us, Mukesh Kumar Mishra sir. He is also chemistry faculty. So why other chemistry faculty? Because you have to learn a lot, right? So various concepts, various things we have discussed. Now sir will be guiding us here onwards, right? Stay tuned here. Please explain once again. So Mukesh sir, over to you. And ether reacting with HI, you have to just look at, sir. Your turn now. Thank you everyone. Bye bye.
Thanks Nidhi ma'am for a nice explanation.
Thank you sir.
Okay, and I hope the students have enjoyed a lot. So write in the comment box, everything was clear to all of you till now? We will be proceeding with next set of questions. Don't worry about that. So we all are here for the discussion of AIATS plus. Okay, based on the error analysis, we are going to discuss certain set of questions which most of you have done wrong. Okay. Hello Gunjan Sharma, how are you? Good afternoon, Shiva Prasad. Okay, so as you all know that in this test, we have given certain questions which most of you have done wrong. Okay. So, hello Inderpal. So, now let us begin with the question here. So, the next question is, if 0.01 molar CH3COOH has molar conductance 19.5 ohm centimeter square mole inverse, then its degree of dissociation will be, okay, lambda naught m H for H plus and for CH3CO minus has been given to you. Okay, good afternoon Lakshmi Priya. Now, let us have a look how we are going to solve this. This question is basically based on Kohlrausch law. So, there is a law that is called Kohlrausch law of independent migration of ions. Okay. Now, this law states that for a particular electrolyte, okay, the limiting molar conductivity is actually the combination, the summation of its ions. Okay. So, here in this question we can see here that we have to find out, first of all we have to underline certain things. Molar conductance has been given to us, okay, and we have to find out degree of dissociation. So, lambda naught m and this lambda naught m for CH3COH minus is given to us. So, if we have to find out limiting molar conductivity of acetic acid, what we are going to do? Limiting molar conductivity for acetic acid. It will be equal to lambda naught m CH3CO minus plus H plus. Okay. Now, let us have a look at this value. It is 349.9 and 40.9 respectively. So, here it is 40.9 plus 349.1. Okay. Now, add it. Shiva Prasad has said 19.5 but divided by 390. Okay. So, yes, this will come out to be 390. Okay. And molar conductance has been given to us. Okay. We know the value of lambda m. Okay. Now, so we have to find out the value of alpha. So, value of alpha will be lambda by lambda naught m, and this comes out to be 19.5 divided by 390. So, yes, what will be the value? On solving this we get 0.05. Okay. So, this will be our correct answer. Is this clear? कोई डाउट है किसी को इसमें? चलिए. So, let us have a look at the correct answer here. The correct answer is also 1. Yes, Gunjan Sharma, obviously. Yes, Anvesha, it is 0.05. Okay. अब देखो इससे रिलेटेड बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस और भी आते हैं. कई बार आपसे डिग्री ऑफ डिसोसिएशन के साथ साथ दे कैन इवन आस्क यू टू फाइंड आउट द वैल्यू ऑफ के ए. ओके. तो के ए के लिए फॉर्मूला क्या हो जाएगा? फॉर के इट विल द फॉर्मूला विल बी C alpha square upon 1 minus alpha, or in certain terms we can even say it will be C alpha square only. Is this clear? Now, sometimes in the exam they will ask you question regarding the graph, okay, that what is the graph or which is formed between the molar conductivity and square root of concentration for strong as well as weak electrolytes. Okay, can you tell me that out of a strong electrolyte or weak electrolyte, which will have the linear graph plot for lambda m versus C half? Yes, I am waiting. Please write in comment section. You have to plot the graph of lambda m versus concentration to the power half out of weak electrolyte and strong electrolyte, which will be having linear graph. Shiva Prasad is saying strong electrolyte. Anyone else? Exactly. For strong electrolyte, the graph will be linear. Okay. And for weak electrolyte, it will be like this. Okay, so this thing you have to keep in mind. Now let's move on to the next question. It is also very good. Exactly, Gunjan Sharma, for weak it will have a parabolic curve. Now let's have a look here. Question number 60 says that 0.2 molar aqueous solution of monobasic acid is 60% ionized. If Kb for water is 0.52 Kelvin per kg per mole, then the boiling point of the solution will be. Okay, so for solving this question, you all have to understand that whenever a solute is dissolved in a liquid, the boiling point of the solution increases. Okay, it is more than the actual boiling point of the pure liquid. Okay, and the relation for the increase in the temperature can be found out by delta Tb equals to I Kb into m, where I stands for Van 't Hoff factor, Kb is ebullioscopic constant, and m is your molality. Okay, so first of all we will try to find out the Van 't Hoff factor I. So you can see here it is saying that monobasic acid is there. It means that acid is actually releasing only one proton. Okay, so if I start from 1 mole, okay, so initially at time t equal to 0, this will be H plus and A minus concentration will be 0. But once the equilibrium is reached here, so we can say at time t equal to t, I equal to 1.6, sir. Let's have a look here. So 60% is ionized, means out of that 1 mole, out of those 1 molar, 60% has been utilized. It means 0.6 mole has been used. Okay, now H plus will be produced by 0.6 and A minus will also be produced by 0.6. Is this clear to all of you? Now, if we have to find out the value of I, it is number of moles in solution divided by moles taken. So number of moles in solution is equal to 1.06, that is HA. We can write 0.4 also, plus 0.6 H plus, and then A minus, that is also 0.6. Okay, divided by initially we have taken 1 mole, so 1. So this comes out to be 1.6. Yes, Gunjan Sharma. It's not 2, it's actually 1.6. Yes, Shiva Prasad has written correctly that I is equal to 1.6. Okay. Now, we are done with I. We have know the value of Kb. Value of Kb has been given to us here. Now, what we have to find out? We have to find out molality. Okay. So, molality is also given in the question only. Is this clear? So, now the formula is delta T B equal to I Kb into m, and we can solve it. This will be 1.6 plus, multiply 0.52 into m is 0.2. Can any one of you tell what will be the value of this? And this you have to add it in 100 degrees Celsius. So, the new boiling point will be exactly. So, it will come out to somewhere around point, in round figure it will be 0.17. So, new boiling point will be Tb plus delta Tb, that is 100 degrees Celsius plus 0.17 degrees Celsius, and the answer will be 100.17 degrees Celsius. Is this clear to all of you? So, this is our correct answer. Anyone having any doubt? I equal to 1 plus alpha x plus y. See, in simple terms we can also derive this. Okay, I can draw it in the terms of C alpha also. Okay, but no need to discuss that much here. So, the correct answer is option 2. कोई डाउट किसी को यहाँ तक? चलिए आगे हम लोग देखते हैं. Next question is assertion reason type question. Given below are two statements. One is labeled as assertion and other is labeled as reason. Assertion says that transition metal can act as catalyst. Okay. And reason is transition metal can adopt multiple oxidation state and form complexes. Gunjan Sharma, no sir. Okay. Now tell me one thing, that can you recall certain catalyst, certain metal that are used as catalyst? If I ask you a simple question, which catalyst is used in Haber's process? Not one. Which catalyst is used in Haber's process? Please tell in the comment box. Okay. So in Haber's process, you know, we require ammonia. Okay, ammonia is there. Okay. Then in hydrogenation of alkene and alkynes, exactly. In hydrogenation of alkenes and alkynes, we use nickel, platinum, palladium, exactly, iron. Okay. Yes, not Mg. Okay. So osmium is also there. So all these are D block elements. Yes. And they are also called transition metals. Now, so transition metal can act as a catalyst. This statement is obviously true. Now, the reason is transition metals can adopt multiple oxidation states and forms complexes. So, if you have certain idea about the catalyst theory, that how the catalyst work, in that case you can find out that catalyst, you know, they form activated complex, okay, with the reactants. Okay. So during that formation of activated complex, so you all know that catalyst forms activated complex, okay, with reactants, and these activated complex, they are responsible for the formation of product. Okay. Now, the tendency to form activated complex is due to the reason that these D block, these transition metals, they have variable oxidation state, and they can form multiple bonds. Okay. Yes, due to multiple oxidation state, it acts as a catalyst. Okay. So here you can see that transition metal can adopt multiple oxidation states and form complexes. Exactly. So reason is also true, and this reason is the explanation of your assertion. So the correct answer will be obviously 1, both assertion and reason are true, and the reason is the correct explanation of assertion. Okay. So exactly, Gunjan Sharma, आपने लिखा था second option. Okay, you thought that this is true, but not explaining the assertion. But it is actually, the reason is actually explaining the assertion. Clear? Now there is a next question, question number 66. So nitrobenzene react with LiAlH4. Okay. So LiAlH4 is reducing agent or oxidizing agent? सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए. Yes, what do you think? It is reducing agent or oxidizing agent? Shiva Prasad again answer. Shiva Prasad is saying, sir, first is the correct answer. How many of you agree with Shiva Prasad? Exactly, reducing agent. Very good, Anvesha, Gunjan and Shiva Prasad, that it is a reducing agent. A strong reducing agent. Good. But here you have to understand certain things. मैं एक टेबल ड्रॉ करने जा रहा हूँ. इस टेबल को आप लोग याद कर लीजिए, लिख लीजिए. Strong and expensive. Yes, in NCERT it has been written that it is expensive reducing agent also. Now let's have a look here. Here we have nitrobenzene. Roshan Karthik. Okay. So now there are various reducing agent. Okay. So first, suppose you are using H2 in presence of palladium. Okay, and ethanol is also there. In this case, the product formed will be aniline. Okay. Then we have another reducing agent, that is SN plus HCl, or we can even use Fe plus HCl. In this case also we will get aniline. In this case, iron plus HCl, we are also going to get aniline. Arnav Sharma. Okay. Siva Prasad, aniline only, yes. But LiAlH4 is a strong reducing agent. Okay. And a strong reducing agent forms this is azobenzene. So what will be the correct answer now? अब बताइए करेक्ट आंसर क्या होगा? एनिलीन जैसे सही बच्चे कह रहे थे फर्स्ट वो होगा या फिर कुछ और? नाउ टेल मी द करेक्ट आंसर. रोशन कार्तिक, azobenzene. सो ऑप्शन नंबर 2 इज द करेक्ट वन. ओके, चलिए यहां पर हम देखते हैं. Okay, so azobenzene is formed here. Now, so you can note down this reducing agent and what are the products that are formed here. Now let's discuss question number 93. Which of the following is not correctly matched according to VSEPR theory? I hope you all remember what is VSEPR theory. In VSEPR theory, it is actually based on valence shell electron pair repulsion theory, where we are discussing only about that how the repulsion, okay, is actually deciding that what will be the shape of the molecule. Okay. Now, let's discuss first VSEPR theory. So the most important concept here is that, that electron repulsion, electronic repulsion, and this repulsion can be due to lone pair, lone pair, lone pair, bond pair, and bond pair, bond pair. Okay. These three types of repulsions are actually involved in deciding the shape of the molecule. कोई डाउट किसी को इसमें? Now try to understand one very important fact here, that molecules or the bonds, they tend to organize, they tend to orient in such a manner that they actually receive minimum repulsion. So what is the goal here? Goal here is to achieve minimum repulsion. Okay, AB4E type exactly. Okay, चलिए. So minimum repulsion achieve करना है यहाँ पर. Now tell me one thing. Out of lone pair, lone pair, lone pair, bond pair, bond pair, bond pair, which type of repulsion will be having maximum value? Yes, write in the comment section. lone pair, lone pair, lone pair, bond pair, or bond pair, bond pair. Which will have the maximum repulsion? Maximum will be for lone pair, exactly, followed by lone pair, bond pair, and then we have bond pair, bond pair. इस क्वेश्चन को जो है हम इसको सॉल्व हाइब्रिडाइजेशन से आप लोगों ने बहुत जल्दी इसको सॉल्व कर लिया, बट आई एम ओनली डिस्कसिंग अकॉर्डिंग इन द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ VSEPR थ्योरी. ओके, एग्जैक्टली, वेरी गुड मानसी सिन्हा. लोन पेयर रिपल्शन विल बी maximum. Okay, now first let us talk about ICl2 minus molecule. Now what you have to do, you have to calculate, found the first of all that how many bond pairs are there and how many lone pairs are there, because these two are only going to decide the shape of the molecule. Sir, in previous question, please explain if nitrobenzene ortho. See, that product will be much more complex. Okay, in nitrobenzene, then there will be a attack. We will discuss after discussing certain questions. Okay, don't worry about that if time permits. Now, ICl2 minus. Let us talk about ICl2 minus. In case of iodine, you will be getting, there are 7 electrons in iodine. Okay. So, two are involved in bond with chlorine. Okay, still it will be having 5 unpaired electrons, and this minus charge will come here. Okay. So, ultimately what you will find that this ICl2 minus molecule will arrange in such a manner that it will be having the linear shape. Okay. So, it is having 2 bond pairs and 3 lone pairs. So, 3 lone pairs are present at the equatorial positions and the chlorine are present at the axial position. So, finally, the shape will be linear. So, this one is correct. Now, if we talk about XeOF2, now xenon forms double bond, oxygen forms double bond with xenon. One thing you have to keep in mind here, that see, multiple bonds are treated as single bond. In VSEPR theory, while deciding the shape, multiple bonds are treated as single bonds. So, even though oxygen forms 2 bond, but we have to take it as, single bond only. So, xenon, it has 8 electrons in its outermost shell and it is going to share 4 electrons, 2 with oxygen and 1 with fluorine. So, ultimately it will be having 3 bonds, we can say 3 bond pairs are there. Fluorine is also there, and 2 lone pairs will be there. So, it will be forming bent T shape. So, this shape is also correct. Now, let us talk about SF6. चलो बताओ पहले SF6 में sulfur central atom है, and how many electrons are present in the valence shell of sulfur? Yes, बताइए सब लोग comment section में. How many electrons, valence electrons are present in sulfur? 4. Anyone else? Number of valence electrons present in sulfur. Gunjan Sharma said 6. Anvesha said 6. 6 minutes. Exactly. Valence shell are actually the shell or electrons, valence electrons are the electrons which are present in the valence shell, outermost shell. Okay. Shiva Prasad ने यहाँ पे गलती ये की है that he has only taken or he has only considered the P4. So, actually the valence electronic configuration is NS2 NP4. So, you have to take the 2 electrons of N also. Okay Shiva, is this clear? अब पता चला कहाँ मिस्टेक की थी आपने? चलो. Now, sulfur has 6 electrons and it is going to form bond with fluorine. So, tell me one thing, that all the 6 electrons will be shared by 1 fluorine atom, means in this molecule there will be no lone pair. Okay. So, this forms octahedral shape. So, this one is also clear. Now, let us discuss about SF4. Now, during the SF4, now you have to think here that 2 fluorine will be removed. So, the structure of this will be fluorine, fluorine here, fluorine here, fluorine here, okay, and this shape is called seesaw shape. So, it is actually not tetrahedral. So, this one is false. And the question says that which of the following is not correctly matched according to VSEPR theory? So, fourth option is correct. Is this clear to all of you? So, correct answer here is option fourth. Yes? SF4, Gunjan Sharma said SF4 have one lone pair and this will occupy equatorial position. Okay, Gunjan Sharma, let me explain this to you. Yes, okay. She is right here. SF4 has, one lone pair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Yes, it is seesaw shape. One lone pair is there. It was mistaken by me. Okay, now let's discuss one more very important question. Molecule of maximum dipole moment is? Yes, H2O, NH3, NF3, SiCl4. Now see, for finding out the value of dipole moment, we have to find out that which bond is more polar. Okay, so higher is the polarity. Okay, greater is the dipole moment. Okay. So, now we can see that in case of H2O, polarity will be more. Polarity depends even on electronegativity of the atom. Higher the electronegativity, higher will be the polarity in the bond. And out of these three here, oxygen, hydrogen, fluorine, Cl, which one is more polar? Order is 2, 1, 3, 4. Are you sure? Tell me one thing, which one is more polar? Which one is the most electronegative? You will find that fluorine is most electronegative. And you think that, okay, in case of fluorine, because of more electronegativity is there, so bond will be more polar. But that is not the case here. Try to understand. NF3 has a unique case. Okay, if you compare NF3 with NH3, now SiCl4, it is out of discussion because in case of SiCl4, what happens is that chlorine is not that much electronegative, so bond polarity will not be there for this. Okay. Now we have to consider H2O, NH3 and NF3. Now in case of NF3, what actually happens is there are two type of dipole moments. Okay. Now see, out of nitrogen and fluorine, these fluorines are more, SiCl4 it's 0, exactly, SiCl4 is tetrahedral, it is vector addition, so it will be 0. I will discuss that, don't worry. So in case of NF3, you can see, Gunjan Sharma, that nitrogen and fluorine bond polarity are in the opposite direction to that of orbital polarity. Because in this orbit also, p orbital, which is containing 2 electrons, will have its own polarity. Is this clear? NS3, because all dipole will be added, don't worry. We'll discuss this also. Now, let us talk about NH3 here. In case of nitrogen and hydrogen, okay, what we can find out, that out of nitrogen and hydrogen, nitrogen is more polar, more electronegative, so it will attract the shared pair of electron towards itself. Yes, in case of fluorine, the NF3 dipole will be partially cancelled. But in case of ammonia, the dipole moment of individual bond of nitrogen and hydrogen will be added to the dipole moment of orbital electrons. Okay. So, for NF3, ultimately dipole moment is a vector quantity, and it is the vector resultant of all the dipoles that exist in a molecule. Due to this same size, same nature of the bond and lone pair polarity, NH3 is more polar than NF3. I hope this thing is clear to you. But now, if we talk about H2O, in case of H2O, oxygen has very high electronegativity as compared to nitrogen, and due to this electronegativity, the charge separation is more, and because of this charge separation, water becomes the most polar. Any doubt to anyone? These are certain facts which you have to remember. So, what will be the correct answer here now? Write in the comment box. So, the correct answer is water. And let's have a look at the answer. That maximum dipole moment is of exactly Anvesha. Yes, first is the correct option. कोई doubt किसी को यहाँ तक? If you have any doubt, you can ask. But due to lone pair cancellation, no, there is no cancellation in lone pair, because see, for oxygen also, water also, it has tetrahedral. So, it will only add, but we don't have to consider that in case of water. It is practical observation that because of high polarity, the water exists as liquid. Okay, clear? चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं हम लोग. Consider the following reaction: CH3COCl H2 in palladium barium sulfate. P forms major. How water? This is practical value, practical thing. Okay. So, now let's come to this question. CH3COCl gives in presence of H2 and palladium barium sulfate forms P as a major product. So, you have to write the answer here, that what will be formed here. But nitrogen, Gunjan Sharma, in case of nitrogen, the polarity is not that much. Oxygen is much more electronegative than nitrogen. So, because of that, the polarity of OH is more. Is this clear? Now, this reaction is actually called Rosenmund reduction. Okay. Now, in case of Rosenmund reduction, what happens, that hydrogen in presence of palladium and barium sulfate, acid chloride, this will get reduced to aldehyde. So, CH3COCl, hydrogen, palladium, barium sulfate forms CH3CHO. Okay. So, the product formed here will be an aldehyde. Okay. In examination, they can even ask you, no, not ethanol. Yes, it is ethanol. Okay, ethanol. So, the correct answer is aldehyde. They are not asking about the name, IUPAC name, they are just asking about the functional group. So, aldehyde will be the correct answer. Can you name some more reactions which are there in NCERT for the preparation of aldehydes? Yes, comment section में बताइए. एक रोजनमंड है. दूसरा, if you have to convert cyanide into aldehyde, then what will be the reagent used? So you have to learn about Stephen reduction also, Stephen reaction, okay, that a cyanide in presence of SnCl2 plus HCl gives aldehyde as a product, okay. Then there is one more reducing agent, diisobutyl aluminum hydride, DIBALH, which has unique ability also, that Stephen साहब, ठीक है, चलिए. So all these name reaction you have to memorize, so that in examination, if such kind of question are asked, you can attempt those questions very easily. So tell me, what will be the product formed if benzoyl chloride is allowed to react with H2PD barium sulfate? Comment section में बताओ IUPAC name. Yes, what will be the IUPAC name here? Exactly, Anvesha. Very good. It is benzaldehyde. You just have to convert acid chloride into aldehyde. So the product here will be benzaldehyde. Okay. Next very important question. So correct answer here is benzaldehyde. Very good, MSG. Very good, Gunjan. Now it is a matching the following question. Which of the following is correct option? So in column 1 there are process given to us, and in column 2 we have to match them with the product which are being formed here. So silent electric discharge. Can any one of you tell that which of the substance from the column 2 is produced by this method? Yes. H2SO4, Cl2, ozone, HNO3. In this case, during silent electric discharge, exactly, oxygen is passed through this silent electric discharge and it gets converted to ozone. So for A, it will be 3. Okay. Now Ostwald process. Ostwald process is used for, yes, write in the comment box. Very good. I can see comment of Siva Prasad, Muskan, Anvesha. Very good. Ostwald process is used for, don't give option directly. Yes, if you have found that okay, A is for 3, then 4th will be the basically the correct answer. I know that. Not NH3. For ammonia, it is Haber's process, Siva Prasad, and that process is not here. Ostwald process is for HNO3. Yes, exactly, Gunjan Sharma. Very good. So for B, 4th. For C, Dakin's process. Dakin's process is used for the formation of, for the production of chlorine. And then contact process. Contact process is basically used for the production of sulfuric acid. Okay. So the correct answer will be option exactly 4th. Very good, Muskan. So option 4th is the correct answer. Exactly. अच्छा, ये प्रोसेस सबको याद भी रखने हैं, में रिएक्शंस क्या होती हैं, कौन से कैटलिस्ट यूज होते हैं. ओके, सो ऑल दोज थिंग्स दे आर बीइंग आस्क्ड इन एग्जामिनेशन ऑल्सो. खास तौर पे कॉन्टैक्ट प्रोसेस में जो भी हम यूज़ करते हैं, हाँ, फेमस H2SO4. एग्जैक्टली. नाउ द करेक्ट रिलेशन बिटवीन डेल्टा T and delta O is, yes, delta T is basically the crystal field splitting energy for tetrahedral, and O stands for crystal field splitting of octahedral. Yes, Gunjan. Okay, so now this thing is written in NCERT. Okay, you have to memorize this. There is derivation for this also, but which is beyond the scope of discussion. Okay, for your level. Okay, for your class. So the correct answer you have to memorize that tetrahedral splitting is always lesser than octahedral splitting for same metal and same ligand atoms. Okay, so this is the correct relation which you have to memorize here. Delta T equal to 4/9 delta O. Exactly, A. So A is the correct answer. कोई डाउट किसी को यहाँ तक? लास्ट में मैम ने पढ़ाया भी था आप लोगों को इसके बारे में, क्रिस्टल फील्ड स्प्लिटिंग एनर्जी के क्वेश्चंस भी थे पहले. यस गुंजन शर्मा, यू हैव टू ओनली रिमेंबर द रिजल्ट. ओके, नाउ क्वेश्चन नंबर 82. Correct order of energy of 2s orbital of given element is. So now when we are talking about 2s, MGS calculation is beyond the you don't have to worry about that. Very simple calculation that what the factors, there are two factors which basically decide the splitting. Okay, so the contribution, individual contribution of those things are there. Okay, so it comes out to be 2/3 into 2/3 4/9, but you don't have to memorize that. Okay, there are certain limitations of class 11 12th student also. Try to understand that also. Now correct order of energy of 2s orbital of the given element is. So when we are talking about 2s orbital, so what happens is that we have kept the orbital for every atom as constant. We are taking the same atom. Okay, so the size of the atoms or the size of the orbital also depends. The distance from nucleus also depends upon that how much force the nucleus is applying on the electron that is present in that orbital. Okay, so if more force is being applied, it means the orbital will come close. Okay, so now try to understand that when an electron is present at infinity, I will explain and you will give me the correct answer. An electron is there, a nucleus is there, and an electron is present at infinity. Now write in the comment box that if it comes closer to the nucleus, what will happen? It will lose energy or it will go gain energy? So when the electron comes closer, you can note it down. When electron comes closer to the nucleus, it loses energy. No, Shiva Prasad. Srija, it will actually lose. And you know that's why electronic energy is negative. You all have studied this. Yes, Gunjan Sharma, maximum energy is at infinity. And that too, let me tell you one thing, we take it as 0. Here it is maximum and it is 0. So when it comes closer to the nucleus, it will actually lose. Out of 0 it is actually losing. So electronic energy is that's why negative. Is this clear to all of you? So it is actually losing its energy. So if you have to find out, solve this question, that 2s orbital of given element is, we have hydrogen, we have lithium and we have sodium. Now let's discuss this case. For hydrogen, okay, only one electron or one proton is there. Yes. For lithium, nucleus will have 3 plus charge, and for sodium, nucleus will have plus 11 charge. Okay. So if we are talking about 2s, tell me one thing, that the 2s orbital or the electron that has to reside in 2s orbital will experience more force, more attraction in case of lithium, yes or no? You all know the formula for the radius also, okay? For in Bohr theory you all have learnt, it is inversely proportional to atomic number. Yes or no? And I am explaining that why. So in case of lithium, the electron becomes more closer, and in sodium, the shell, this 2s orbital is much more closer. Yes, most closest towards nucleus in sodium. Is this clear? देखो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है समझने वाली. यहाँ पर आपको एग्जैक्टली n²/z, बट दैट फॉर्मूला इज एप्लीकेबल ओनली फॉर हाइड्रोजन और हाइड्रोजन लाइक एलिमेंट. दैट्स व्हाई आई एम नॉट यूजिंग दैट फॉर्मूला डायरेक्टली हियर, because here they are not saying lithium 2+ or sodium 10+, okay, but that's just a hint that actually inverse relation is there, okay. So for sodium, so we have already discussed that if the electron comes closer, it will be losing energy. So in case of sodium, you know, the electron will be more close, okay. So that's why what will happen here, that E2SH, you know, maximum distance is here, maximum, so it will have more energy than lithium and then sodium. Any doubt in this concept here? If you have any doubt, you are free to ask. Yes? You can note it down. Okay, now let's move on to the next question. The correct answer here is that for hydrogen, it is having the maximum energy. For lithium, it is having the, means lesser than hydrogen. Yes, and then we have sodium having the least energy. Okay, Srija says no doubt, very good. Now let's try to solve one more question, one more numerical here. The enthalpy change for the reaction A solid 3B gas forms 3C gas is minus 92.38 kilojoule at 300 Kelvin. MGS says more doubt. I did not got this, sir. Muskan, what? Okay, Muskan. Simple, take a screenshot, sir. Handwriting is very good. Okay, thanks. Okay, you all can take a screenshot also. Yes. MGS says more doubt. बताइए MGS क्या डाउट है आपके? आंसर इसमें अभी नहीं बताना है, ध्यान से देखो. Let us talk about the reaction here. Reaction says that A is in solid state plus 3B is in gaseous state and it converts to 3C, that is again a gaseous state. Now delta U we have to find out, and enthalpy delta H has been given to us. Okay, so delta H equals to delta U plus delta Ng RT. Is this clear? Now delta Ng is change in number of moles of gaseous reactants and product. So here you can see that we have only, you know, for delta Ng, number of gaseous in product minus moles minus number of gaseous moles in reactant. So in case of product we have, you know, 3. So 3. Again in case of reactant also we have 3 moles of gas. See, this A is in solid. Actually 4 moles are there, but out of those 4 we have to take only 3 because, you know, 3 is in gaseous, 3B is in gaseous state. So minus 3, this will come out to be 0. Now delta H equals to, we will just put the value of delta Ng in the equation, we will get 0 RT. So delta H equals to delta U. Okay, and delta U we have to find out, delta H equal to minus 92.38. So the delta U also will be minus 92.38 kilojoule per mole. Okay, or we can say kilojoule only, not per mole. So the correct answer is option 1. Exactly. एग्जाम में कई बार आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा, रिएक्शन आपको देंगे और उस रिएक्शन में किस तरीके से आप प्रोडक्ट फॉर्म करेंगे और रिएक्शन में डेल्टा एच डेल्टा यू के बीच में रिलेशनशिप, न्यूमेरिकल और बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन इस तरह से रिलेटेड पूछे जाते हैं. So you can see option number 1 is the correct answer. Anyone having any doubt? Exactly. Gunjan Sharma, you can say in that way also, that because delta Ng is 0, so change in U is equal to change in enthalpy. Very good. So that can be concluded from this, statement also. Okay. That as delta Ng is 0, delta H, enthalpy change and internal energy change are equal. कोई डाउट किसी को यहाँ तक? Okay. Now let's discuss the question number 61. Strongest acid among the following is. Okay. So now in case of substituted carboxylic acid, we have benzoic acid, then we have orthomethyl benzoic acid, paramethyl benzoic acid, metamethyl benzoic acid. Shiva Prasad is saying, sir, second. Anyone else? Now try to understand this fact, that there is an effect called ortho effect. Note it down. नहीं, distant effect यहाँ पे नहीं लगेगा. Ortho effect is playing the major role, and I will tell you why. See, in case of benzoic acid, the molecule is planar. Okay, planarity is the basic criteria, one of the most basic criteria for aromaticity. Okay, but if at ortho position some substitution comes out there, then the carboxylic group will be, it will have some steric hindrance. Okay, and due to that steric hindrance, okay, and due to that steric hindrance, what will happen? The carboxylic group will move out of the plane, and that's why the delocalization will be affected and H plus will be released easily. So you can note it down here, that due to presence of methyl group, CS3 group, in ortho position, okay, Gunjan Sharma, the planarity is hindered for carboxylic group. Okay, और इसकी वजह से क्या होता है? Due to this, what happens? The acidic strength increases. Okay, so the correct answer here will be option number 2. So strongest acid among them is, so you can see second is the correct answer. Now let's talk about question number 54. In lead storage battery, the electrolyte used is, बताइए इसका आंसर. Yes, Gunjan Sharma, same trend will follow. जैसे जैसे बड़े उसमें ग्रुप्स आते जाएंगे, प्लेनैरिटी उतनी ही ज़्यादा लूज होगी, एंड ट्रेंड विल बी, सेम ट्रेंड विल बी फॉलोड देयर. Yes, okay, paste of KOH and ZNO, in which cell it is present? First tell me that in which cell paste of KOH and ZNO is there. It is in Yes, option 2 is correct answer here. Okay, it is in zinc, cadmium or mercury cell it is present. So, this one is in zinc cadmium cell. Now, this is your correct answer. Now, paste of NH4 and ZnCl2, this is present in Leclanche cell. Yes, dry cell. Okay. Then 40% KOH solution, this is present in fuel cells. Okay. This paste of KOH and ZNO, it is present in mercury cell. So, and this is present in our lead storage battery. So, option number 2, let us have a look here. Option number 2, that is 38% by mass H2SO4 is the correct answer here. Okay. Now, you have to memorize the reactions that are taking place in different cells also, and you have to memorize what are the cathode, anode. Okay. Along with that, you have to memorize the reactions for discharging and charging. So, all these things you should memorize. Okay. Anyone having a doubt, please ask in the comment box. Now, this is a very important question. How many isomers of C4H9Br will be classified as primary halides? Yes. First of all, we have to draw the isomers of this C4H9Br. So, very soon I am drawing this. Okay. Here we can see that C4 carbon are there and there is one Br. Okay. And then, we have this. Then this thing is also there. Okay. And one more isomer will be there. So, these 4 isomers are there. Siva Prasad said 3. Anvesha said sir 2. Okay. So, who is correct here? Gunjan Sharma 2. Now, basically primary halides are those halides in which the halogen that is attached to the carbon atom is attached to only one more carbon atom. So, here you can see that this carbon atom is the carbon with which halogen Br is being attached here. So, it is attached to only one carbon atom. So, we can say it is a primary halide. Okay. Now, here also you can see this carbon is attached to Br and it is directly attached to one carbon only. So, this one is also 1 degree. But if we talk about in this third example, you can see that this carbon containing halogen is directly attached to 3. So, it is 3 degree. And in this case, we can see that the carbon containing halogen is actually attached to 2 carbon atoms. So, it is 2 degree. So, we have to tell that how many primary halides are there. So, 1 and 2. So, definitely 2 is the correct answer here. Now, let us have a look at the answer slide. So, it is option number 2. Okay. So, I wanted to discuss some more questions, but there is a certain time limit. Now, let us invite our botany ma'am for the discussion of your botany questions.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome, Sukriti ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So,
please carry on with
thank
botany
you
part.
so much. So, I hope everyone is enjoying the chemistry session. So, now it's time for botany. So, hello everyone. Welcome you all again for the discussion of AIATS Plus Phase 1 Mock Test 2. So, we are very much familiar with the very popular flagship of Aakash Institute, that's AIATS. And now this is a plus version, right? So, it's something different from the previous one. So, how it is different? Because it is personalized learning for ultimate success, right? So, how exactly it benefits you? So, like if you are attempting this particular paper and let's suppose you are not able to attempt a question because of the conceptual inclarity, or maybe you have attempted it incorrectly, right? Then in those cases, this particular series is designed in such a way that they'll be providing you with extra 5 questions to attempt to know this concept in more brief. right? And apart from that, they are also going to analyze what are your gray areas in which you still need improvement, and right here we are assisting you so that you can clear those concepts as well, right? So now, not taking too much amount of time, let's proceed with the questions. So when we have analyzed the error analysis, and that's how we got to know that there are certain questions in which majority of the students have done mistakes, and that's why we are discussing it over here. And the very first question among them was question number 139. So by seeing to this particular question, what we can infer is that this belongs to the chapter anatomy of flowering plants. And usually what happens is it's a diagram based question, right? So when we study the entire chapter, what we often skip out is that the diagram part, specifically these diagrams which were in the introductional area, right? So it's the topic that's called as apical meristem, from which this particular diagram belongs to, right? So before answering this question, we should first know about this structure, right? So if we can see this diagram, by just looking at it, how we are going to infer that which particular structure is this inferring to, right? So firstly, what we can see here is this particular structure, a pointed thimble-like structure, and this structure basically represents root cap, right? Now, this kind of structure is not found in shoot apical meristem, right? So this is first distinguishing feature. Again, one more distinguishing feature is represented over here. If you see certain cells which are like represented in the form of dots in certain structure, it basically represents the meristematic tissues which can divide real fast. And because they are dividing, that's the reason why they are very small in size, having dense cytoplasm, conspicuous nuclei, a very big one, so that the division could be controlled, right? So if you could see the placement of these cells, you could see that they are present at the tip. And that is what a characteristic feature of it, that the root apical meristem is present at the root tip. On the contrary, if we talk about shoot apical meristem, then that is present at the distantmost axis, right? So this D is basically representing root apical meristem, right? Now, if we talk about this B part here, this is representing protoderm. As you can see, the placement, it's quite towards the outside area on the surface part. So that is why later it will develop into the epidermis. It will help in the formation of epidermis. Now, A, the label A over here, is present after the protoderm, somewhat in the middle. So that's why we could clearly say that this would be cortex, right? And here, if you see this particular part, a cylindrical region here, this is the central cylinder, which will later going to form the vascular tissue or the stellar part, right? So this is the arrangement of all the tissues in the root, and that's what we have to decipher in the question also. So if we get back to the question after reading this, we could clearly say that D is representing root apical meristem, and based on that we could rule out option number 3 and option number 4, as they were inferring it to be initials of root apex and the root cap, right? It's not depicting the root cap at all. Now coming to the C part here, right? If we go back to the diagram over here, we have skipped this particular label C. Now what does this C represents? It represents the initials of root cap. That means these are the primary cells which are going to help in the formation of root cap later, right? So if we could see here, then C is representing initials of root cap. So we could rule out the first depiction of the labels as well. And B, we have already deciphered that this is going to be protoderm because of its placement at the outside, and A is going to be the cortex one. So the second depiction of the label is the correct one. So the correct answer is going to be option number 2. So yes, There are too many people who were answering it to be 2. So that's correct. So let's verify it again with the help of the answer slide as well. So yes, the correct answer over here is 2, right? So don't leave any diagrams if they are present in the NCERT, because it's a recent trend that the questions are being coming on the diagrams, right? Certain times on the inference of what they do, and certain times just they will ask you to label them, right? So don't leave any diagram if it's present in the NCERT section, right? Now moving ahead to the next one, we have 150 question, again being mistaken by a lot many students, and it is from satellite DNA. So often we get confused with this particular concept. So firstly we will try to understand that what satellite DNA is all about, right? So when we talk about our genome, right, specifically the human genome, if we talk about, we know for a fact that there is less than 2% will be the coding region. That means the region which is going to code for proteins, so they are basically the genes, and then majority of the section is repetitive DNA, right? So yes, we are getting certain answers also for ma'am. Definitely, maybe we'll analyze it. We are not going to jump directly to the answers, because certain time in this sort of hurry, we often, mistakenly, take the answer which is not correct. So yes, we'll analyze and we'll let you know whether you are answered it correctly or not. But let's first understand that what satellite DNA is all about. Okay. So when we talk about the repetitive DNA, it's the major chunk. Now in this, we have a region which is known as satellite DNA. Right, and for a fact आपने देखा भी होगा planet के साथ एक satellite होता है, like we have Earth and its satellite is Moon. Similar way, we have the bulk DNA and then we have a satellite DNA. So if we actually separate these two, what we are going to get in terms of buoyant density and the absorbance, what we are going to notice is a small peak and then a bigger peak. This bigger peak is basically depicting the bulk DNA, and this smaller one is actually depicting the satellite DNA. So what is so unique about it? There will be a certain sequence that is going to repeat multiple times, right? So satellite DNA, if we were classifying it based on that, what is the base composition, right? What is the length of that particular repeat? If we want to classify them on this particular basis, we could classify them into mini satellite or microsatellite. Now, how we come to know that whether it's going to be mini satellite or a microsatellite? Mini satellite, when we talk about the sequence that we are talking about, the sequence that is going to repeat multiple times, a single sequence of that would be of 10 to 100 base pairs. And because of the repeats it does, the size it's going to attain will be between 0.1 to 20 kb. On the contrary, if we talk about the microsatellite, the sequence that we are talking about would be of 1 to 6 base pairs, and therefore the size will be lesser than 1 kb, right? So satellite DNA is not going to code anything, but it is so unique that it is going to be unique in different individuals, and that is the reason why it is used as a paramount measure for DNA fingerprinting, right? It's the basis of DNA fingerprinting because it shows the polymorphism. Yeah, right? So polymorphism is the basis, and because satellite DNA is having a high degree of polymorphism, that is why it is utilized during DNA fingerprinting, right? Now, this is all about the satellite DNA. Now, if we, going by this knowledge, if we want to solve this particular question, what we could do, satellite DNA, it codes for proteins which are needed in the chloroplast. We have already established the fact that the saying that ma'am, this number given in molecular basis of inheritance that do in DNA fingerprinting. Absolutely correct. right? So this is how you can infer it from NCERT also. That's correctly depicted over there. So first one is saying that it is coding for proteins. So straight away you don't have to read for the entire thing. You could simply rule out this option because they were saying that it is going to code for a protein, regardless any site, right? Second, also saying that it is going to code for enzyme for Krebs cycle. So we know enzymes, majority of the enzymes are proteinaceous in nature. So if they are not coding for anything, right, so how they are going to code for the enzymes that are going to be utilized during Krebs cycle. Then option 3 says does not code for proteins. So that is true. It does not code for proteins because they belong to the non-coding region. And fourth says forms a little portion of human genome. This is incorrect. Now why it is incorrect? Because during the Human Genome Project, we have got this fact by the analysis that less than 2% is the coding region, rest all is a repetitive DNA or the non-coding part, right? We are still trying to figure out what they do, but up to the finding that has been published till 2003 Human Genome Project, according to that, really sorry for this. So, according to that particular finding, what we know till now is that there are a huge chunk which is not going to code for any protein, right? And this satellite DNA belongs to the repetitive sequences that forms the major chunk of human genome. So we cannot say that it forms a little portion, rather on the contrary, it forms a bigger portion of it, right? So that is what satellite DNA is all about. Now, sometimes this question is not going to come in terms of satellite DNA. A very popular word from this topic, from which the questions also come, is VNTR, right? I hope you know the full form of this particular abbreviation, that is variable number of tandem repeats, right? So when we talk about VNTR, what is VNTR? This is being popularly used in RFLP technique, that means the DNA fingerprinting technique that is being told by Alec Jeffrey to us, right? So when we talk about this VNTR, it belongs to this section, mini satellite, right? So how we know that what is VNTR? Let's suppose there is a sequence like this, A, T, C, G, G, A, C, for example. I'm writing a smaller sequence, but that doesn't mean that it belongs to microsatellite. It's going to be belonging to the mini satellite, right? So let's suppose this particular is a mini satellite sequence. And now we are going to name this particular sequence as A1, right? Let's suppose this A1 is repeating 4 times in the genome. So the VNTR now becomes 4, right? So this is how many times this particular tandem sequence is going to repeat itself. So certain times you can get the questions from VNTR section also, because that's a very popular word that's being taken from this particular section, right? I hope this is clear to everyone. So yes, Rajmani is correctly writing it as variable number of tandem repeats. So kudos to you. So now if we go back, as we have already established that the correct answer is going to be option number 3. So let's see whether we have reached to the correct answer or not. So yes, the correct answer for this particular question is option number 3. Right. Moving ahead to the next one. Question number 120, which says embryo formation in citrus cannot be a result of, right? So when we talk about citrus, we know it's a flowering plant, right? So if we talk about the sexual reproduction in flowering plants, so what we know for a fact that we are going to have androecium as the male reproductive structure, and we'll have gynoecium as the female reproductive structure, right? So androecium is going to give us the pollens, which is going to carry the male gametes, because this is male gametophyte, and gynoecium is going to give us the embryo sac, right? So when we talk about the embryo sac, a mature one and found in majorly groups of angiosperms. So it's a 7-celled 8-nucleate structure. So where we're going to have 2 synergids with filiform apparatus, we'll have an egg cell. These 3 will going to form the egg apparatus. Then we'll be having 3 antipodal cells here, of course with the nuclei. Sorry, I missed it in the synergids, but they do have one nucleus. So these are the antipodals. And then we'll be having a central cell, right, this one, which is going to have 2 polar nuclei, right. Now the pollen is going to have 2 male gametes. I am depicting it with Mg, right. So one male gamete is going to fertilize this egg cell here, and when this male gamete going to fertilize the egg cell, as both of them are haploid, right. तो जो structure ये बनाएंगे fertilization के बाद, that's gonna be diploid. So this gonna be zygote, a diploid structure, and this is gonna be called as syngamy, right. Now further, another male gamete which is over here is going to fuse with these polar nuclei. They fuse prior to fertilization, both of them, and forms a secondary nucleus, right. And secondary nucleus is going to be diploid, as it is being formed by the fertilization of 2 haploid polar nuclei. Do remember that whenever you are reading all this, you have to pay attention to the ploidies of these structures as well, because certain times the twist comes with polarity. Sorry, the ploidy, not the polarity. Okay, so when we talk about the male gamete, another one, when it is going to fuse with the secondary nucleus, this is haploid, this is going to be diploid, it's going to form PEN, primary endosperm nucleus, and this is be triploid in nature. This process is triple fusion, right. Now why I am telling you this? Because the question is asking about embryo, which is going to be formed by this structure, zygote, right. So embryo can be formed by the process of syngamy here, right. Triple fusion forms this pen, and this is going to lead to the formation of endosperm, right, the nutritive fluid. So if we talk about citrus specifically, so of course one zygote, one embryo is going to be formed by this particular process known as syngamy. But in citrus we see another, phenomenon with which it could produce the embryo, and that phenomenon is apomixis, right, as you could see over here. Now what is apomixis? Apomixis is basically a process with which we could make the seeds without fertilization, right. So when we talk about the seeds, they're going to have embryo. So another process with which the citrus plants can make the embryo is going to be apomixis. It's a kind of asexual reproduction which tries to mimic the sexual reproduction, because sexual reproduction result is going to be the formation of embryo because of the zygote, right. So it is mimicking the sexual reproduction, but because fertilization is not occurring, therefore we are not going to call it as sexual reproduction. So it's a form of asexual reproduction. So these are the methods with which citrus can produce the embryo, right. Now the question is asking, with which of the following processes it cannot make the embryo? So when we talk about double fertilization, we're gonna tick it as yes. Why? Because double fertilization is what? It is the summation of syngamy and triple fusion. Together they'll be termed as double fertilization. So as it includes syngamy, and yes, we know for a fact that citrus can produce the embryo with the help of syngamy, therefore it's a correct one for the citrus to form the embryo. Now apomixis is another phenomenon with which citrus can do that. Now coming to triple fusion, yes, it occurs in citrus, but it does not yield into the embryo formation, right. So don't haphazardly read the question. Do see that yes, triple fusion is present. If the question would have asked you that with which phenomenon endosperm is going to be formed, you must have ticked this one, triple fusion. But now this is going to be incorrect because it's going to lead to the formation of endosperm. So we could rule out this one. Now syngamy is again a process with which it could make the embryo. But the question is saying with which it cannot, right? So the correct answer is now becomes option number 3, and we could rule out option number 1, 2 and 4. This is how we will be reaching on to the correct answer, and the correct answer is going to be option number 3, right? So we have reached the correct answer, option number 3, right? I hope this is clear to everyone, right? If you will be having any queries, do post it onto the comment box so that we could address it and clear it here only, right? Moving ahead to the next one, we have question number 135, which is saying that which one is not explained by species area relationship curve, right? It's a very popular topic from the chapter biodiversity. Many questions have been came in the PYQs as well. So that is why you cannot leave this topic at all. So certain times the question comes by giving the curve, certain time the question comes on the findings of it or the propositions the scientist which has given this particular curve has proposed. So you cannot leave this topic. This is really important with perspective to the NEET examination. So if we talk about the species area relationship curve, we should know who has proposed it, and that is Alexander von Humboldt, right? So what he says that if you will see the species richness and if you are going to measure it across an area, so with the increased explored area, species richness is also going to increase, but obviously up to a limit. So a major proposition that he has given is that for a wide variety of taxa, this relationship between species richness and area is going to be a rectangular hyperbola. This is very important to know the shape. Certain times the easy question comes by asking that what is going to be the shape for wide variety of taxa. So if we plot this curve, right, if we talk about the area here and on the y-axis we are going to plot the species richness, what we are going to see a curve like this, right, up to a limit. But because this is a rectangular hyperbola and analysis would be a little bit difficult, so to make it easier, they have converted into a linear graph. And how we can do that? We can do that on a log scale. So initially for this, the equation that is being proposed by Humboldt was S is equal to Ca to the power Z, where S is going to represent the species richness, C is going to represent the y-intercept, A is representing the area, and Z is representing the regression coefficient. Now why it is important? Because you may ask about the values of the regression coefficient as well, right? Now as we can see, this equation is little tedious to formulate and to make the measurements according to it. So they have converted into a log equation, and the equation now turns out to be on a log scale as log S is equal to log C plus Z log A, right? And now the curve becomes linear. So the important part over here is that when we talk about this species area relationship curve, species richness in area curve, so what happens is that for a smaller area, right, like if we talk about, let's say, if we want to analyze the population of birds in California, we want to talk about the mollusk population, right, or we want to talk about the population of plants in Britain. So those are the smaller areas, the country type areas. For them, usually the value of Z, that means the regression coefficient, lies in the range of 0.1 to 0.2. Now, if we go from the smaller area to a larger area, how this curve changes? The graph now becomes more steeper. This is a very important point that you have to pay attention to, that जैसे जैसे हमारा एरिया बढ़ता जाएगा वैसे वैसे linear curve steeper होता जाएगा. That means it is going to close towards the y-axis. So if let's suppose this is for the smaller area, this curve almost becomes like this for a larger area like a continent. Like for example, if we talk about a population of frugivorous birds in tropical forests, or we talk about the mammals population in the tropical forest all across, then it will become bigger. So correctly told by Rajmani that it's going to lie now in the range of 0.6 to 1.2, right? So you should remember that it's going to be close towards the y-axis when the area becomes larger, right? So this is what he has proposed through this. Now by understanding this part, let's see whether we are able to solve the question or not. So the first one says that on the log scale, relationship between species richness and area is straight line. We have already established this कि अगर हम उसे log scale में convert करेंगे तो फिर area जो हमारा curve होगा वो कैसा होगा, straight line होगा. But if it's not on the log scale, it's going to be rectangular hyperbola, right? Now the second one is saying that the slope of the line is much steeper for very small areas. So this is where this line is incorrect. So what it does say is that it is going to be much steeper, but when they were talking about very small areas. But on the contrary, it's going to happen when it is going to be a larger area, right? Now coming to option number 3, which says species richness increases with increasing explored area but only up to a limit. That is also true. That's the initial proposition by Humboldt. And option 4 says that the relation between species richness and area is rectangular hyperbola for variety of taxa. So that is also true. And as we have to identify the one that's not going to be explained by the relation species area relationship curve, that's statement number 2, right? So the correct answer is going to be option number 2, right? So Ashish is saying tomorrow is NACB gives some advice, ma'am. Okay, so see, advice for any paper is going to be thorough with the concepts, right? Whether it's going to be NACB or NEET. And I will right now say that all the best. Do not worry, do not panic. Read the questions thoroughly. They are not going to ask you something out of the box, right? But only analysis based questions. So do pay attention while doing the things, and I'll say all the best already. Do well, right? Okay, so now not distracting ourselves to this particular part, we are still going to talk about AITS Plus, where we are going to talk about the mistakes that you oftenly do, right? And the students pan India have done these mistakes because of certain inclarity in the concepts, right? And that's what we are assisting you with the class as well, right? Now moving ahead to the next one, and that is question number 125, which is an assertion reason type questions, right? So when we talk about the assertion reason part, so this is a question that commonly comes these days in NEET. It's a common pattern and the question numbers of this assertion reason type has been increasing also. So assertion reason over here says that first the assertion statement that dominance is an autonomous feature of a gene, right? This statement is incorrect, right? Now how I know that it is an incorrect one? It says that it is going to be autonomous feature of a gene. That means single presence of a gene could define that whether the gene is going to be dominant or not, right? So this is where it is incorrect. So when we talk about the gene and its dominance, it will depend upon that which particular topic which particular trait we are talking about, right? Like for example, if we say that let's suppose we are talking about a gene which is a pleiotropic gene, right? What is a pleiotropic gene? A single gene which can control many traits or many characters, right? Let's suppose it controls the expression of these 3 characters A, B and C, right? So it may happen for trait A, this gene is going to act as a dominant one. For trait B, it's going to be recessive one. For trait C also, it's going to be a recessive one, right? So now the perspective is being changed, right? Now it's not the autonomous feature. That means if this particular gene is present, let's suppose we are going to call this gene as X. So it's not going to be that X is going to be dominant in case of all these traits. No, for this trait, it is dominant. For these two, it is recessive. So it's not going to be an autonomous feature. Similar way, certain times the expression of a gene is also controlled by the elements that are being present prior, or that means upstream or downstream to it. Those are regulatory sequences. So let's suppose the body does not demand the production. Even if the gene is dominant, it's not going to express itself, right? So just the presence of gene is not going to define the dominance of it. So that is why we can simply infer that dominance is not an autonomous feature of a gene. But the assertion over here says that it is an autonomous feature, and because of that we have made this particular statement an incorrect one. And because the assertion statement is incorrect, simply हम फर्स्ट और सेकेंड ऑप्शन को रूल आउट कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि दोनों ही क्या कंसिडर कर रहे हैं कि assertion ट्रू स्टेटमेंट है, right? Now coming to the reason statement, which says that dominance depends much on the gene product and the production of a particular phenotype from this product, right? So this is correct. Dominance gene product पे भी rely करेगा, and also onto the phenotype of this product. Like for example, if we talk about a gene, let's say, which controls the coat color in rabbit, right? It's a gene that has multiple alleles, right? So it has 4 of them, like C, which is going to control or give the brown color, brown fur. Then we have CCH, which is going to be controlling the chinchilla kind of thing, which is having a black tipped white fur. Then we have CH Himalayan, which is going to have white fur but having the paws and the nose area and the ears in the blacker color. And then we have small c, right, which is going to be albino, entirely white one, right? So the dominance order changes here also, like C is the most dominant one, then C, CH, then CH, and then C. So let's suppose if C is present, then regardless on the second position which one is going to come, it will always be brown color, right? So it is depending upon the gene product which for which we are talking about, right, and also the phenotypic expression that we talk about. So by this we could say that dominance is not going to be an autonomous feature, but reason is correctly saying it does depend on gene product, it does depend upon the production of a particular phenotype from this product, right? So reason is a correct statement, and based on that we could rule out option number 4, which is stating that it's going to be the false statement. So the correct answer is going to be option number 3. Usually to do these questions, the trick is firstly identify that both of them are true or not, right? If they are being one of them is false, first 2 options are out of picture, right? That whether it's a correct explanation or not. So those 2 are already out of picture. If both of them are true, then you have to read the statement in a way that firstly you read assertion and then put because, and then finally read the reason statement, and you will come to know that whether it's going to make the correct reason for it or not, right? So this is how you will be doing the assertion reason based questions. So as per the discussion, we have landed to the correct answer, and that's option number 3. Right? I hope this is being clear to everyone. So this is how you will be solving the assertion reason type questions. Now moving ahead, we have another one, that's question number 143. And that is select the odd one regarding arithmetic growth. Again, a very popular topic with perspective to the NEET examination. तो growth pattern से बहुत सारे questions आते हैं. Where to get the PDFs of these questions? Okay, so for this you have to check the website, right? And I'll talk about this so that you guys can have the PDFs available, right? But right now I'm not that much aware that from where you can get it, but of course we'll get back to you with this particular one, that from where you can get those. But prior to that, let's understand this particular question. That's question number 143, which talks about the arithmetic growth. So talking about the growth patterns that usually organisms show, we can have 2 types of growth patterns. One is the arithmetic growth, and another one is going to be, and another one is going to be geometric growth. And again, I have written it incorrectly. Let's make it correct one. Right. So when we talk about the arithmetic growth, it's not EA. So when we talk about arithmetic growth, how it is different from the geometric one. When we talk about the arithmetic growth, let's suppose this is the single cell with which we are starting the growth part. So when it divides, it forms two daughter cells, right? Now, in arithmetic growth, what happens is one of them gets mature and differentiates. So this will remain like this. I'll put D over here so that you will know that this is a differentiated one, and the other one is going to divide. Now what happens? This will remain like this. Now this will also get differentiated, and now this one will divide. So among the generation, what happens that out of the two daughter cell, one gets mature and differentiates, and the other one is going to divide, right? Now in the geometric, on the contrary, what happens is that when two daughter cells are being made, they'll further divide, right? So both the daughter cell will retain the capability of division. Now when we talk about the arithmetic growth, what happens here is that as only one of the daughter cells is dividing, so we could depict it by the equation LT is equal to L naught plus RT. And if you want to see a perfect example of it, you could see the root elongation occurring at a constant rate, right? So over here in this particular expression, L is basically representing the length. So LT will be at the time at which you are measuring, L naught will be the initial length, R will be the growth rate, and T is the time, right? On the contrary, if you will see the geometric growth, as both of the daughter cells retain the capability of division, here the equation changes and it becomes like this, right? So here this type of growth is basically being shown by all types of cells, usually which are growing in the natural environment. Why? Because over here what happens is that initially cells try to acclimatize themselves in the environment, and therefore the growth rate is slow. Then further, when they acclimatize themselves perfectly, then they grow rapidly, and then further it is gonna attain a stationary phase where the toxins accumulate in the system, or the growth rate is now become saturated or almost negligible or zero, reaches to zero, right? So what happens here is that if we plot a curve here, we will get a straight line, right? Sorry, I've started it from 0. So it will be somewhat like this, a straight line, because the growth is occurring at a constant rate. But here on the contrary, what we are going to have a S-shaped curve. Initially a lag phase where the cells are acclimatizing themselves, then they multiply rapidly, which is being known as log phase, and further they'll attain a stationary phase. They have already reached the stationary phase here. So this type of curve we could see during geometric growth, and this is known as S-shaped curve. And here we get the linear one, right? So this is how the arithmetic and geometric growth could be studied. Now coming to the back one, the question says select the odd one regarding arithmetic growth, that only one daughter cell continues to divide while the other differentiates and mature. So this happens during arithmetic growth. It's not true for geometric growth, right? Now option 2 says in the mathematical expression R represents growth rate. In both of them, R represents the growth rate. So here they are talking only about arithmetic, so this is correct. Option 3 says exhibits S-shaped curve. So that is incorrect with respect to arithmetic growth. It is correct for the geometric growth. Now option 4 says elongation of root at a constant rate is an example of this type of growth. That is again true with respect to arithmetic growth. And because we have to identify the odd one here, therefore it's only written in option 3, which that says that it exhibits the S-shaped curve, right? So there is a student who's saying lag, log and stationary phase. That's correct. And okay, going by to see the answer here. So the correct answer for this particular question is going to be option number 3, which says that it exhibits S-shaped curve. This option would have been correct for arithmetic growth if they would have written that it exhibits the linear curve, right? Now, moving ahead to the next one, we have 138, which says select the characteristic features which are true for tomato plant, right? So, when we talk about this plant, tomato, so this is a floral formula, right? And how we have reached to this conclusion that this is the floral formula, because tomato belongs to Solanaceae family, and this is the only family that's still being there in the rationalized NCERT, right? So you cannot leave it at all because this was the only one that's been there. Yes, in NEET you may get the questions from other families as well, but this is a very important one, and tomato does belong to this family. Commonly हम इस family को क्या बोलते हैं? Potato family, right? So when we talk about the Solanaceae family and its floral characters specifically, so floral characters can be studied with the help of the floral formula which is being depicted here. So this symbol is representing that it's going to be having actinomorphic flowers. That means flowers are going to show radial symmetry. Now this symbol depicts that it's going to be bisexual. That means the flowers are going to have both androecium and gynoecium. Then this K represents the calyx part, right? They have persistent calyx, and this 5 is representing the number of sepals, the individual units of calyx, and because they are being enclosed within the brackets, that means they are all going to be fused. So this is gamosepalous condition, right? Now coming to this C, which represents the corolla, and here 5 of them are present, but because they are being present within the bracket, that shows that it is going to show gamopetalous condition. Then we have this A, which represents androecium, right? And this androecium is going to have 5 sepals. All of them are free. Then G represents the gynoecium, right? And this is the female reproductive part, and 2 carpels are going to be there. That means we are going to call this as bicarpellary, right? And it will be having a swollen placenta with many ovules, and also this is going to be a syncarpous ovary. Why? Because this number 2 is being enclosed within the brackets. Now there is one problem in this floral formula, and what is that? The problem is that here an arc is missing, right, between C and A. What does this arc represent? This arc is very important. If that is not present in the floral formula, that's an incorrect one for Solanaceae family. This particular arc is basically depicting the epipetalous condition. That means the stamens are going to be attached with the petals, right? So now this floral formula is complete, and talking about this particular floral formula talks about that what are going to be the floral features. Now what type of floral features we cannot identify from here? The very first one is placentation, right? And when we talk about the placentation, we see axile placentation over here. Same goes with aestivation, that also cannot be seen from here. That's valvate aestivation here, right? So these are the floral features which we could see from this floral formula. Now let's get back and see that what kind of floral features, or the features basically they were asking about the tomato plant. Now first it was saying that placentation is going to be axile, so that is true, right? Because tomato belongs to the Solanaceae family, and in that members show axile placentation. Tomato is one of them. Now B says flowers is actinomorphic and perigynous. So till this statement is saying that flowers is actinomorphic, till then it's correct because it does show radial symmetry. But when it says that it's going to be perigynous, it is incorrect. Now why it is incorrect? Because if we see the floral formula here, this G is having a bar beneath it. This bar is depicting that the ovary is going to be superior. What does this mean? That ovary is taking up the highest position in terms or with respect to the other floral whorls on a thalamus, right? So this type of flowers in which we find the superior ovary are being termed as hypogynous flowers, right? नाम से ही पता चल रहा है, gynous, hypogynous, that means everything is beneath the gynosium, right? So getting back here, because it is saying it's perigynous, it's going to be incorrect for tomato plant. Now C says that seeds are endospermous, so that's true. When we talk about the Solanaceae family, the seeds are endospermous and the fruits that we generally observe in this family are berry or capsule. If that would have been written, then also it would be true. Now D says that stamens are epipetalous, that is correct again. E says gynosium is apocarpous. So this is incorrect. Why it is incorrect? Because if we see the formula, it is showing that it is in syncarpous condition. That means carpels are fused. Apocarpous means that they are free, right? So this is incorrect. So the correct ones over here for the tomato plant is going to be A, C and D, which is correctly depicted in option number 2. So we could rule out option number 1, 3 and 4. So the correct answer over here is going to be option number 2, right? So you have to learn the floral features. Yes, it is going to be entirely fact based thing. But yes, we should know about the features because morphology बहुत important chapter है. बहुत बार straightforward questions आते हैं, कई बार comparisons आते हैं between the families. So that's why we should know about the keen features of these particular families. Now moving ahead to another question, that's question number 106, and see again this particular question is asking about Solanaceae family, and we could see here clearly that जब हमने error analysis किया है तो उसमें हमने क्या देखा है कि majority of the students are still lacking behind in learning the features of these family. But you cannot leave this topic, it's really important, so you should do it. Right, but here during the discussion of AIATS Plus, we are making it easy for you because we are doing this discussion so that you can understand this and learn it properly. Now this question says that which of the following features are correct for plants of family Solanaceae. So again, as I've told you, we can see the floral formula. Again, the same mistake here, that it's gonna be epipetalous, right? So let's analyze it with this floral formula again. That flower with bilateral symmetry, no, it's with radial symmetry because it is showing that it's going to be actinomorphic, right? So we could rule out this one. Then it says that it has exstipulate leaves. So that is correct. It does have exstipulate leaves. Usually the leaves that we observe are simple and alternate. Exstipulate are there. Exstipulate means that stipules are not going to be there. What are stipules? These are the leaf-like appendages that are being found near the leaf base. So C says swollen placenta with many ovules. That's again correct with respect to the Solanaceae family. But of course, swollen placenta with many ovules, you cannot decipher it with the help of floral formula. So you should know that which floral characters you can decipher and which one cannot be deciphered with the help of the floral formula. Now D says non-endospermous seeds, but abhi humne pichle question mein kiya and we have identified that they have endospermous seeds. So only B and C are true for Solanaceae family and that's correctly depicted in option 4. So yes, someone has already marked it to be the fourth option. Wonderful. So fourth is the correct answer and we could rule out all others as they are considering others to be true for Solanaceae as well. So the correct answer is yes, option number 4. Now moving ahead, we have another question, that's question number 148, which talks about mark the incorrect statement with respect to predation, right? So if we see the recent trends of the NEET, we have also observed that population interaction has comes in various forms, right? Like 1 year they were asking like 2 to 3 match the columns regarding to population interaction. Sometimes they'll ask the statement based questions onto that. So this is really important. So this is again one of the plus features of AITS Plus is that we are in sync with the NEET, so they so that you can get the real time experience that how you're going to solve them there and crack the final challenge. So question number 148 talks about predation, of course one of the population interactions, a very popular one which we are reading from like really junior classes. So when we talk about predation and we talk about the interaction between the two types of organism, here one of them gets the benefit and other is going to be harmed. The one that gets the benefit is the predator itself, and the one that is going to be harmed is going to be prey, right? So when we talk about the predator-prey relationship, predator gets the benefit and prey of course is on the harm side. Now what is the reason that this particular interaction is still surviving in the ecosystem is because of the fact that firstly predation, that means the predator, right, it keeps the prey population under check, right? It will never allow the prey to grow like indefinitely, because if that's going to happen, ecological balance is going to be disturbed. Then it will also maintain the species diversity. Again, very important to maintain a stable ecosystem, right? Now one important thing, the predator is never going to be over efficient, right? Because if it does, so let's suppose if we talk about a predator and its prey, right? Now let's suppose if predator become over efficient, what will happen? It will keep on feeding onto the prey and the population of prey is going to be decreased. And finally what happens? The time will come when the prey will become extinct entirely. And that is the reason the nature has maintained the balance by making the predator prudent, sharp enough to hunt the prey, but not over efficient that it would extinct the prey, right? This is very important to understand that it's the prudent predator that's been present in the ecosystem, right? So this is why predation is so important for the ecosystem, and that is the reason why it still exists in the nature. So by analyzing all this, let's get back to the question and try to identify whether we can solve it or not. So first one is saying that herbivores have a greater advantage since plants cannot run away to avoid predation. So that is true. So yes, you may get amazed that our herbivores are also predators. Yes, because herbivores are feeding upon the plants. Plants are being acting like a prey. So because of course plants cannot run away like a deer can run when he sees the lion. So that is why herbivores are at a greater advantage. They'll have more successful predation rate in comparison to the carnivores, because the carnivores are hunting on the herbivores which can run away really fast, right? Option 2 says if a predator is prudent, the prey population will become extinct. So this is how this line is incorrect. Why? Because over here they were talking about a prudent predator which will maintain the prey population. It will never make the prey population extinct entirely, right? It won't become extinct. When it will become extinct? When the predator is over efficient. If it would have written that it is over efficient and it would get extinct, so that then this particular line would be correct, but here it's incorrect. Now option 3 says predator help in maintaining species diversity, so that is correct. And option 4 says predation keep prey population under control. So yes, they would keep it in check, that they won't grow over in population, because if that happens, what is going to happen, that the one on which they feed is going to be lesser in number, and that's how ecological balance will be disturbed, right? So here we have to identify the incorrect statement, right? And that is the reason why we could clearly see that the option 2 is the incorrect one for predation. So the correct answer is going to be option number 2. So one of them have already answered it to be 2 and one of them have answered, I think, first option. If not, then wonderful. If yes, then of course option 2 is going to be the incorrect one for predation, right? So this is how you will be solving the questions in botany. Read them thoroughly, don't leave any concept, stick to NCERT, and again, if you're lacking somewhere, we are still here with AIATS Plus discussions and a test series like this Magnanimous, which will allow you to identify your mistakes. So I think we are having enough discussion of plants. Now it's time to talk about physics, and for that I would like to welcome Puneet sir on stage here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
over for you.
Thank you. Hello, students. My name is Puneet Kathuria. I am your physics faculty at Aakash, and today we'll be discussing about your exam which was conducted on 20th November. So what questions most of the students have committed wrong. So we'll be discussing primarily those questions only, and let's start with the questions. So here we'll go. So that this is discussion regarding questions which have been committed wrong by most of the students, and this is from paper your AIATS Plus 2025, happened on 20th November 24 only. So let's start with the question. Now the very first question says a magnetizing field intensity of 1000 ampere per meter produces a magnetic flux density 0.25 Weber per meter square in a ferromagnetic substance. The relative permeability of ferromagnetic substance is. Now this question have been committed wrong by most of the students, and rather I should say with the maximum students they have committed wrong. So let's understand where the problem lies. So first we need to understand few terminologies. The first terminology is your magnetic flux density. So what is magnetic flux? So that is, we write it as phi, and this magnetic flux is basically B dot A, or if I write it as BA, definitely cos theta, and this theta is 0, so this is BA. So the first word is flux density. So what is flux density is? Flux density stands for flux per unit area, and that becomes B only. So this flux density is given to you as 0.25. Now the unit says it's Weber per meter square, or we have another unit for the same, that is Tesla. We write it as T. So this is the first terminology we need to understand. Then magnetic field intensity. Now what is this magnetic field intensity is? So this magnetic field intensity is basically represented as H, and this is what we have. This is the external magnetic field applied. Got it? And there is a relation in this external field and B, that is your flux density. So this flux density is what magnetic material has. So it means if you have a magnetic material, this magnetic material may be of any category, maybe of dia, para, ferra, whatever it is, and this is the external magnetic field H. This is the external field applied, and what this magnetic material has, this is basically the flux density, that is B. So this B is given to you as 0.25, this we already know. Now what is the relation between B and H? That is more important. So B can be written as mu times H. So this is the relation, and we were looking for this relation only to solve this question. Now if I write down this relation again, B is equal to mu H, where H is your magnetizing field, this is the external field applied, and this B is what your magnetic material has. Now you can identify with the help of units also. B is either in Tesla or it is Weber per meter square, and H, the unit wise, it's ampere per meter. So, these are the two distinctive hints you have in this question. Now, what this mu stand for? This mu is basically representing the permeability of the medium. So, this is also important point to be noted. So, this mu represents medium. Now, if B by H will have mu, and this mu is for medium, but we are supposed to find out the relative mu, and we know relative mu is always written as mu of the medium. If I write it as mu m by reference as with respect to your absolute value, that is absolute permeability, and this is basically constant for vacuum 4 pi into 10 to the power minus 7. It means we are supposed to find out mu r, but this B and H, let us go back. B is 0.25, H is 1000. So, if I put the values B as 0.25 and H is 1000, you got it. So, put the value of mu m there, 0.25 into 1000, we write it as like this. Now, when you solve this part, it gives you 0.199 into 10 to the power. So, this gives you minus 4 in the denominator, and you take it. So, that gives you what? That gives you 10 to the power 4. So, this is 0.25. So, this gives you 0.2 into 10 to the power 4. So, let me check the values. This is 0.25 into 1000, and when you solve it, this gives you 0.25, and that basically this is the correction. So, this gives you 0.25 into 10 to the power 3. What is this? And when you solve this, so it gives you 2 into 10 to the power 2, and that is the answer. So, let us check the answer. Yes, this is 2 into 10 to the power 2 only. So, this is the first question. Let us move to the next question. The next question says, in YDSE, that is Young's double slit experiment, the ratio of maximum to minimum intensities of the fringe system is 4:1. The amplitudes of the coherent sources are in the ratio. Now, let us understand, I mean, like, you have the very first source giving you intensity, and intensity is, we know, directly proportional to amplitude square. So, this is the first intensity I1 of the source, and this is the second intensity of the source. So, that is B square. So, A is the amplitude of the first light and B is the amplitude for the second light. So, I am writing amplitude as AMP. Now, when you say maximum, we know maximum amplitude is given by A plus B whole square, and what is the minimum amplitude when these two interfere? So, minimum amplitude is A minus B whole square. So, this maximum and minimum ratio is given to us. So, what is this maximum is? 4:1, and it becomes A plus B, A minus B whole square, and when you do the under the root, so let us move to this part. So, A plus B by A minus B gives you 2:1, and we are supposed to find out the ratio of the amplitudes of the sources. So, it means we have to find out A by B. This is what is being asked from the question. So, now let us multiply this. So, when you cross multiply this, so it becomes 2A minus 2B, and when you take A on the other side, it gives you like this B on this side gives you this. So, what this A by B becomes? When you rearrange, A by B becomes 3:1. So, this is the correct option for the ratio of the amplitudes of the coherent sources, and this is the answer. Let us check the answer. Yes, this is 3:1. So, I hope we have understood this part also. If you have any question, any doubt, anything else, you can ask me. Thanks. We are moving to the next question now. Now, next question says, when a force of 100 Newton is applied on a wire of uniform cross section, and this wire is given to us as shown in the figure, the length of the wire is increased by 1 millimeter. Energy stored in the wire. Now, if you remember the energy density, particularly energy density is amount of energy per unit volume in a wire, and that we have it as half into stress into strain. So, this is the basic formula, but here we have to find out energy. So, we need to multiply this energy density with the volume of the wire, because we have just defined energy density as energy per unit volume. So, what this energy becomes multiplied by the volume of the wire. I hope we are clear on this part. So, what is the stress? The general formula for the stress is force per unit area. What is strain? Strain we have delta L by L, that is increase in length by original length, multiplied by the volume. So, if you can see, we have this wire, its cross section is assumed to be as A and length is assumed to be as L. So, volume of this wire is A into L. So, this AL goes with this. So, what you are left with is half into force into delta L. Delta L is what? That is increase in the length. So, now what is energy? So, this, so let us write down here only. So, we are supposed to find out energy, and that is we are reduced with the formula half F into delta L. So, half is there. What is the force? The given force is 100 Newton, and what is delta L? Delta L is 1 millimeter. So, that gives you 10 to the power minus 3 meter in the SI system. So, this goes with this 50 into 10 to the power minus 3. Energy has to be in joules, and when you rearrange it, it gives you 0.05 joules. So, the answer is 0.05 joules. I hope we have understood this. Still, if you have any doubt, any query regarding the same, you can ask me, you can put up your doubts. I am waiting for your doubts. Okay, let us move on to the next. Yes, the next question is quite interesting. It says, if tube length of an astronomical telescope is 80 centimeter and magnifying power is 15 for normal adjustment, then focal length of the objective lens is. Now, let us understand, we have astronomical telescope. So, what is this astronomical telescope is? So, this telescope is basically used for astronomical objects. So, if you have to view astronomical objects are basically very distant objects. So, if I understand it with the help of a ray diagram, so this astronomical telescope consists of two lenses. One is the objective lens. Now, if if you can see, I have drawn a larger aperture for this. Why we have drawn a larger aperture? Because we have just mentioned it is used for the astronomical objects. So, what these astronomical objects are? These are distant objects. So, when you have distant objects, so definitely these distant objects, these are represented by what? The parallel lines, and these incident parallel line clearly says your object is at infinity, because we are talking about astronomical objects. Because objects are already very far off, so it means to illuminate or to see the image of this, we need to gather the maximum amount of light, and that is why this objective lens is drawn with a larger aperture, so that it can draw the maximum amount of light. Now, when object is at infinity, so where the rays would converge? Definitely would converge at its focus. So, objective lens is a convex lens, object is very far off. So, when object is very far off, so the rays would definitely meet at focus. So, this is first point to be noted. Now, second is normal adjustment. Now, what do you mean by normal adjustment? Now, normal adjustment refers to a condition where your final image is at infinity. So, if I write down final image V final, so that would be at infinity. That is one more point to be noted for normal adjustment. So, if I give you a telescope, or if I ask you to observe any distant object and you see, but you can't see because there is no image, because image is at infinity. So, that is called normal adjustment. Now, you have another lens, that is your eyepiece. So, that eyepiece is there. Now, this position of the image will serve as object for the second lens. But if this happens to be the focal length of your eyepiece also, then we know if object is at focus, the final image would be definitely at infinity. And this position of the telescope is called normal adjustment. So, I think we have understood the word normal adjustment. One more important point to be noted here is, if you look at the separation between these two lenses, that is called the length of this telescope. Can you see this with the help of ray diagram? So, basically this is f0 plus fe. So, length of the telescope is given by fo plus fe, that is the condition for the normal adjustment. In terms of magnification, magnification of this telescope in normal adjustment mode is given by fo by fe in terms of magnitude. Actually, there is a negative sign also, but we are considering the size part only. So, we will ignore this negative sign, and if negative sign is there, it means final image would definitely be inverted, but that will not make much of the difference. Reason being, astronomical objects are spherical in symmetry. So, it makes no difference whether you observe a spherical object this way or that way. So, this is how this negative sign will not impact the final image. But this fo by fe, so this magnification is fo by fe. Now, what this magnification is given to us, that is 15. So, can you see this? Magnification is given to you as 15, but now length of the telescope we have already mentioned as fo plus fe, and this length of this tube is given to you as 80. So, this 80 is already there, fo by fe. So, if I multiply, can I put fo as 15 times fe plus fe, and that gives you what? 16 fe as 80. So, this fe becomes 5 centimeter. But here we have to find out focal length of the objective. So, if you can make use of this equation again, so 80 is equal to fo plus Fe, and we have just got the value of Fe as 5. So, using the same expression, can we have the value of Fo as 75? So, what is the answer for this? Let us check the answer. Yes. So, this is 75. I hope we have understood this completely. Still you have any doubt? So, what all we have covered is, so astronomical object consists of two lenses, both the lenses are of convex nature. Then what is normal adjustment? We have understood the normal adjustment when final image would be at infinity. Then length of the telescope is Fo plus Fe. So, I think I have made it clear to you all. So, how you have to approach this kind of question. So, shall we move? Thank you. So, we are moving ahead. So, answer we just got. Now, the next question is about the gates, and this is one of the important areas. Which logic gate is represented by the following combination of logic gates? So, do we understand what the logic gates are? So, if you understand the logic gates, then we have different types of gates. So, these are primarily the AND gate, in which you have two inputs and the output is given to you as A dot B. Then you have OR gate, and that is A plus B. So, all these representations are in Boolean algebra. Then we have a NOT gate, that is the third type of gate, and for that Y is Y bar. So, we have understood this. This AND gate, so the given question, you have a circuit. So, you have to identify the gates involved in it. So, can you see this as your NOT gate, this also as your NOT gate, and this part AND gate is basically, if I represent it like this. So, for the two inputs A and B, we have output, that is AND gate. But if you put a NOT out there, that becomes a NAND gate. So, that is a NAND gate. So, once you have identified all the gates involved in the circuit, then you have to approach the question. So, shall we approach? Now, I will be discussing two things with you. One is through the basic truth table format, and the second one would be the De Morgan's theorem. So, let us understand it with the help of truth table first. So, let us understand we have two inputs A and B. Then if I call this output as A bar, so then we need to have A bar, that is basically output through your NOT gate. Then simultaneously at this position we have B bar, so that would be the second output we have. Then this gate is AND plus NOT, so this is, and the two inputs involved are basically A bar dot B bar. So, this is AND, and then we have a NAND, and that defines your final output as Y. Now, what these combinations are? So, let us suppose for two 0 0 inputs. So, A bar would be 1, B bar would be 1. So, what is this? A bar is what? 1, B bar is 1. So, 1 dot 1 becomes 1. ऊपर हम बार लगाते हैं, then it becomes 0. So, this is the first output you have for these two given inputs A and B. Then if you put it as 1 input and B is not there, so what is A bar? A bar would be 0. What is B bar? B bar would be 1, and then 0 dot 1 becomes what? This is 0, and when you have a bar over there, so that becomes 1. Then if you have this A as 0 and B as 1, this is 0, B as 1. So, So, what this A bar becomes? A bar becomes 1 and B bar becomes 0. So, this again 1 dot 0 becomes 0, then when you put a bar, so that also gives you 1. When you have 1 and 1, both the inputs are 1 and 1. So, A bar would be 0, this would be 0. So, 0 dot 0 would again give you 0. When you put a bar, that becomes 1. So, this is the final output you have. Got it? And if you look at the OR gate, the Boolean algebra says it is A plus B. Now, let us draw the truth table for the OR gate. So, when you have 0 input for the A, 0 input for the B, so that also gives you 0. But when you have A as 1, B as 0, so that also gives you what? 1. When A is 0 and B is now taken as 1, that also gives you 1, and when you take 1 and 1, output is still 1. So, if you compare this OR gate with the previous circuit, so it has the same output for the given input. So, what is the correct option? So, question was which logic gate is represented by the following combination of logic gates. So, we got the answer as OR gate. So, let us check the answer. Yes, this is OR gate. Now, let us understand the same. We have understood it in terms of the truth table, but let us do it in terms of De Morgan's theorem also. What this De Morgan's theorem says? Now, understand at this part, what is the input? Input is A bar and B bar. Can you understand? And this is basically AND gate, this part, only this part without dot. So, this is A bar dot B bar. Then we have a not over there. So, that means we have a bar over there. Now, De Morgan's theorem says we have A bar over bar, then this De Morgan's theorem says you convert this dot to plus, and this is B bar over B bar. Now, this when you nullify, when you have double bar, so this nullifies the effect. So, what you are end up with A. Similarly, for the other part, it gives you B. So, can you understand this? Y is equal to A plus B. So, what it becomes? Do not you think this is your OR gate? So, this is using the De Morgan's theorem, we got the same answer OR gate. Let us apply De Morgan's theorem with few more examples if I make it clear to you. So, if I say this is A plus B whole bar, how you will put it using your De Morgan's theorem? So, we have A bar, then we have B bar. I have just made it, this plus will become dot now. Got it? Let us suppose if you have A dot B bar. So, using De Morgan's theorem, A bar is there, then dot will become plus B bar over there. So, I think we have understood the De Morgan's theorem also very well. So, we can apply De Morgan's theorem, but I would recommend until unless you are confident of your De Morgan's theorem, do not try to apply it in the shortcut way, because chances are quite high your question may go wrong. So, it is better if you have time and I mean like you have the margin, why do not you apply your truth table completely, that would give you a probability of getting through with the question correctly. So, let us move to the next question. Next question is, a beam of light of wavelength 500 nanometer from a distant source falls on a single slit 1 millimeter wide, and the resulting diffraction pattern is observed on a screen 2 meter away, the width of the central maxima is. So, this is a single slit diffraction pattern. So, let us understand what this single slit diffraction pattern is. So, if you can see, this is your single slit. The size of the slit, we may take it as small d, and there is a screen definitely placed to observe the pattern. This screen is at a distance capital D from this separation, from this slit. Now, what kind of diffraction pattern you will observe on the screen, that is again important. So, if you understand it, so let us understand the diffraction pattern. What kind of diffraction pattern you will observe on the screen? So, diffraction pattern is something of this form. So, if I draw this diffraction pattern to make you understand in a better way, can you understand? Can you see the diffraction pattern that is there on the screen? This is basically at the center of the screen, we call it as a central bright. Then we have a dark band. Then we have another bright, we call it as a secondary bright, we label it as secondary bright 1. Then again followed by a dark band. Then we have a secondary bright 2. So, this is on the one side. Then on the other side also we have a dark band, then secondary bright 1, again we have a dark band, then again we have secondary bright 2. So, few important points to be noted here. 1, this is at the center of the screen, followed by alternate bands. The width of the central bright, that is 2d lambda by d. Then all the other brights, the secondary brights and all, they have a fringe width of d lambda by d. So, this is one characteristics difference we have. Second important point, can you see the intensity of the secondary bright keeps on decreasing as you move away from the center of the screen. Most of the light you will find will be concentrated in this central bright. So, this is where the maximum light will be concentrated, and as you move towards the secondary bright 1, secondary bright 2 and so on, the intensity keeps on decreasing. Now, let us coming back to the question. So, question says what is the width of the central maxima? So, width of the central maxima we have to answer. So, this is a straightforward direct question. So, width of the central maxima is given by 2d lambda by d. So, let us put the value what all is there. Capital D, the distance of the screen, that is already there as 2 meter. So, we will put it as 2 meter. Then wavelength of the light used is 500 nanometer, and we will keep it as in standard SI unit as 10 to the power minus 9 meters. Then small d, that is the separation or the single slit width, and that is 1 millimeter. To keep it in meters, standard SI units, so we will put it as 10 to the power minus 3 meters. So, this is also in meters, this is also in meters. So, that gives you a standard SI system. So, when you multiply all, so what you will end up with this. So, let us do this. So, that gives you 4 into 5, 20, 10 to the power 2 is there, and this gives you 10 to the power minus 6, and when you do it 2 into 10 to the power minus 3 meters, because we have kept the standard SI unit. So, answer is in millimeters. So, shall I say this is 2 millimeters? So, yes, Let us check the answer. So, this is yes given to you as 2 millimeters. So, I hope you have understood the diffraction pattern. Any doubt? Sure. Shall we move? So, let us move to the next question. So, the next question says, if the frequency of the series limit of the Lyman series is nu1 and the frequency of the series limit of the Balmer series is nu2 and the frequency of the first line of the Lyman series is nu3, then which of the following is correct? Now, this is quite interesting case. So, do we have an idea about the energy level diagram? So, this is how we have the energy level diagram. So, this is E1, this is E2, this is E3 and goes on, and that is extended up to final energy level, that is a hypothetical E infinity. Now, there is a clear hint, the series limit. The series limit says when you move or when you jump from infinity, means a very far off level, to the ground state, Lyman series. So, what this Lyman series is? For the Lyman series, do we have an idea what would be your ground state is? So, your ground state would definitely be the first, the E1. So, when you move from this to this, the frequency involved is nu1. So, now energy difference is E infinity minus E1, and you know this energy difference is basically h times nu, and this nu is given to you as what? Nu1. So, this is the first equation. So, what is the important point to be noted here is the series limit and Lyman series. The second one is series limit for the Balmer series. So, for the Balmer series, so you end up from infinity or maybe final energy level to E2. So, this is for the Balmer series. So, if I put it E infinity minus E2, that is equal to h nu2. Yes, this is frequency is nu2. So, here the ground state was 2. Now, the next is, and the frequency of the first line of the Lyman series. Now, what is this first line of the Lyman series is? This is basically the first line of the Lyman series when you move from, jump from second to the first energy level. So, it means E2 minus E1, and that corresponds to frequency 3. So, this is for the frequency 1, this is for the frequency 2, and this line corresponds to frequency 3. So, once you have all the energy transitions and you have all the equations, the rest is you have to rearrange it. So, which of the following is the correct? So, we have to find out the relation. If you observe equation 1 and equation 2 and equation 3, this is the equation 3. So, E2 minus E1, if I subtract second equation from the first equation, what you will end up with? So, what it says E infinity minus E1 is equal to h nu1, and you are subtracting equation 2. So, that is E infinity minus E2 is equal to h nu2. When you are subtracting these two, so what you end up with? E2 minus E1 is equal to h nu1 minus nu2. When you compare this equation with the standard equation 3, so 1 minus 2 and compare it with 3. So, shall I say h nu1 minus nu2 is equal to h nu3 as per the third equation. This h goes, and when you rearrange it, so nu1 is nu2 plus nu3. So, this is the final equation we are ending up with. Yes. So, question is which of the following is correct? So, I think fourth equation seems to be the correct as per your format. So, let us check the answer. Yes. So, this is the fourth option. Any doubt? So, shall we move? Yes. The next question is, an ideal gas of adiabatic component gamma is expanding at constant pressure. The ratio of dq ratio du ratio dw, that is work done, is. Now, we need to understand dq. This is at constant pressure. So, energy dq for n number of moles, let us suppose n Cp dt. So, the energy given to the system at constant pressure is given by n Cp dt, where Cp is the specific heat at constant pressure. Similarly, if I ask you what is the change in internal energy, so that can also be written as n times Cv dt, where Cv is the specific heat at constant volume. Then what is this dw? That we can write down n Cp minus Cv into dt. So, this is what we are known to. Now, we have to find out the ratio dq ratio du ratio dw. Now, if I put all the values, so this gives me Cp ratio Cv ratio Cp minus Cv. So, this is one part. Now, this gamma is given to you. So, do we know any other relation that can give you the value of Cp or Cv? So, we have Cp minus Cv as R. I think most of us are well aware of this relation, and simultaneously we have another relation Cp by Cv is gamma. So, that ratio is adiabatic component gamma. So, shall I put Cp as gamma times Cv? Put this in the very first equation. So, gamma times Cv minus Cv is your R, and when you rearrange it, that gives you Cv as R upon gamma minus 1. Got it? And definitely Cp will be gamma times Cv. So, that would be R gamma R upon gamma minus 1. So, now we have all the possible relations which are required for solving this kind of question. Now, gamma is given to us. So, let us calculate Cv. So, if I put the value of Cv, if I put the value of gamma, we will have the value of Cv. So, this is 7 by 5 minus 1, and when you solve it, that gives you 5 by 2 R. So, we have Cv as 5 by 2 R, Cp and Cv we already know it as R, and what Cp becomes? Cp is gamma times Cv. So, that gives you 7 by 2 R, and when you take the ratio, so that gives you 7 ratio 5 ratio 1. Yes, 7 ratio 5 ratio 1. So, the first option seems to be the correct option. Let us verify the answer. 752. Let me check where I have. Yes, this is 2. So, that was the error in the last step. So, I just make the correction 752. So, that is 752 because 2 was there in the denominator. So, the ratio is 752. So, the option is fourth, 752. Yes. So, that is 752. So, shall we? Now, the next question is from the SHM part. It says a particle executes SHM, simple harmonic motion, with an amplitude of 5 centimeter when it is at 3 centimeter from the mean position. The magnitude of its velocity. Now, first of all, if I know the formula for the velocity is omega a square minus y square under the root, where a is the amplitude of the SHM and this amplitude is given to you as 5 centimeter only. Then y is the displacement of the particle, and this displacement is also known to us as 3 centimeter. So, these are the two given data we have. The magnitude of its velocity is equal to its acceleration. Now, the second important point to be noted is acceleration of SHM is given to you as minus omega square times displacement. So, this y is the displacement part. Now, when it is given to you as the amplitude, so we will not consider the negative sign, because negative sign indicates the direction of the acceleration, and this is the basic definition. Acceleration is always directed opposite to the displacement. So, when magnitude is being asked, so we simply put omega square y as the correct form. Now, question says magnitude of its velocity is equal to magnitude of acceleration. So, what is the magnitude of the velocity? So, that is omega, this is omega a square minus y square under the root. So, this is the magnitude of the velocity, and then what is the magnitude of the acceleration? That is omega square y. So, we have just equated the given concept. Now, this omega goes with this omega. So, a square minus y square under the root by y will primarily give you omega. Got it? And this is the angular frequency in radians per second. Now, we have the value of a as 5. So, let us put the value. So, this is 5 square. Then displacement is also known to us as 3 square by 3. So, 5 square minus 3 square. So, this is 25 minus 9 under the root, and that gives you 16 under the root will give you 4. So, that gives you what? 4 by 3. So, what is the answer for the angular frequency? Is 4 by 3. Let us check the answer. Is it 4 by 3? Yes, this is 4 by 3. So, we got it. Now, let us move to the next question. The next question is, a charged particle is moving in a magnetic field that is given to you as 2 I cap minus 2 j cap Tesla. It has an acceleration of alpha I cap plus 3 j cap meter per second square at any instant. The value of alpha is. Now, we need to understand the concept behind this. We know magnetic force for any charged particle, if it enters into a magnetic field with some speed v at an angle theta, is given by this formula qvb sin theta, and this magnetic force is maximum if theta is 90 degree, and that gives you as sin 90 is 1. So, this is qvb, and you know this maximum force will bring the particle, the charged particle, into circular trajectory, and charged particle will move in the circular trajectory. Got it? So, acceleration at any point. So, let us suppose charged particle magnetic field we consider maybe as downward in the plane. Let us take one example, downward in the plane, and this is the velocity vector. If it happens to enter in uniform downward directed magnetic field at an angle 90 degree, then this is the direction of the acceleration. Do we understand? Acceleration is centripetal because charged particle has started moving in the circular fashion, and this acceleration vector is perpendicular to the magnetic field vector. It means when we say the charged particle has entered into a magnetic field region with an acceleration, it has an acceleration, then acceleration is perpendicular to magnetic field. So, when these two vectors are perpendicular, so their dot product would definitely be what? 0. So, if you have dot product of two vectors as A dot B, that we can write down as AB cos theta, and this if theta is 90 degree, so this dot product is 0. So, here we have two vectors, so their dot product has to be 0. So, one is 2 I cap minus 2 j cap. So, this is the magnetic field vector dot acceleration. So, this is alpha I cap plus 3 j cap. So, their dot product has to be 0. Now, when you take the dot product, I goes with this I. So, it becomes 2 alpha and this becomes minus 6. This is equal to 0, and that gives you alpha as 3. So, let us check the value of alpha as 3. Yes. So, alpha is 3 is there. So, let us verify the answer also. Yes, this is 3. I would like to add on one more concept based on this. So, let us suppose you have x and y. This x is basically representing your magnetic field. So, magnetic field vector is directed along this. If charged particle enters with velocity v at an angle theta with this magnetic field, then how the charged particle would traverse or travels through this magnetic field region, that is important. So, if you see, we can dissolve this into two components. So, this component is v cos theta and this component is v sin theta. I think we are pretty much clear on this resolution part of the velocity. Now, we have v cos theta that is directed along the magnetic field vector, whereas v sin theta is perpendicular to this. So, let us find out the magnetic force maybe along x axis. So, that is given to you as q. Now, v is v cos theta, magnetic field is b, and what is the angle between this b and this v cos theta? That is 0. You got it? Q v b, this is sin theta. So, what is this? Sin 0. So, that gives you 0. So, this magnetic force vanishes. So, it means this component will not experience any magnetic force along magnetic field. But do we have component of the force along because of this v sin theta? So, let us find out. So, this is q v sin theta, then what is this? This is b and this is sin 90, because v sin theta is perpendicular to this, and what it becomes, sin 90 is 1. So, this becomes q v b sin 90, and because of this component, the charged particle, this component will provide you centripetal force, and charged particle, this force will bring the charged particle into circular motion, and this is how the charged particle will turn. But this v cos theta is still there. So, charged particle will continue to follow the v cos component also, v cos theta, and will follow finally a helical path. Do we understand? So, this helical path is there if charged particle happens to enter the magnetic field at an angle theta. You got it? And if you observe the trajectory of the charged particle at any instant, the centripetal acceleration or the acceleration will still be perpendicular to the magnetic field. And the same concept goes for this case also. If magnetic field is 2 I cap minus 2 j cap and this acceleration is given to you. So, if these two vectors are still perpendicular to each other, their dot product would be 0 and hence alpha would again be 3. So, that is the concept all about this part. So, I think we are clear on this. Shall we move? Yes. Now, the next question is from the gravitation part. This is also quite interesting case. An object of mass m is projected from Earth's surface with escape speed v e. Its total energy at height r from the surface of Earth will be. Now, this question is something like this. Let us suppose you have Earth, its radius is given to you as r and a particle is projected from the surface of Earth with some speed that is equivalent to v escape. You got it? And this is the gravitational field region. Mass of Earth, we will take it as m. Now, this is the starting point. So, this is based on the concept of conservation of energy. How you will apply the conservation of energy? So, this is based on conservation of energy. So, this conservation of energy says the initial energy of this particle has to be equal to what? Final energy. So, this is the principle behind this. Now, how you will calculate the initial energy? Because once you know the initial energy, then final energy is given to us, and this is the total energy at a height r from the surface of Earth will be. Its total energy at height r from the surface of Earth will be. You got it? Now, total energy is basically the sum of kinetic energy plus potential energy. What this kinetic energy is? Kinetic energy is half m and projected with speed v e. So, this is the kinetic energy, and we know this escape speed is root 2 g r, or we can write down as 2 g m by capital R under the root. So, its square becomes 2 g m by r. So, let us put the value as half m. This m is, small m is the mass of the object, where capital M is the mass of the Earth, that is planet. So, this square is 2 g capital M by r. This 2 goes with this, and what you end up with is g capital M small m by r. So, this is the kinetic energy. Now, let us calculate the potential energy also. Potential energy we know is given to you as, or is known to us as, minus g m m by r. Now, what is total energy? Total energy is sum of these two. So, your kinetic energy is g capital M small m by r, whereas potential energy being negative minus capital G capital M by small r, and when you add these two you will get 0. So, let us find out the answer. Yes, this is 0. So, shall we check? Yes. So, this is 0. So, I hope. So, whenever you have questions from this particular concept, then total energy or the conservation of energy concept is the best way to deal with, and that is the easiest way. Now, the next question is, a ball is released from the top of a building, it travels 25 meter in last second of its motion before striking the ground. The height of the building is. Now let's build up the concept. So you are from a height. So ball is released. When ball is released, you would definitely be 0, and this is the total height of the building. Let's suppose ball is being released or dropped. It takes time t to hit the ground. So your equation, because g is acting downward, this is vertical motion in one dimension with constant g, and that is acting downward. So if I write down the height, shall we write down half g, how much time it takes to cover the complete height, that is gt square. Do we? It travels 25 meter in the last second. So what do you mean by last second? Last second, let's suppose this is the last second. It means this is the time and it is t minus 1, and let's suppose it travels h dash. So h dash is the time taken by the body before it is moving in the last second of its fall. So shall I say h dash with the help of same can be written like this. So this is your second equation. So this, it travels 25 meter in the last second. So this distance is given to you as 25 meter. From the geometry of this figure, h minus h dash is known to us as 25 meters. So this is the question, and now we have the equations. So shall I take the difference? Shall I put the values of h and h dash? So if I take half g common, so this is t square minus t minus 1 whole square, and this is equal to 25. Now this small g is given to you as 10. So when you put the value of g over here, so that gives you 5, and if I take this 5 to the other side, so that gives me t square minus t minus 1 whole square as 5. I hope you have understood this step of maths. This is quite easy. Now you can use a square minus b square as a plus b and a minus b concept, and that is there as 5. So this t minus t becomes, so this bracket becomes 1, and this is 2t minus 1. This is equal to 5. So 2t minus 1 equal to 5, and when you solve it, it gives you t as what? So this is 6 by 2, this is 3. So the total time taken by the body to fall the complete height h is 3 seconds, but here we have to find out the height of the building. So using the very first equation, if you put the values, so h is equal to half g as 10 and t square as 9, so that gives me 45 meters. So that is the complete solution. Let's check the value. Yes, this is 45 meters only. Any doubt? Shall we move? Thank you. Now the next question says, a block of mass 2 kg lies on a horizontal surface in a truck. The coefficient of friction between the block and surface is 0.5. If the acceleration of truck is 4 meter per second square, then friction force acting on the block will be. So let's suppose we have a truck, and that is in the accelerated motion. The acceleration of the truck is known to us as 4 meter per second square, and we just assume it to be on the right hand side. And a block, this block mass 2 kg is on the surface of the truck. Now the important point to be noted here is will there be any force acting on this 2 kg block? Yes. Definitely this block is in contact with surface, that is the surface in a truck. So, definitely contact force, force of friction would definitely be there. What is the maximum value of friction, that is limiting value, or we call it as a static friction also, the maximum value of static friction, and that maximum value is mu s m into g. So, what is this mu s? Is there any mu s? Yes, coefficient of friction is 0.5, mass of the block is 2 and g is 10. So, we will take g as 10. So, that gives you what? A 10 Newton only, excuse me. So, this is the maximum value of friction this particle can observe. But what is the direction of this friction? So, let us understand it. If you observe the block from the frame of reference of the block itself, this is a non-inertial frame and this experiences a pseudo force. This pseudo force is always directed opposite to the accelerated motion, and this pseudo force is mass into acceleration. So, this has a tendency to be on the opposite side of the acceleration. So, friction force would definitely be on this side now. So, I think we have understood the concept of non-inertial frame, because this is an accelerated motion, this is an accelerated frame. So, there is pseudo force and that pseudo force is always opposite to the accelerated motion. So, that ma is there, that pseudo force is acting on the block and friction is opposite to that now. Now, what this pseudo force is? Mass into acceleration. What this mass is? 2, and this block being a part of the accelerated system. So, its acceleration would still be 4 only, and that is 8 newtons. Now, if you look at this 2 kg mass, it experiences 8 Newton, that is a pseudo force, and this force of friction is there. Now, this force of friction we have just got, that is the maximum value of the friction, and that keeps the body stationary at rest. So, this is the maximum static friction, and we know static friction is basically a self adjusting force. So, as you move, static friction increases, you attain the maximum value of the friction, that is called limiting value, and this is the applied force. You got it? But the force on this block is 8 Newton. So, there is no need for the 10 Newton to be there. So, force of friction would definitely be balancing this, because this is a self adjusting force. So, if this is 8 Newton, the force of friction required to keep the block stationary, and that would be 8 Newton only, and this is the answer for this. You got it? Yes, this is 8 Newton. I think I have made it clear to you what is this, because this is a accelerated frame, accelerated motion. So, this is non-inertial frame. So, what is this pseudo force is, and that is always directed opposite, and how this static friction will balance this pseudo force. So, if you have any doubt, you can ask me. Okay, let us move further. Yes, the next question is, a rope 2 centimeter in diameter breaks if the tension in it exceeds 600 Newton. The maximum tension that a similar rope of diameter 3 centimeter can withstand. Now, this is something to do with the elastic properties of the material, and here we are talking about the break. So, we are talking about the breaking stress. And we know breaking stress is force per unit its cross section area. So, that is area, And you know, for a given material, this breaking stress is always constant for a given material, because this is a material dependent constant. So, this breaking stress will remain constant. So, if you change the force, the area of cross section would definitely be different, or if you change the area of cross section, the force would be different, but the breaking stress, the ratio remains same. So, if I say F1 by A1 is equal to F2 by A2. So, in the very first situation, force is 600 newtons and area of cross section. For the area of cross section, diameter is given to us. So, this is pi d square by 4 and this is d1. This F2 we are supposed to find it out definitely in terms of newtons only, and this area is pi d square by 4. Do we? So, these common features will go, and when you put the values, so this is 600 by d1 square. So, what is d1? d1 is, that is in centimeter, 2 square becomes 4, and shall we keep it as in centimeter square only? It makes no difference. Why? Let me show you this part. So, on the other side we have F2 and diameter, that is still in centimeter. So, that becomes 9 centimeter square. So, that goes with this. So, what this F2 becomes? F2 becomes 9 by 4 into 600, and when you do this calculation, so it becomes 135. So, 1350 Newton. Yes. So, for the same wire, if diameter is different, the maximum tension that a similar wire, right, can tolerate, that is 1350 newtons, because the breaking stress is a property of a material. So, let us check the answer. Yes. So, this is 1350 newtons only. So, let us move to next question. Now, it says in an LCR series circuit, the voltage across each of the components L, C and R is 50 volt each. Find the voltage across L, C combination. Now, this is a case of LCR series circuit. So, this is L, this is C and this is R. So, you have applied voltage, this is in the form of AC, got it. So, this is the one. So, we have VL voltage across inductor, voltage across capacitor and voltage across resistor. Now, let us understand the phasor diagram for this. We know VL is given to you as I times XL, whereas VC is I times XC and voltage across the resistor would be I times R. So, these are the three fundamental formulas we have. Now, let us draw the phasor diagram. Let us understand the phasor diagram for this. What this phasor diagram says for LCR series circuit. So, if you have only R, so this branch represents R. So, current and voltage, they are in same phase. So, this is the value of voltage across resistor and current is definitely along the same. So, they are in same phase, but if you have an inductor also there, so in case this represents an inductor, so this represents VL. So, if you see in case of L, the moment L is there, voltage leads current by 90 degree. So, this is the phasor diagram for the LR part. The moment you have C also, so this is representing the capacitor part and we have voltage across C like this along this vector. So, now we have three vectors if you can see. Now, this VL and R, they differ by 90. VR and VC, they also differ by 90. But when we talk about VL and VC, they are out of phase because they differ by 180 degree. You got it? Now, voltage across each, that is given to you as 50 volt, 50 volts and 50 volts. Got it? So, this is given to us, and question is find the voltage across LC combination. It means we have to consider L and C both same time. Now, when you see L and C, so this is plus 50, this is minus 50, reason being they differ by 180. So, if I consider only L and C part in consideration, so this is L, this is C, and if you measure the voltage across LC part only, so this VL is plus 50, whereas VC is minus 50, and the resultant of these two will be 0 because they are out of phase, as your phasor diagram clearly reflects this. So, the option would be 0. Yes, so this is 0. I hope we have understood it with the help of phasor diagram completely why this is 0. Shall we move? Let us move to the next question. It says a standing wave produced in a stretched string 0.2 meters long, stretched at both ends, has fundamental frequency 500 hertz. The velocity of the transverse wave in the string will be nearly. So, we have few concepts. This is standing wave. So, standing waves are produced when these, when two travelling waves of same amplitude, they travel in opposite direction, they superimpose. So, that results in the formation of a standing wave. Here we are talking about standing waves in a string like this. You got it? So, the length of this string is given to you as 0.20 meter. Now, fundamental frequency is also given to as 500 hertz, that is also known to us. We have to find out the velocity of the wave in the string. So, this is your question. Now, when you understand the standing waves, and that too is in a string and with the fundamental frequency, so this is how the wave in the fundamental frequency will look like. So, here you have the displacement node, here also you have the displacement node where the resultant amplitude definitely is 0, and this is where you have the displacement antinode. So, here we are talking about the displacement nodes and displacement antinodes, whereas in terms of pressure, the position where you have displacement node, you will have antinode. So, here also we have antinode, and the position where you have displacement antinode will have a displacement where we will have pressure node. So, this is the point to be noted for this part. Now, so if you look at this, the length of the string is L, and if you can see, this is half of the wavelength. So, for the fundamental node, lambda by 2, that is equal to basically the length of the string you have. So, this is one more point to be noted. Then velocity. Ultimate goal is to find out the velocity, and velocity is given to you as wavelength into frequency. Do we understand? Now, velocity is, what is this wavelength? Can you see this wavelength lambda as 2 times L? So, this is 2 times length and length is 0.2 meters. And this frequency is also known to us, that is also given to as 500 hertz, and when you multiply these figures, what you will end up with? You will end up with this 200 meter per second, and this is the velocity of the transverse wave in the string. So, I hope we have understood this question also. Any doubt? Okay, shall we move? So, the option is 200 meters, first option. Let us verify. Yes, this is 200 meters per second only. So, now we are moving to the next question. The next question says, if an electromagnetic wave propagating through vacuum is described by Ey is given to us as E naught sine kx minus omega t, Bz is B naught kx minus omega t. Now, we have to find out the correct relation. So, this is basically an electromagnetic wave. Got it? And this electromagnetic wave is basically a propagating wave. This is transverse also in nature. So, this is travelling wave. So, let us understand with the help of again. So, let us suppose if you see this wave may be travelling along, let us consider wave is travelling along x axis and that too is along positive x axis, because the word itself says we have electric and magnetic field associated with this wave, and electric field is time varying in nature, magnetic field is also time varying in nature. So, this is transverse in nature. So, if I say this is the one, so if electric field is, let us suppose, along y axis, then definitely magnetic field would be along z axis. So, this is important. It means electric field is perpendicular to magnetic field, also perpendicular to the velocity of propagation, and their correct relation is given by vector v as E cross B. This is important. So, this is the direction of the propagation, and how these three vectors are related to each other, that is given to you as a cross product. Now, because we have assumed it as a travelling wave along x axis, so amplitude is given to you as E naught. So, this is the amplitude of the electric field vector sine kx minus omega t, where k is your propagation constant, this propagation constant is basically 2 pi by lambda, and omega is your angular speed, and that is 2 pi by its time period. Do we understand? And omega by k, so this k is 2 pi by lambda, omega is 2 pi by t. So, that gives you lambda by t as the velocity of the wave. This is also important. Now, there is one more unique property of your transverse wave, the ratio of electric field and magnetic field amplitudes, that remains constant, and that constant is c for the electromagnetic wave, and that is velocity of the wave. and this velocity of the wave is given to you as omega by k. If you can see, this is omega by k. So, if I write down again E naught by B naught as omega by k, and when you rearrange or look at it, so that gives you E naught k, that is equal to B naught omega. So, E naught k B naught omega seems to be the correct relation between electric field vector and your magnetic field vector. So, I have tried to explain you the EM wave, the transverse nature, the direction of propagation. There I am like, now important point, one more important point I would like to highlight, that is the direction of propagation, and that is given by this vector, that is along x axis, and that is there. So, we got the correct relation as E naught k is equal to B naught omega. Now, so this is all from my side. Now, I would like to invite Ronak sir to continue with the physics part further, and he would help you to understand the rest of the questions with the same ease. So, I would like to emphasize again on the AIATS Plus series. So, that is going live this time, and I would like to invite Ronak sir. Please, Ronak sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Hello, dear students. I hope you are enjoying the session till now, and the session must be very fruitful for you, and I hope you are not tired till the last of the session. And dear students, this is the discussion based on the frequently committed mistakes by the students across Pan India. A wonderful initiative by Aakash to boost your NEET prep, right? And I hope that this is going to benefit you a lot. इससे आपको बहुत ज़्यादा benefit मिलने वाला है if you are very serious in these kind of discussions. Till now we have covered the botany, zoology, chemistry, and the physics part was covered well by Puneet sir. Now let me handle the part from here, and this is the problem 14 in your actual paper, and we have arranged the problems in such a manner that जो problem सबसे ज़्यादा prone to mistakes है that was kept on the top, और उसके बाद decreasing order में we have arranged the problems. So this is not some random discussion जहाँ पे हम paper discuss करने आ रहे हैं. This is a discussion that is exactly precisely based on the frequently committed mistakes by the students. A very fruitful session for you. You must join these kind of sessions to boost your NEET preparation, to make your exam, to make your prep 360-degree exam proof, right? Now let's get into the physics part. The first problem says that 8 identical drops of water are falling in air, each with terminal velocity of 0.5 meter per second. Now if they combine to form a single bigger drop, then terminal velocity of bigger drop is what we are required to find. So we need to find the terminal velocity of bigger drop. Now we very well know that, see, this is, I'll write the expression for the terminal velocity, and it is given by 2/9 into a square over eta into density of body minus density of fluid into the acceleration due to gravity. Rho b denotes the density of body, and rho f, it denotes the density of fluid. A is the, I'll write it over here, A is the radius. And please tell me what is eta. Write in the comment box what should be the eta. Up till then I am writing eta is coefficient of viscosity, right? So this is the first concept that I am going to utilize to solve this kind of problem. I need to understand what is the exact relation for the terminal velocity, and we have, this relation is valid for the spherical body. We have gone through the derivation part. I hope you are clear in that part. So this is the first concept that I am going to utilize to solve the problem. The second concept is, volume conservation. See, if n smaller drops, they combine to make a bigger drop. In that case, volume conservation will come into action. I can write that n into 4/3 pi small r cube. What is small r? Small r is the radius of the smaller drop, right? It should be equal to 4 by 3 pi capital R cube, where capital R is the radius of bigger drop, okay? So, if I cancel out the common terms, 4 by 3 pi I cancel. So, R is coming out to be equal to n raised to the power 1 over 3 into R, right? R is coming out to be equal to n raised to the power 1 over 3 into R. What is n? N is the number of smaller drops that combine to form a single bigger drop, right? Now, see that. Now, the expression for the terminal velocity is 2 by 9 into a square by eta into density of body minus density of, density of body, density of fluid minus density of body into acceleration due to gravity, right? This is the expression. And if all other things are constant, you know, the fluid is same, the body is same, and acceleration due to gravity is obviously going to remain constant. The only thing that terminal velocity will vary with is the radius. So, I can write that Vt or terminal velocity is proportional to the square of the radius, right? I will use this proportionality from now onwards. Now, when one single smaller drop was falling, let me assume that the velocity was V1 and it should be proportional to R square. When those n drops they combine to form a bigger drop, let me assume that the velocity is V2, so it should be equal to capital R square, right? Now, using both these equations, I can write that V1 upon V2, it should be equal to R square upon capital R square, right? So, from here I can write that V1 upon V2, it should be equal to R square, small r square. In place of capital R, I will use this relation, R, that is equal to n raised to the power 1 by 3 into R. So, let me square this, it becomes n raised to the power 2 by 3 into R square, right? So, I will cancel this R square and R square. So, V2 is coming out to be equal to n raised to the power 2 by 3 into V1. आप ये एग्जैक्ट रिलेशन याद रख सकते हैं फॉर saving the time in the calculation during the paper. Every second matters in the paper. So, आप ये relation directly याद रख सकते हैं to you save the time during the paper. No need to go through these extensive calculation, right? So, V2 is coming out to be equal to n raised to the power 2 by 3 into V1. Let me get back to the problem. So, I can write that if I am assuming that the velocity of bigger drop is capital V. So, V, it should be equal to n raised to the power 2 by 3. And what is the velocity of single small drop that is given to you in the problem? It is 0.15, right? And what is the value of n? The value of n this time is 8. So, V, it is equal to 8 raised to the power 2 by 3 into 0.15. How do you solve 8 raised to the power 2 by 3? It can be written as 2 raised to the power 3 into 2 by 3 into 0.15. This 3 and 3 I will cancel, it becomes 2 square into 0.5, 4 into 0.15, that is coming out to be equal to 0.60 meter per second. That is how you solve such kind of problems. Option 4 should be the correct answer to this problem. The important concepts were the expression for the terminal velocity, you should remember this expression. Now, I will highlight the expression part. This one is the important part and this one is the important part, or either this or you can remember this directly. This result can be used directly, right? So, let us move through the answer slide, and you see the correct answer to this problem is option 4, right? And these kind of problems, this volume conservation concept आप surface tension में भी use करते हो. When smaller drops they combine to form a bigger drop, in that case also you use the concept of volume conservation. वहाँ पे हम सरफेस एनर्जी एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं फाइनली, मतलब सरफेस एनर्जी या तो लिबरेट होगी, एब्जॉर्ब होगी. दैट काइंड ऑफ कैलकुलेशन वी डू इन सच प्रॉब्लम्स, बट ये मोर और लेस सेम काइंड ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट हम वहाँ भी यूज करते हैं. एंड बोथ दीज टॉपिक्स आर कवर्ड इन द चैप्टर ऑफ फ्लूइड मैकेनिक्स, राइट? So, these are the concepts that you need to keep in mind. Now, let's move forward to another problem. See, this is the problem 56 in the actual paper, and it says that 56 gram of nitrogen gas and x gram of helium gas occupy the same volume at the same temperature and pressure. The value of x is what we are required to find. We need to find the value of x. Now, my first instinct says that I need to use the ideal gas equation, right? What is ideal gas equation? It is PV, it is equal to nRT. What is P? P is pressure. What is V? V is volume. N is number of moles, R is universal gas constant, and T is temperature, right? Now, let's focus on the latter part of the problem. It says that both these gases, I am assuming both the gases to be ideal. This is a very valid assumption that I need to keep in mind. Both the gases are assumed to be ideal since nothing is mentioned in the problem. Okay. Now, they occupy the same volume at the same temperature and pressure. Okay. I have highlighted the part same volume, same temperature, same pressure, right? So, I can write that if I rearrange this equation, I can write that PV over RT it is equal to number of moles. Now, if both the gases have the same pressure, same volume, R is constant for any kind of gas and T is temperature. If pressure, volume and temperature is same for both the gases, their number of moles should be same. That is what the ideal gas equation is trying to say to us. This is the conclusion that we have drawn from the ideal gas equation कि अगर pressure, volume और temperature दोनों gases का same है, in that case the number of moles should be same. So, अब बात आ गई है कि number of moles कैसे calculate करेंगे. We need to calculate the number of moles, right? So, first gas is nitrogen and it is given that the given mass is 56 gram. What is the molar mass of nitrogen? जरा कमेंट में बताइए what is the molar mass of nitrogen? Nitrogen being a diatomic gas, the molar mass of nitrogen is 28, right? So, number of moles of nitrogen, N1 I am writing it should be equal to 56 by 28, that is equal to 2. Now, the other gas is helium. इसके भी number of moles 2 ही होने चाहिए because we have just drawn the conclusion from the ideal gas equation. So, N2 and we need to find the value of X. And what is X? X is the given mass of helium. So, number of moles कैसे निकालते हैं? Given mass by molar mass. Let me write it. And it is equal to given mass upon molar mass. That's how you calculate the number of moles. So, what is the given mass? It is X. And what is the molar mass of helium? It is 4, right? Now, X by 4, it should be equal to 2. That means the value of X should be equal to 8 grams. Or the value of X should be equal to 8. And it is given to me in option 2. See, such simple problem, just a basic analysis of ideal gas equation and you are good to go with the problem, right? So, the correct answer to this problem is option 2. Now, let me get into the answer slide and yes, you see the correct answer to this problem is option 2, right? And let's move forward to problem 6. At what temperature is the kinetic energy of gas molecules become half that of its value at 127 degrees Celsius? Now, dear students, I know that where have you gone wrong? आप लोग ये सोच रहे होंगे कि VRMS it is proportional to root of temperature. So आपने उस logic से कुछ किया होगा and you have, you must have gone and the option must be there जिससे आपका आंसर मैच भी कर रहा होगा. That's why this problem is in our list and this is the prone to mistakes by maximum number of students. So, there is some kind of ambiguity in these problem and I can figure out the ambiguity. VRMS वाला part आप सबको पता है. If the problem states that VRMS at certain temperature is this, उस temperature पे कितना होगा, आप direct वो proportionality use करके आंसर निकाल लेते हैं. But here he is talking, the problem is talking about the kinetic energy and it's a bit ambiguous problem. Let me clear the air around this problem. It says that kinetic energy of gas molecule, see, kinetic energy of gas molecule, it is directly proportional to the absolute value of temperature. The first point that that you need to keep in mind is that always put the temperature in Kelvin. 127 degree Celsius, इसको सबसे पहले Kelvin में convert कीजिए. So 127 degree Celsius, इसको Kelvin में कैसे convert करेंगे? Just add 273. So I'll write 273. I'll add this. It is coming out to be 400 Kelvin. So first step, always remember, just try to convert the temperature into Kelvin. कोई calculation degree Celsius में मत करिएगा. Always try to put whether you are dealing with the thermodynamics or the kinetic theory of gases. Mostly we deal with the temperatures in Kelvin only. So just keep in mind. Okay. Now, what is the temp? So I was saying that kinetic energy, it is proportional to the absolute value of temperature. Why I say that? Because for an ideal gas, you see that internal energy is also a function of temperature. एक ideal gas के लिए internal energy is also a function of temperature and that temperature is also absolute value of temperature and it must be there in the Kelvin only, right? So kinetic energy is proportional to absolute value of temperature, because internal energy of ideal gas is also a function of temperature. So from there I can say that Ke, it is proportional to absolute value of temperature, that is T. Now I will use this proportionality to get to my answer. So let me assume that initially the kinetic energy was K1 and it was proportional to the absolute temperature, which is given to me as 400 Kelvin. And I am assuming that now I need to find a temperature at which kinetic energy is half. That means it should be K1 by 2, and I am assuming that the temperature at that is T naught, right. So I can use the proportionality. I will write K1 upon K1 by 2, it should be equal to 400 by T naught, right. So 2, it should be equal to 400 by T naught, or T naught is coming out to be equal to 200 Kelvin. T naught, the value of T naught is coming out to be equal to 200 Kelvin. Now have a look at the option. Do you see any option which consists of 200 Kelvin? No. Then you again need to convert the temperature into degree Celsius. So just subtract 273 from it, and it is coming out to be equal to minus 73 degree Celsius. Minus 73 degree Celsius is the right answer to this problem, and it is given to me in option 4. See, little bit of presence of mind, temperatures ko Kelvin mein put kijiye, just make some conclusions from the kinetic theory of gases. Internal energy is a function of temperature. Here and there, just draw the conclusions, use the proportionality, and you are good to go with the answer, right. So correct answer to the problem is option 4, and yes, our answer slides confirms the answer. Okay, Dragon's Emperor, he is telling the answer to be B. No, it's not B, it's 4. I hope you understood the problem. Okay, now let's move forward to another problem. It is problem 47 in the actual paper, based upon the polarizer, a part of wave optics. It says that two polarizers have their axis inclined at 45 degree to each other. If unpolarized light of intensity I naught is incident on the first polarizer, then the intensity transmitted through the second polarizer is. We need to find the intensity transmitted through the second polarizer. Okay, dear students, just keep in mind that all the vibrations that are perpendicular to the axis of polarizer, right. All the vibrations, जितने भी vibrations जो axis के perpendicular होते हैं, they will get absorbed, and all the vibrations that are along the axis or parallel to the axis, they will get transmitted, right. So if I try to if I try to draw this, see, this is the axis of the first polarizer, something like this, and a light is incident on this polarizer. Let me assume that the light intensity of light incident is I naught. Now जो भी vibrations इसके parallel होंगे, it will get transmitted, और perpendicular वाले absorb हो जाएंगे. So after going through the first polarizer, the intensity will become I naught by 2, right. Now you have another polarizer whose axis is inclined at an angle of 45 degree with the previous one. I am drawing just the axis of the polarizers. So this angle, let me assume for the time being, this angle is theta, right. अब whatever electric field जो first polarizer से pass होके आ रहा है, let me assume that the value is E, right. उसकी value मान लेते E है. Now the second polarizer is along this axis and it is at an angle of theta with the first polarizer. So इसके parallel वाला जो component होगा, it will vary with the cos, and perpendicular will vary with the sine, right. So कुछ figure out आप कर सकते हैं कि the final intensity after passing to the second polarizer should come out in the terms of something cos, right, because parallel component cos है, perpendicular component क्या है, sine है, right. So according to the law of Malus, suppose that here I am taking I naught by 2 to be equal to I1. Suppose that incident light on the first polarizer is I1, then the intensity of light that is coming out of the second polarizer, it will be I2, it should be equal to I1 cos square theta, but theta is the angle between the two axes, right. Now initially light incident on the first polarizer according to the problem was I naught. After passing through the first polarizer, it becomes I naught by 2, and after passing through the polarizer जिसकी axis 45 degree पे inclined थी, it will become I naught by 2 cos square 45 degrees, right. So I naught by 2, what is cos 45? It is Cos 45 is 1 by root 2. Its square will become 1 by 2. So it becomes I naught by 4. This much intensity is passed on, and what is the intensity that is blocked? I'll write in the bracket, it is 3 I naught by 4. So 25% is transmitted, 3 by 4, 75% is absorbed. अगर आपसे प्रॉब्लम में पूछा जाता what is the amount that is absorbed, it is 3 I naught by 4, and what is the amount that is transmitted, it is I naught by 4. Now let's get back to the problem. They are asking the intensity transmitted through the second polarizer, it is I naught by 4, right? So the correct answer to this problem is I naught by 4. इन्होंने पूछा नहीं है, but in the upcoming examinations or the upcoming test आपसे पूछा जा सकता है कि what is the what percentage of intensity was blocked or absorbed. So you just figure out how to do that, right? And आपको options percentage basis पे भी दिए जा सकते हैं. This 1 by 4 it is equivalent to 25%, 3 by 4 it is equivalent to 75%, something like this. So correct answer is option 2 for these kind of problems, and yes, the answer slides confirm our answer. So yes, the correct answer becomes the option 2, right? Now these ऐसे प्रॉब्लम्स में जनरली कन्फ्यूजन बनी रहती है. दिस टॉपिक इज स्लाइटली कन्फ्यूजिंग वन. बच्चों को विजुअलाइज करने में दिक्कत होती है कि बिटवीन जो एंगल्स होते हैं बिटवीन द एक्सिस, हाउ टू विजुअलाइज दिस. बट जस्ट आपसे कोई बहुत डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन इस टॉपिक पे नहीं पूछे जाते इन द नीट एग्जामिनेशन. जस्ट द बेसिक दे चेक द बेसिक्स. सो जस्ट बी थॉरो विद योर बेसिक्स एंड यू आर गुड टू गो फॉर द नीट एग्जामिनेशंस, राइट? Okay, now let's move forward to problem 38. In hydrogen atom, and this was the problem number 38 in the original paper based on the topic of atoms. So in the hydrogen atom, the energy of first excited state is given to you as minus 3.4 electron volt. They're asking you the potential energy of same orbit of hydrogen atom. Okay, so I can figure out that why this problem is there in our list, because बहुत सारे बच्चों को ऐसा लग रहा होगा कि to find out the potential energy you need to remember that very tedious expression of potential energy and kinetic energy and total energy in the chapter of atoms. I know it is a bit difficult to remember these kind of expression, but इस problem में उस concept की जरूरत नहीं है. To exactly आपको expression याद करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. You can just RMGX4, what is okay, we'll figure out the answer RMGX. Keep आप थोड़ा सा patience रखें, we'll get to the answer soon. So I was telling that आपको directly expression याद करने की जरूरत नहीं है. You can figure it out by simple relations also. See, I know that energy for the hydrogen like atom for the nth state, or it is given by minus 13.6 into Z square by N square in electron volt, right? Now this is the expression for hydrogen like atom, right? For hydrogen if I write, you very well know that for hydrogen the value of Z will be equal to 1, right? For the hydrogen the value of Z will be equal to 1. This expression reduces to En, that is equal to minus 13.6 by N square electron volt, right? For ground state the energy is minus 13.6 electron volt, and for the first excited state, just remember first excited state के लिए n की value 2 put करते हैं. For the first excited state FES, it is minus 13.6 by 4, that is equal to minus 3.4 electron volt. ये हमारा आंसर नहीं है. This was the data given to you in the problem. I am just trying to explain you the concept. Now I know the total energy in the first excited state. I need to figure out what is the potential energy, और problem में भी ये भी पूछा जा सकता है कि what is the kinetic energy, right? How to figure out? Even I am not knowing the right expression. Okay, see, I know that if total energy I am denoting it to be equal to T, in that case the potential energy it will be equal to 2T, and kinetic energy it will be equal to minus T. Okay, this is the concept that I am going to utilize. I will write over here also. Potential energy, it is equal to 2 times of total energy, and kinetic energy, it is equal to minus times of total energy. There you go. This much concept is needed to solve this kind of problem. Now for n equal to 2, or the first excited state, the total energy is given to me as minus 3.4 3.4 electron volt, right? So potential energy will be equal to, just multiply it with 2, so minus 6.8 electron volt, right? What about kinetic energy? Minus of total energy, minus of minus 3.4 electron volt, it becomes 3.4 electron volt. There you go. You have your total energy. By this I am finding the potential energy and I am also finding the kinetic energy. Obviously I am assuming that the potential energy is assumed to be 0 at infinity. That is the valid assumption that I am keeping in mind, and that is obvious for these kind of problems. So the correct answer is minus 6.8 electron volt. See, the value of exact value of kinetic energy is also given to you in the problem, that is option 1, right? So be very careful, अगले एग्जाम में शायद आपसे kinetic energy पूछ सकते हैं वो. So minus 6.8 electron volt is the correct answer. कुछ और variations भी इस problem में देखे जा सकते हैं if we shift the reference of potential energy. If we don't assume that potential energy is 0 at the infinity, answers may vary. वो अलग type of problems होते हैं that you need to keep in mind. For this problem, always keep in mind that, okay, Sandeep is telling that option B. Yes, no, not option B. Option 4 is the correct answer. Just have a look at the concept. Okay, Dragon's Emperor is telling that this will come from total energy. Yes, this will come from total energy. So I was telling that वो जो problems होते हैं जिसमें हम potential energy का reference ही change कर देते हैं, that is another class of problem. You should practice such kind of problems also. For these kind of problem, this is the exact concept that you need to keep in mind, right? So correct answer becomes the option 4, and let me figure it out with the answer slide. And yes, the correct answer is option 4, that is minus 6.8 electron volt. Where will I get this paper from? Okay, you can get this paper from the your center. Okay, Meghna, you can get this paper from the center. Now let's move forward to another problem, problem 7, a problem based on the thermodynamics, and that too on the second law of thermodynamics, and that too on the Carnot theorem. Okay, Dragon's Emperor, this will come from total energy. Yes, I got your concept, I got your message. Just focus on the next problem. So again, the first point that needs to be kept in mind is that always convert the temperature in Kelvin, है ना? कुछ समझ आना है. Any kind of calculation that you do, उसको हमेशा Kelvin में करिए for thermodynamics, thermal properties of matter, not precisely thermal properties of matter, but for thermodynamics and kinetic theory of gases, just keep this in mind. Okay, so you have been given the temperature of source and the sink, that is 27 degrees Celsius and 127 degrees Celsius. You need to find the efficiency, and the problem states that efficiency of engine cannot be. Now this word is very, very clear. We are asking that what cannot be the efficiency of this engine, and you have been given the source temperature and the sink temperature. So keywords are cannot be, right? Now dear students, let me convert this first. So what is 27 degrees Celsius in Kelvin? This is 273 plus 227, it should be 300 Kelvin, and 127 degrees Celsius, I think it should be equal to 400 Kelvin, right? Now see, if you have a source that is at a temperature of T1 and you have a heat engine like this, sink is at a temperature of T2, right? It is extracting heat Q1 from source, rejecting heat Q2 to the sink, and the work is being obtained from this heat engine. Now Carnot says that if all the processes are assumed to be reversible, सारे processes of reversible assume कर लें, सारे के सारे processes को reversible, सारा friction dissipate effect सब neglect कर दें, in that case the maximum efficiency that you can obtain from this engine working between the temperature limits of T1 and T2, it is given by 1 minus T2 by T1, where T1 and T2 are the temperature in Kelvin, right? Now according to the problem, the source temperature was 400 Kelvin, and according to the problem, the sink temperature is 300 Kelvin. So according to the Carnot, 1 minus 300 by 400 should be the maximum efficiency, 1 minus 3 by 4 or 1 over 4. 25% is the maximum efficiency of the engine that is working between 400 Kelvin and 300 Kelvin. ये maximum efficiency है सारे processes को reversible assume करके. Any engine you design between the same temperature limits, इससे ज़्यादा efficiency attain कर पाना it's not possible. So Dragon's Emperor, sir, is it always important to convert into Kelvin? Yes, it is very very important to convert into Kelvin, because आपका आंसर ही नहीं आएगा अगर आप डिग्री सेल्सियस में कैलकुलेशन करेंगे तो. For the chapter of kinetic theory of gases and thermodynamics, just keep in mind. Okay, so I was telling that the maximum efficiency is 1 by 4, right? And what is 1 by 4 in percentage? It is 25%. I hope you know how to convert this fraction into percentage. 1 by 4. It is equivalent to 25%. So the maximum efficiency that this engine can hold is 25%, and that too, benchmark hai ye. Benchmark hai. Okay, now have a look at the option. Efficiency of engine cannot be 15%. Yes, we can design an engine which can work at 15% efficiency. This much is possible. 20%, obviously less than 25%. 24% ideal engine. Ideal engine, yes. No, sorry, ideal engine was having 25%. 24% could be there, very close to the benchmark. 39%, obviously not. 39% is obviously not a correct answer, because this would fail Carnot theorem. ऐसा इंजन आप बना ही नहीं पाएंगे तो एफिशिएंसी आएगी कैसे? 39% is the wrong answer. Very clearly option 1 should be the correct answer to this problem. Okay, so let me check with the answer slide, and yes, you see the correct answer to this problem is option 1. A very simple concept, just have a look at the keywords. Keep in mind that the conversion of temperature, efficiency of engine cannot be. You are good to go with these kind of problems. Now let's move to the other problem. And yes, RMGX, your answer was right. What kind of name is RMGX? Some chemical compound, I say. Problem 36, in the actual paper, if the length of a wire is made 3 times and radius is halved to its respective values, then the Young's modulus of the material of the wire will. We need to find the Young's modulus of the material of the wire. The length is made 3 times, radius is halved. Now you must be wondering that, sir, इसको कैसे निकालेंगे? How to figure out what will happen to the Young's modulus? See, key concept क्या है यहाँ पे? Young's modulus is the property of the material. Young's modulus material की property है, dimensions पे बिल्कुल depend नहीं करती है. It is independent of dimensions. Whether you cut the wire, आप वायर को कट कर दे, रेडियस को हाफ कर दे, अगर वो सेम मटेरियल का बना हुआ है, इन दैट केस Young's modulus is going to remain same. Breaking load can vary, whether how are you varying the cross sectional area, but not the Young's modulus of the material, because obviously it is the property of the material. And some students are also answering that remains same. Yes, RMGX is saying Grignard reagent, sir. Very well, a very good name, I say RMGX. Okay, so the Young's modulus of the material will remain same. Yes, the correct answer should be option 4. हाँ, अगर आपसे breaking load पूछा गया होता तो just keep in mind the breaking stress is also a property of material. उसको use करके हम breaking load calculate कर सकते हैं if the radius is halved. But Young's modulus तो definitely property of material. Answer 4 ही रहने वाला है. No confusion around this problem. Everything is clear in this problem. And let me go through the answer. Yes, option 4 is the correct answer. Yes, Grignard reagents is saying that depends on material only. Very well, very well. The correct answer is 4. Let me move to the other problem. Problem 21. Okay, it says that problem based on the chapter of moving charges and magnetism, and that too on the concept of motion of charged particle in the magnetic field. A very important chapter, right? It says that a proton enters a region of uniform magnetic field perpendicularly with velocity v. Now it is entering perpendicularly with velocity v. So that means that this particle will, go into circular path. It will, the trajectory of the particle will be circular path, and starts revolving with time period t. Yes, since it is revolving with, it is going in the circular path, the time period is t. If the proton enters the same field perpendicularly with velocity 2v, now the velocity that proton is entering, it is made 2v, then the time period of revolution will be, we need to figure out what is the time period. Okay. See, dear students, if I'll draw. This is the magnetic field. I am drawing the magnetic field. It is into the plane of the paper, and it is extending काफ़ी दूर तक है magnetic field. So particle can execute the circular path very easily. Particle is entering the path like this, and this charged particle is having a charge of q, mass is m, and velocity is v. This velocity v is perpendicular to the magnetic field. Now, so as it undergoes the circular path, the centripetal force, the centripetal acceleration will be provided by the magnetic force. So I can write that What is the magnetic force experienced by the charged particle QV cross B? The angle between velocity and the magnetic field is 90 degrees. So I can write that QVB, it should be equal to mv square by r. What is r? R is the radius of circular path. So if I rearrange this, r is coming out to be equal to mv over qb, right? Now this, since the particle is going in a circular path, I can write that v is equal to r omega, or I can write it to be equal to r into 2 pi by t, where t is your time period, right? So I can write that. So I will write that r, it is equal to m by qb, and in place of v I will write 2 pi r by t. If I rearrange this, time period is coming out to be equal to 2 pi m by qb. See, time period of a charged particle which is undergoing motion in the presence of an external magnetic field, let me take the field as B. So B is your external magnetic field, m is the mass of charged particle, and q is the charge on the charged particle. अगर charged particle, it is undergoing circular motion under the presence of an external magnetic field B, उस motion का time period is independent of the velocity with which it is entering. वैसे भी देखो, velocity speed is not going to change in this kind of motion, so it is independent of the velocity with which it is entering, right? T is equal to 2 pi m by qb. This is the expression that you need to remember. Now the problem says that अगर वो velocity v से enter करता है तो time period t है, अगर वो velocity 2v से enter करेगा तो time period क्या होगा? Charge particle same है, इसका मतलब mass same है, charge same है, external magnetic field is already kept same, so there is no effect on the time period. Correct answer should be T only. Option 2 should be the correct answer to this problem. And yes, Bhavya Verma has said that yes, correct answer is 2. Yes, very well. Correct answer is 2 only. Okay, Dragon's Emperor again, second option. Yes, very well. So correct answer is option 2 only. Let me move through the answer slide. And yes, the correct answer is option 2, right? Now let's move forward to problem 20. And is a problem based on the chapter of nuclei. Very important chapter from the point of view of NEET examinations, and it is based on the nuclear radius. आपको अगर याद होगा पिछले live session में we discussed a problem that was based on the expression of nuclear density, right? Now it says that if a nuclear radius of 64x nucleus is 4.8 Fermi, then nuclear radius of 125y nucleus is, what is 64 and 125? It is the mass number of the given nucleus. Now I know that the radii, it varies as r naught a raised to the power 1 over 3. The radius is, it varies as r naught a raised to the power 1 by 3. R naught is some constant and a is your mass number. For nucleus x, the mass number is 64, and for nucleus y, the mass number is 125. For nuclear x, the radius is given to me as 4.8 Fermi. It should be equal to r naught, or r naught is constant, I will use the proportionality. So 4.8 Fermi, it should be proportional to the cube root of mass number, that it should be proportional to 64 raised to the power 1 by 3. That's what this equation says me, right? Let me assume the radius of y, this nucleus y, let me assume it to be r1. So it should be proportional to 125 cube root. There you go, you have two equations in the proportion kind of terms. So if I solve this, I can write that 4.8 by r1, it should be equal to 64 over 125 raised to the power 1 over 3, right? So 4.8 over r1, it should be equal to, now solve the cube root, it becomes 4 over 5 whole cube, again raised to the power 1 over 3. So I'll cancel 3 and 3. So 4.8 by r1, it is coming out to be equal to 4 by 5. So r1, it should be equal to 5 by 4 into 4.8. It should be equal to 5 into, it's 1.2, that should be equal to 6 Fermi. So the radius r1 for this y nucleus is coming out to be equal to 6 Fermi. Yes, Gauri, the correct answer is option 2. Yes, very well. That's what I am getting, 6 Fermi. Yes, okay, very good. Option 2. Dragon's Emperor, this time you got the wrong answer. It is option 2, not option 3. So let's move to the answer slide to confirm the answer and see. Yes, the correct answer is option 2, that is 6 for me. Very good. Now let's move forward to problem 2. Okay, this was this problem 2 in the actual paper. See, these are the kind of problems that you are making mistakes, right? Okay. Let me go through the problem. It says that initial velocity of a particle moving along positive x-axis is 10 meter per second. If the constant acceleration a is minus 2 meter per second square x on the particle, then the distance traveled by the particle when it reaches to its initial position again is. I know this problem is problem में पता है दिक्कत इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि because the direction of acceleration and velocity is in opposite direction. ऐसे problem में बच्चे हमेशा फंसते हैं. I'll tell you the exact concept to deal with such kind of problem. See, let me assume that the particle starts its motion from point A, right? At this point, it was having an initial velocity of 10 meter per second. I am taking this direction as your positive x-axis. Positive x-axis, I am taking this direction. So particle was having a 10 meter per second initial velocity at point A when it started the motion, and at this point, it was subjected to acceleration of 2 meter per second square. I am not writing a negative sign because already मैंने acceleration opposite direction में बनाया है. Okay, someone is telling that answer is 25 meter. Definitely not. Answer is not going to be 25 meter. That is why I am discussing the problem. See, 25 meter is not a correct answer. So point A पे the particle is having a velocity 10 meter per second, acceleration 2 meter per second square in the opposite direction. And let me assume that it reaches point P. Point P पहुँचते पहुँचते उसकी velocity क्या होगी? Zero. Because this is the acceleration which is going to decrease the velocity, and till it reaches the point P, जब तक कि इसकी velocity zero ना हो जाए, it will continue to move along the positive x-axis. जिस point पे इसकी velocity zero हो जाएगी, वहाँ पे this particle is going to change the direction, right? So actually में होगा क्या? It will start moving from point A. It will go up till point P. I am assuming that that point to be P. It will go up till point P. Here the velocity is going to be equal to 0. At this point, the particle will again start moving in this direction from P towards this negative x-axis, right? That is what happening in this kind of motion, right? So I need to find the distance traveled by the particle when it reaches to initial position again. So particle पहले A से P पे जाएगा, P पे उसकी velocity 0 होगी, it will change the direction, then again it will move from P to point A, and as it reaches the point A, you need to figure out what is the distance traveled. Now you tell me what should be the displacement as it reaches point A again. Just write in the comment box what should be the displacement. Okay, some are saying that 50 meter option 4, study gang is saying option 3. No study gang, option 3 is also not the correct answer. बेटा ऐसे सारे ऑप्शन लिख लिख के पूछ लो कि गलत क्या है सही क्या है, then you can figure out by elimination method कि आंसर सही क्या होगा. No need to. Okay, someone is telling 50 meter. Let me go through the problem. Just write in the comment box what should be the displacement as it reaches the initial point again. See, so we have figured out what kind of motion is going on, and what equations do I have for my application. Since this is a problem based on the constant acceleration, I can use the equation v to be equal to u plus at. To as, it is equal to v square minus u square. Also s to be equal to ut plus half at square. Okay. Okay, someone is telling 0. Yes, displacement will be 0. Very well, displacement will be 0. अगर ये सवाल displacement का होता, I hope आप सबको बिल्कुल positive marks मिलते. Displacement will be 0. We need to figure out the distance covered. I'll use the second equation. My instinct says that second equation should give me the answer. I'm applying the motion. I'm applying the equation from point A to point P. For this part of the motion, I'm using the equation 2as to be equal to v square minus u square. Now, as it reaches point P पे final velocity क्या हो गई है? 0. So I can write that 2 into acceleration is minus 2. I need to calculate the distance s. Initial velocity was what? 10 square. So this minus and minus I cancel. S is coming out to be equal to 100 by 4. That is 25 meter. So while moving from A to P, it has covered a distance of 25 meter. अब P से A जाने में कितना distance लगेगा? Again, it's a very common sense. अगर A से P में जाने में 25 मीटर लगे तो P से A दोबारा आने में 25 मीटर लगेंगे. So the distance traveled by the particle as it moves to the initial position again is 50 meters. Correct answer is 50 meter. Displacement इस केस में 0 आ रहा है. Now you tell me the time at which the particle changes the direction of motion. वो time instant निकाल के बताइए जहाँ पे particle अपने motion की direction को change कर रहा है. Okay, just put in the comment box the time. I'm waiting for your reply. So anyone, कोई भी time calculate कर पा रहा है क्या? Just tell me the time at which the particle changes the direction of the motion. Okay, very difficult question, no one is able to calculate. It's a very simple question, 5 seconds. Okay, you got the answer, 5 seconds. Which equation? Okay, we got the answer, 5. Very well. I can use this equation, v is equal to u plus at. The final velocity should reduce to 0. That means that u should be equal to at. Obviously acceleration is negative, t should be equal to u by a. Time is equal to u by a. What is initial velocity? It is 10 by 2. That is 5 seconds. Yes, very well. All of you understood the concept very well. 5 seconds. Yes, yes, Nitin, Tara. Okay, yes, first equation, very well. So original problem का answer क्या है? Option 4. And I hope you understood the problem. Let me go through the answer slide as well. Yes, correct answer is option 4. See, आप देख सकते हैं कि in these kind of problems there are many variations that we can ask. डिस्प्लेसमेंट आपने कैलकुलेट किया, आपने वो टाइम इंस्टेंट भी कैलकुलेट किया जहाँ पे पार्टिकल अपने मोशन की डायरेक्शन को चेंज करेगा, एंड डिस्टेंस वी हैव आस्क्ड फ्रॉम यू. सो यू नो, जस्ट रिमेंबर द कॉन्सेप्ट. आप इस कॉन्सेप्ट को कहीं लिख लें, नोट डाउन कर ले व्हाइल गोइंग थ्रू द सेशन, मेक द नोट्स बनाइए जस्ट टू, है ना, आपको एंड मोमेंट पे रिवाइज करने के लिए कुछ होना चाहिए आपके पास. जस्ट मेक अ गुड नोट्स व्हाइल गोइंग थ्रू द सेशन. एंड येस, लेट मी मूव फॉरवर्ड टू अनदर प्रॉब्लम. ऑप्शन 4. And this is a problem based on the simple harmonic motion. It says that a particle is executing simple harmonic motion according to the equation x, that is equal to a sine omega t. Okay, the phase of a particle at x equal to a by 2 while moving towards positive extreme position is. Okay, I know these kind of problems, ये problems तो होने ही थे, prone to mistakes because students are not very clear regarding the concept of phasors. Phase diagram में students they always get confused how to draw the phase diagram, sir कैसे calculate करें, कैसे angle आएगा. So that's why we have kept this problem in this paper so that आप गलत करें और हम आपके लिए discuss करें. Now, what can I deduce from this equation x equal to a sine omega t? First point of conclusion is that based on this equation x equal to a sine omega t, the particle is starting the motion from the mean position. The first piece of information, very important information for me, is the particle is starting its motion from the mean position. This is the mean position, this is the positive extreme, this is the negative extreme, right? So particle is starting the motion from the mean position, and you need to figure out the phase of the particle when it is at x equal to a by 2. So the amplitude is small a, I am taking it as capital A. So you need to figure out the phase at a by 2 when it is moving towards the positive extreme. It is moving towards the positive. दो cases possible हैं. a by 2 पे it can also move towards the mean position also. I am talking about the positive a by 2. ऐसे तो दो cases और possible हैं at minus a by 2 also. But let's talk in regards to positive a by 2. So positive a by 2 पे particle है, it is moving towards the positive extreme. आपको ये calculate करना है कि phase कितना होगा. The particle is starting the motion from the mean position. इतना information is given to me by the problem, right? I'll calculate the answer for this part. After going through the explanation, you give me the answer for this part, right? So I'll go with the phasor diagram. See, not a very perfect circle, but you can manage. This radius will be equal to the amplitude, that is capital A, right? Particle is starting the motion from t equal to 0, and its projection on the x-axis is going to perform the simple harmonic motion. उसकी projection x-axis पे is going to perform the simple harmonic motion. Particle यहाँ कहीं t equal to 0 पे यहाँ पे है. And see, if this is the mean and taking this as plus a, this again becomes mean and this is minus a, right? And let me draw this radius over here. So this is your a. Now particle starts its motion. I am being asked that what is the phase of the particle at x equal to a by 2 when it is moving towards positive extreme. So sense of rotation particle का कुछ ऐसा है. It is moving from mean to, you know, positive extreme. This is the exact instant at which you need to calculate the phase. Let me take it as point P. इस point पे particle is at a by 2 and moving towards the positive extreme. You can see that particle a by 2 पे भी है and it is moving towards the positive extreme. So what will this angle be? Theta. This, let me assume this angle as theta. This is a. So I can use the trigonometry. I can write that a cos theta, it is equal to a by 2, or I can write that cos theta, it is equal to 1 by 2. That means that theta, it is equal to 60 degrees. So theta, it is coming out to be equal to 60 degree. Ab kya is 60 degrees the phase? No, 60 degrees is not the phase. Phase is what is the angle covered by the particle as it reaches this point P, where it is at a by 2 and moving towards the positive extreme. So if theta is 60, the phase, let me assume it denoted by phi, it should be equal to 90 degree minus 60 degree, that is equal to 30 degrees, that is equal to pi by 6. This ये मतलब है फेज का पार्टिकल ने कितना एंगल कवर किया है टू रीच दैट पोजीशन point P. You have this is the initial position of the particle, right? I can also calculate a time taken by the particle if I am assuming that the capital T is the time period. So I can write that pi by 6 it is equal to omega times small t. So pi by 6 it is equal to 2 pi by capital T into small t. I'll cancel this pi and pi. So t is coming out to be equal to t by 12. I can also calculate a time taken to cover, to reach that position. Now, you tell me what should be the phase of the particle at point Q, where it is again at a by 2 but moving towards the mean position. Just write in the comment box what should be the angle. I will draw the diagram over here also. What should be the phase? I calculate the phase over here. You give me the phase over here. This point P, this is point Q, and again it is at this projection is a by 2, but this time it is moving towards the mean position, not the extreme position. This is the position I am talking about. Pi by 6. Okay, pi by 6 was the initial answer. Give me the answer for this point Q. Particle is moving towards mean position from a by 2. Give me the answer for point Q. What is the phase for point Q? Yes, so correct answer according to the original question, it should be option 2, that is pi by 6. Someone please comment the answer at point Q if you understood the concept. Okay, I am waiting. No response till now. Okay, I'll leave it to you, just calculate. So the correct answer to this problem is option 2, that is pi by 6, right? Now let's move forward to another problem. So this problem is 44 in the original paper, problem based on I guess moving charges and magnetism, right? It says that a magnetic dipole having magnetic moment, that is 50 I cap plus j cap ampere meter square, is placed in magnetic field B vector, that is equal to 2 I cap plus 3 j cap minus k cap Tesla. We need to find the potential energy of the dipole. So we need to find the potential energy of the dipole. What is the expression for the potential energy of a magnetic dipole kept in an external magnetic field P? Just someone can you comment the expression for the potential energy? I'll write it down over here. U, it is equal to dot product of magnetic moment and external magnetic field. Dot product of m dot b, and that too with a negative sign, right? So U, it is equal to m dot b. Now magnetic moment vector is given to me as 50 I cap plus 50 j cap. Kush Bansal is saying minus 250 joule. Okay, you किसी का आंसर नहीं आया ना पॉइंट क्यू के लिए. Okay, let's focus on this problem 44. So U is m dot b, magnetic moment is given to U as 50 I cap plus 50 j cap. External magnetic field, it is given to U as 2 I cap plus 3 j cap minus k cap. अब इस प्रॉब्लम में क्या दिक्कत है? You just need to figure out how to do the dot product. So minus 50 I cap plus 50 j cap, its dot product with 2 I cap plus 3 j cap minus k cap. Dot product is a very easy to calculate. It's not like cross product. I and I will be 1. I'm doing the dot product. I and I 1. I cross I dot j is 0. I dot k is 0. So 50 into 2, it's become 100. 50 j cap into j cap का dot product I cap के साथ 0. 50 into 3, it becomes 150, and j cap का dot product k cap के साथ again it becomes 0. So you are left with 100 plus 150, that too with a negative sign, and it is coming out to be equal to minus 250 joules. See, simple problem. Correct answer is option 1. Q के लिए pi by 3 होगा. बेटा pi by 3 नहीं होगा. Phase is always calculated from the mean position. 90, add a 90 to this also. इसमें add pi by 2 and it should give you the correct answer. 90 plus 60, 150. 150 degrees should be the correct answer for point Q. Now let's come back to problem 44. The correct answer to this problem is minus 250 joule. A fairly simple problem. Just need to figure out how to do the dot product. इस expression को याद रखिए, m dot b को magnetic moment आपको दिया हुआ था, external magnetic field is also given to you. Basic calculation and you are good to go with the answer. Minus 250 joule is the correct answer. All other options are random. There is no scope of finding any other option. Either you mess up with your calculation part. Oh yes. These are the kind of mistakes that you do in the paper also. तो वहाँ पे oh yes लिखने का time नहीं मिलेगा आपको, right? Very well. So correct answer is option 1, and yes, the answer slides confirm this. Let's move forward to problem 5. Okay, your favorite topic, projectile motion. The problem is based on the chapter of motion in plane, and it was problem 5 in the actual paper. It says that equation of motion of a particle is y, that is equal to 12x minus. Yes sir, got it now. Tara, what did you get? Which problem you are talking about, Tara? So the equation of motion of particle is 12x minus 3 by 4x square. What is the range of projectile? Y and x are in meter. Okay, we need to figure out the range of projectile based on the equation of trajectory. Okay, someone is commenting the answer. Let me calculate the answer. Y, it is equal to 12x minus 3 by 4x square. I'll give you a simple method to calculate the range. See, if this is the path of the projectile that the projectile is going to follow. So this is this distance is x equal to r. So when the particle is at r, the y coordinate is equal to 0. Y coordinate is 0 at 2 points. At the point of origin, that is 0, 0, and it is also 0 at r. When x coordinate is r, the y coordinate is equal to 0. So if I put this equation to be equal to 0, 12x minus 3 by 4 x square to be equal to 0. I am putting this equation as 0. I am taking x as common. So it becomes 12 minus 3 by 4 x to be equal to 0. Right. So either I can, there are two roots for this equation. One is x equal to 0. Obviously point of, at the point from where it was projected, वहाँ पे तो 0 आना ही था. I'll keep this factor to be equal to 0 also. 12 minus 3 by 4x to be equal to 0, right? So 12, it is equal to 3 by 4 into x. So from here, x is equal to 12 into 4 by 3. So x is coming out to be equal to 16 meters. ये मेथड उन बच्चों के लिए जिनको इक्वेशन ऑफ ट्रैजेक्टरी याद नहीं थी. यू कैन ऑल्सो यूज द इक्वेशन ऑफ ट्रैजेक्टरी टू फाइंड आउट द आंसर. व्हाट इज द इक्वेशन ऑफ ट्रैजेक्टरी? इट इज इक्वल टू x tan theta 1 minus x over r, right? And equation given to me was 12x minus 3x square by 4. This is the equation given to me. This is the equation of trajectory. How to compare the equation? I'll take 12x as common. So I'll take 12x as common. It becomes 1 minus 3x by 4 and a 12 over there. So it is coming out to be equal to 12x 1 minus 3x, sorry, not 3, it will become x by 16. Compare this equation and this equation. So range is coming out to be equal to 16 meters. And the angle of projection is also coming out to be equal to 12, right? Okay, if you are thorough with the problem, just let me know what should be the maximum height for this projectile. Calculate the maximum height, comment the answer in the comment box. You have your range, you have your angle of projection tan theta. Let me know what should be the maximum height. Use this relation. You can also derive this relation. I am just showing you what kind of variation you can get in such kind of problems. R by h, it should be equal to 4 by tan theta. Just use this equation to calculate the maximum height. Anyone in the comment box? Okay. Till now, no one got the answer for the maximum height. I'll do the calculation. Range is given to me as 16. I need to calculate the maximum height. 4 upon tan theta is 12. So from here, okay, Dragon's Emperor got the answer very well, 48. 16 into 12 by 443, that is equal to 48 meters. Very well. So the original problem asked us to calculate the range. It should be equal to 16 meter. Now have a look at the option 3, 48 meter. This is not the range, this is the maximum height. So this cannot be a correct answer. 8 meter, 12 meter, some random options. Even you mess with the calculation, you cannot get these kind of answers 1 and 2. So this is one of the method that you must keep in mind. If you don't remember the equation of trajectory, just put the equation to be equal to 0, है ना. तो point of origin के अलावा x equal to r पे ही y should be coming out to be equal to 0. Yes, very well. You are good to go with this problem. Correct answer is option 4. Let me figure it out with the answer slide, and yes, the correct answer is option 4. Very well. Let's move forward to another problem. Okay, it says that problem 37 based on the topic of, I guess, electromagnetic induction. Energy required to establish a current of 2 ampere in a coil of self-inductance that is equal to 400 millihenry. Okay. Now the problem states that we need to calculate the energy required. सवाल ये कि energy required क्यों है? What is the need for this energy? See, if you are trying to build up a current in an inductor, then it will try to oppose that build up of current by inducing a voltage. By inducing a voltage which is going to that is going to oppose that build up of current, right? So the source that is supplying the current, it has to do certain amount of work for that current to build up in the in the inductor. If this is your inductor, right? So the source has to do some kind of work to build up a current in the inductor. Let me assume that the current flowing through this inductor is I and its self inductance is L. So source को कुछ तो काम करना पड़ेगा ताकि इसके अंदर आप current I को flow करवा पाए. So that energy E is equal to half into L into I square. This much amount of energy is required to make this current I flow through this inductor which is having a self inductance of L, right? I hope you understood why do we need to give this, why we need this energy. Now आपको एक इंडक्टर है जिसकी सेल्फ इंडक्टेंस 400 मिली हेनरी है, उसके अंदर करंट 2 एम्पियर फ्लो कराना है. सो व्हाट इज द एनर्जी रिक्वायर्ड? आई विल कैलकुलेट दिस. E is equal to half L I square. Half the self inductance is 400 milli Henry. Convert it into Henrys, 400 to 10 raised to power minus 3 into I square. What is the amount of current that you need, you want to flow through the inductor? That is 2. So 2 into 2. So I cancel out 2 and 2. It becomes 800 into 10 raised to the power minus 3, or 800 8 by 10, that is equal to 0.8 joules. Simple problem. I won't put it in a very difficult class. It is a simple problem, just a little bit of presence of mind. So 8 joule, you can mess up with the calculation and you can get your answer as 8 joule, 0.4 joule, 4 joule. I think these options are random, somewhat random options. I don't think this is the kind of calculation that you mess with. This is a very fairly simple calculation. So the correct answer to the problem is 0.8 joule, right? And yes, okay, some are commenting also. Yes, very well. Okay, so yes, the correct answer becomes the option 1, that is 0.8 joules, right? Okay, let's move. Okay, this is the problem 18 in the actual paper, right? Okay, and it says that based on the chapter of current electricity, it says that in the following circuit, the voltage difference between points P and Q is, you need to figure out the voltage difference between point P and Q. Okay, and you have been given the current, but the problem is I don't know what is the value of this R. अगर मेरे को R की वैल्यू पता चल जाए, I can figure out what is the potential difference between point P and Q. So अब सवाल पहले ये आता है how to find out the value of R. My instinct says that I'll go with Kirchhoff's loop rule. I'm going to apply the Kirchhoff's loop rule in this sense, right? Current यहाँ पे 2 ampere flow कर रहा है, right? I'll draw on the circuit for you, just to make you realize how to apply the Kirchhoff's. Okay, something like this. Let me take this as R2, let me take this as R1, let me take this as E, and this is my current I, right? I am going to apply the loop rule in this sense. So as the current I flows through R1, there is a potential drop of IR1, right? And this same current flows through R2, there is a potential drop of IR2. The loop rule says that it is based on the principle of conservation of energy, right? IR1 plus IR2. Now as you move through this, there is a voltage gain. You are jumping from a negative potential to a positive potential. There is a voltage gain. So I will write it as minus E. if I'm if I'm denoting the drop by a positive sign, I'll denote the gain by a negative sign. So IR1 plus IR2 minus E, the loop rule says it should be equal to 0. Obviously, whatever is the drop, it should be compensated by the gain. That's how that's how you conserve the energy. So IR1 plus IR2 minus E, it should be equal to 0. So I can write that IR1 plus IR2, it is equal to E. Very well. Now we need to figure out R, right? So current is given to me as 2, R1 is given to me as R. Again, current flowing through 5 ohm is also 2, R2 is 5, and the value of E is 15. So 2R plus 10, it is equal to 15. So 2R is coming out to be equal to 5. That means that R is coming out to be equal to 5 by 2 ohm. Okay, the resistance is coming out to be equal to 5 by 2 ohm. And it, okay, now this is point P, this is point Q. This is your resistance 5 by 2, a current I is flowing in this direction. Now you tell me which point should be at higher potential, the point P or the point Q. Just put an answer in the comment box. Which should be at higher potential, the point P or point Q? Anyone in the comment box? Okay, no answer till now. Very difficult problem I must have asked. Which is at a higher potential, the point P or point Q? Okay, no one. I'll write the equation. Vp minus Vq, it should be equal to I into R, right? If I take this as R, so Vp minus Vq, current flowing through this resistance is 2 ampere and the resistance value is 5 by 2. So it is coming out to be equal to 5 volt. Okay, we got the answer. Dragon's Emperor, again he is saying the answer, sorry, not he, I don't know your exact name. So he is telling that Q should be at higher potential. Dragon's Emperor, please note that current always flow from higher potential to lower potential. So it should, if it is flowing from P to Q, point P is at higher potential, not point Q. That's why you get the Vp minus Vq as positive. Agar Q higher potential pe hota, this answer should be there with a negative sign, not with a positive sign. Okay, very well. So Vp minus Vq is coming out to be equal to 5 volt. And the correct answer is option 4. Okay, so this is a two-step problem. First हमने loop rule को use करके resistance calculate किया, then using the concept we figure out what was the potential difference between point P and Q. Two-step problem. Obviously this was prone to mistake. I'll keep it as a bit medium level considering the level of NEET examination. A medium level problem, not a very easy problem, not a very difficult problem, a medium level problem according to the NEET. And that's how you approach such kind of problems. Let us verify this with our answer slide, and yes, the correct answer is option 4. Dragon's Emperor is saying he, sir. Okay, he. Just put your actual name in the comment box. Okay, let's move to problem 11. It says that moment of inertia of a ring of radius capital R and mass small m about an axis passing from the edge of ring and normal to the plane of ring is. Okay, if this is my ring, this is my ring, right? Let me assume the mass as m and radius r. Now you tell me, write in the comment box, what should be the moment of inertia of this ring about an axis that is passing through the center and perpendicular to the plane of the ring. The mass of the ring is m and the radius is r. What should be the moment of inertia of the ring about this axis? And the problem is asking me to find the moment of inertia about an axis that is passing through the edge but normal to the plane. So I have one axis, I'll write it as AA1, and here I have another axis that is BB1. So what should be the moment of inertia of ring about AA1? So this is a ring, moment of inertia I about AA1, it should be equal to mr square. 3 by 2 mr square. I'm asking the moment of inertia about axis AA1, it is passing through the center and perpendicular to the plane of the ring. Don't jump to the answer, just tell me what should be the moment of inertia about AA1. So IAA1, it is given to me as mr square. Okay, they are commenting the answer as 3 by 2 mr square. Let me figure out what is the answer. Now I need to figure out what should be the moment of inertia about BB1. What theorem we are going to use? We are going to use the parallel axis theorem. Now 3 by 2 mr square is not the right answer. I'll tell you 3 by 2 mr square कब आ सकता है. Okay, someone is telling 0, moment of inertia 0. वेरी वेल बेटा, जीरो कैसे हो सकता है मोमेंट ऑफ इनर्शिया? रोहित, ओके, वेरी वेल रोहित. So IA1 के about moment of inertia mr square है. I need to figure out what is the moment of inertia about BB1. Use the parallel axis theorem. It says that if you need to calculate moment of inertia about BB1, it should be equal to the moment of inertia about AA1 plus the mass into the square of the distance between the two axes. The square of the distance between the two axes. Now if the radius is r, the square of distance, that is r. So it should be equal to IAA1 plus mr square. Now IAA1 is mr square plus one more mr square. It should be equal to 2 mr square. How are you calculating the answer to be equal to 3 by 2 mr square? No, 3 by 2 mr square cannot be the right answer to this problem. So 2 mr square is the right answer to this problem. Now let's figure out 3 by 2 mr square कैसा आएगा. We will use parallel axis theorem. Yes, we are going to use the parallel axis theorem. Now I'll tell you how to calculate 3 by 2 mr square. This is your ring. One axis, this is AA1. Tell me what is the moment of inertia about this axis. I'll take this as CC1, which is in the plane of the ring passing through the center. In the plane of the ring passing through the center, this axis is AA1. Let me take another axis, that is DD1. It is also tangential, but it lies in the plane of the ring. Tell me what should be the moment of inertia about the axis CC1. About AA1 it is mr square, then about CC1, if this is a ring of mass m and radius r. Just put in the comment box what should be the moment of inertia about CC1. ICC1, it should be equal to mr square by 2. Right. Now again, for calculating the moment of inertia about DD1, I'll again use the parallel axis theorem. It says that IDD1, it should be equal to ICC1 plus m into the distance of the square of the distance between the two axes, that is mr square. Now this is mr square by 2 plus mr square, that is equal to 3m r square by 2. That's how you get your answer to be equal to, okay, someone is saying dd dash minus 3 by 2 mr square. Rohit got the correct answer. Yes, about CC1 it is mr square by 2. So about DD1 it will be equal to 3 mr square by 2. So DD1 ke about, yes, some A, B, C, D, D, F. Okay, so your name is very long. I'll not take the, yes, someone is commenting 3 by 2 mr square. Yes, very well. So 3 by 2 mr square, DD1 ke about RI. This is not what we asked you in the actual problem. We asked you BB1. So we be very clear. What is the difference between both these axes, BB1 and DD1? Ek axis, this BB1, it is, you know, it is tangential, but it is perpendicular. This is perpendicular, passing through the edge, but perpendicular. One axis is like this, it is lying in the plane, it is also tangential. दो kind of axis possible है, right? Just be thorough with the concept. आपको axis बहुत ध्यान से बनाना figure में. This problem was prone to mistakes only because you didn't understood what axis we are talking about, right? So just get your concepts clear in these kind of problem. Correct answer is 2 mr square and 3 by 2 mr square. आपने अभी देख लिया कैसे आ सकता है आंसर. mr square is the moment of inertia about AA1. वो हमने नहीं पूछा था. This is not a right answer. 3 mr square. Now I don't see how can you get to the answer 3 mr square. I think this option is a bit random option, so I'll eliminate this also. Okay, let me get to the answer slide. And yes, the correct answer to this problem is option 2. Right, sir, we will have this live every Saturday. Yes, Rohit, we are going to have this live on the next Saturday, और उसके अगले Saturday we will go live for all the 4 subjects, right? Next Saturday भी live आएगा, but with a different kind of paper. The pattern will be same. We are going to discuss the problems that are prone to mistakes by most of the students. और ये list, these are prepared after going through the results of all the students across Pan India, right? Pan India का result का analysis करके we have prepared a list of the problems. So I hope this session proves very fruitful for you, right? Okay. So yes, इस Saturday के अगले Saturday we are going live with this phase 1. Sir, you will come live or other teachers? Okay, we'll tell you about that part, which teacher is going to come. Just look at the poster. We release the poster. 2 days prior to the live session, so you can get your answer from there, right? So yes, we'll come live for next Saturday and Saturday after that. Yes, I took the class last time also, but this is for the phase 1. For the phase 2, we have a different kind of class setup. We are increasing the duration of the class. If you have not registered for the phase 2, just please register for the phase 2. We will have a class that will look into your concepts more deeply. Hai na? We are extending the duration of the class for the phase 2. A lot of discussion will go in that class. You will have a class with more expert faculties of the Aakash, right? So if you missed phase 1, please register yourself for phase 2. This session is going to be very fruitful for you. Now let's move for the next problem. Okay, this was problem 15 in the actual paper. It says that when a ray of light enters from rarer to denser medium, it bends towards the normal. Okay, and the second statement says that when a ray of light enters from rarer to denser medium, its frequency decreases. So we need to pick the correct statement. Okay. Now it says that when a ray of light enters from rarer to denser medium, it bends towards the normal. Okay. Sir, you will take the class next Saturday also. Just have a look at the poster. Just subscribe to the channel of Aakash NEET. Have a look at the poster. If you see me in the poster, I am going to take the class, and if I am not in the poster, I am not going to take the class, right? Now, let's talk about statement first. When a ray of light enters from rarer to denser medium, it bends towards the normal. See, I know that Snell's law, it says that mu into sin I, it should be equal to constant, right? Mu into sin I, it should be equal to constant. Now, rarer medium में mu की value कम होती है, denser medium में mu की value क्या होती है, ज़्यादा होती है. I is the angle, right? अब अगर ray of light, it is moving from rarer to denser medium, that means that as it enters the denser medium, mu की value क्या होने वाली है, ज़्यादा होने वाली है. अब इस प्रोडक्ट को कांस्टेंट मेंटेन करने के लिए अगर म्यू की वैल्यू ज़्यादा हो गई है तो साइन आई की वैल्यू क्या होनी पड़ेगी, कम होगी, राइट? सो इन दैट केस इफ द रे इज मूविंग फ्रॉम रेयर टू डेंसर, म्यू इज इंक्रीजिंग, द वैल्यू ऑफ साइन आई शुड बी लेस. इन दैट केस द रे शुड बेंड टुवर्ड्स द नॉर्मल. एज इट मूव्स टुवर्ड्स द नॉर्मल, आई की वैल्यू, दिस एंगल इज, ये एंगल कम हो जाएगा, द वैल्यू ऑफ साइन आई इज गोइंग टू रिड्यूस because mu has already increased, the product needs to remain constant. So as it moves from the rarer to denser medium, it moves towards the normal, and as it moves from denser to rarer, जैसे ही denser से rarer में जाएगा, in that case mu, अब mu decrease हो गया है, इसका मतलब I को increase होना पड़ेगा, it will bend away from the normal, right? So what was the statement saying to me? When a ray of light enters from rarer to denser, it bends towards the normal. Yes, this is in accordance with the Snell's law. Dragon's Emperor, what is phase 2? Phase 2 is the another phase that we are launching for this mock test session. In that also we are going to discuss the frequently committed mistakes by the student plus the extended class support to you. Just go through the site of the Aakash. You will get all the information about the phase 2. Oh sir, you were not in today's poster. Okay, I'll see. I have not seen the poster yet. Thank you for telling me. I'll go through the poster to see why my photo was not put there. Okay. So statement 1, it is in accordance with the Snell's law. When a ray of light enters, yes. Second statement says that when a ray of light enters from rarer to denser medium, its frequency decreases. See, frequency is it depends on the source from where the wave is originating. वो तो source पे depend करेगा कि frequency क्या है. The change in the medium is not going to affect the frequency, because it depends on the source. So frequency तो change नहीं होने वाली है, but frequency को constant रखने के लिए velocity और wavelength they are going to vary. So when a ray of light enters from rarer to denser medium, velocity is going to change, wavelength is also going to change, because v is equal to f lambda. V is the velocity, f is the frequency, lambda is the wavelength. Frequency constant रखने के लिए this v by lambda it is going to change, but frequency change नहीं होगी, because this is the this depends on the source from which it is originating. Source तो same ही रहने वाला है, source is not going to change. Either you change the source, in that case the frequency is going to change, but medium के change होने से frequency पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. So first one is right, the second one is tells frequency decreases, it is wrong. So statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is incorrect. Yes, option 2 is the correct answer. Yes, Yatharth, correct option 2, yes. So first one is wrong, third one is also wrong, fourth one is also wrong. Correct answer is option 2. no kind of no mistakes are expected in these kind of problems. You just need to be thorough with the concepts, right? And let me go through the answer slide. Yes, correct answer is option 2 only, right? Okay, let's move forward to problem 31, a problem based on the experiment of meter bridge and the chapter current electricity. In a meter bridge experiment, neutral point is obtained at 40 centimeter from end A. So this is your neutral point and it is obtained at 40 centimeter from end A. Okay, and the resistance Y is 10 ohm. This resistance Y is given to you as 10 ohm. We need to calculate the value of resistance X. Okay, can anyone tell me what principle we are going to use to calculate the resistance Y? Just put in the comment box the name of the principle that we are going to use to calculate the value of resistance X, not Y, X. See, the length of this wire AC, it is equal to 100 centimeter. If AB is 40 centimeter, in that case the length BC will be equal to 60 centimeter. And B is your null point. That means that no current is flowing through the galvanometer, right? This is the null point. What principle we are going to use? We are going to use the principle of Wheatstone bridge. It says that if a null point is obtained, then the ratio, if I write it, it should be equal to X upon length of this AB portion. It should be equal to Y upon the length of BC portion, right? I find such problems very difficult. Okay, so use if a null point is obtained, this should be the condition, right? So value of X we need to find. The length of AB is 40, Y it is equal to 10 upon length of BC, it is 60. So the value of X is coming out to be equal to 10 by 60 into 40, right? So it is coming out to be equal to, X is coming out to be equal to 20 over 3 ohm. 20 over 3 ohm, that means option 3 should be the correct answer to the problem. 15 ohm, 0.8 ohm and 0.5 ohm are wrong answer. What should be the strategy to solve? Strategy to solve, the first and the foremost strategy is that be thorough with your concepts while dealing with physics. No point of confusions in the physics, and be thorough with the formula also. Just remember all the formulas and be thorough with the concept. That should keep you going for these kind of problems. This is not a very difficult problem. It is a fairly simple problem based on the experiment of Wheatstone bridge. Just put out the balancing condition and you are good to go, right? Correct answer is option 3. Now let me go through the answer slide, and yes, the correct answer is option 3 only. Moving forward, we have 3 capacitors, and this is again, this problem is based on the chapter of electrostatic potential and capacitance, and the topic is capacitors. Capacitors, which combination is this? Either this is series combination or parallel combination. Can you write the answer? What combination is this? This is series or parallel? I'll go through the problem. 3 capacitors, 2 microfarad, 3 microfarad and 6 microfarad are connected in series. See, the answer is given to you in the problem only. Series across a 10 volt supply as shown in figure. Potential drop across 2 microfarad capacitor is what we are required to find. We need to find potential difference across this capacitor. Let me take it as V1. Let me take this as V2. V2 is the potential difference across this 3, and V3 is the potential difference across this 6, right? Okay. What is the concept if these capacitors are connected in series, and if there is a charge Q on this 2 microfarad capacitor, then charge will be same across all the 3 capacitors. What I am trying to say is that if this is your capacitor C1, if this is your capacitor C2, and this is your capacitor C3, they are connected to some source like this. Let me take this as E1, right? So if this has got charge Q, then this has also got charge Q, and this has also got charge Q, because in series the charge is going to remain same, but the potential difference across this is V1, across this is V2, and across this is V3, right? So V1 plus V2 plus V3, it should be equal to E. V1 plus V2 plus V3 should be equal to E, right? Now how to calculate the charge? If you get a charge on one of the capacitor, if you calculate the charge, you are good to go. So for series combination, we know that 1 over C equivalent, it is equal to 1 over C1 plus 1 over C2 plus 1 over C3. So I can write that 1 over C equivalent. What is 1 over C equivalent? That's what we need to calculate. It is equal to C1 is 2, C2 is 3, C3 is 6. So 1 over 2 plus 1 over 3 plus 1 over 6. Okay, just calculate the C equivalent. 1 over C equivalent, it is equal to, take the LCM as 6 only. So 2, 3, 3, 2 and 1. C equivalent is coming out to be equal to 1, right? And use Q is equal to CV, that is equal to 1 into 10 raised to the power minus 6 into V. What is the value of V? It is 10. So it is coming out to be equal to 10, right? So the charge on this capacitor is 10, on this capacitor is also 10, and on this capacitor is also 10. So I can write that across 2 microfarad, I'll use V to be equal to Q by C. So Q is 10, capacitance is 2, so 5 volt should be the potential difference across C1. For 3 microfarad, it is V1, this is V2, the charge is going to remain same, 10, capacitance is 3, so it is equal to 10 by 3 volt. Let's talk about 6 also. So charge is going to remain same, and capacitance is 6, so 10 by 6, right? Now you add this 10 by 6, 10 by 3 and 5, they are going to sum up to be equal to 10 volt as we wrote this equation. So the concept is the charge is going to remain same and the sum of potential difference will be equal to the EMF of the source, and you can use this concept to solve these kind of problems. I have calculated the potential drop across all the 3 capacitors in case some variations are asked to you in such kind of problems, right? And what about in parallel combination? Had they been in parallel combination, in that case the potential difference is going to remain same, the charge is obviously going to vary, right? Charge is going to vary, but potential difference is going to remain same. Now let's move forward. Yes, okay, let me first verify the answer, and yes, the answer is option 4, that is 5 volt. Okay, let's talk about problem 43. 2 springs S1 and S2 having spring constant 200 Newton per meter and 400 Newton per meter respectively. They are okay. We have been given 2 springs. One is your S1. The spring constant is 200 Newton per meter. Other spring is S2. The spring constant is 400 Newton per meter. Right. For same spring force in the spring, the energy stored in the spring are in the ratio. So what is energy stored? It is equal to half into K into x square, where x is the elongation from the natural length, elongation or compression, K is your spring constant. This is the energy stored, right? Now if I modify this expression, half into K into x, what can I write in place of x? I can write it to be equal to F by K. Because you see, if this is your spring and you are trying to elongate it by applying external force F. So if the spring constant is K, so F should be equal to Kx, where x is the elongation. In that case, x should be equal to F by K. So half into K into F by K whole square, it becomes F square by 2K. So energy stored is coming something like this, F square by 2K. Now for the same force, they are telling that the external force or the force is same. So I can use the proportionality that E into K should remain constant, because F square is same and 2 is a constant, right? So I can write that E1 into K1, it should be equal to E2 into K2, right? So E1 into 200, it should be equal to E2 into 400. So if I calculate E1 upon E2, it is coming out to be equal to 2:1. So they have not asked very specific ratios, either you calculate E1 by E2 or E2 by E1. So option is 2:1, no 1:2 option is there. So आपको उस part की चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है. They are not very specific about the ratio. So the correct answer is option 3 only, that is 2:1. Yes, someone has commented the answer 2:1 very well. The name is a bit difficult to take. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, something like that. Okay, 2:1 is the correct answer for this problem. 4:3, I don't know how can you reach this option 4:3. 1:6, again a very random option. 8:1, a very random option. 2:1, easy question. That's why it has been kept in the lower order. This was not prone to mistakes by a lot of students, but yes, significant number of students attempted this wrong. So even by E2, the ratio is coming out to be equal to 2:1. Now, yes, let me verify this with answer slide also. and the correct answer is option 3. Moving forward to problem 30. This was the problem 30 in the actual paper, and it is given that a 16 microcoulomb point charge is divided into two charges such that when they are placed 10 centimeter in vacuum experiences maximum coulombic force. That maximum force will be. Okay. So, you have a charge q, right? Let me divide it in small q. So, other charge will become q minus q. Now, this q charge and this q minus q charge, they are separated by certain distance. Let me take this as d, and they are kept in vacuum. The medium is vacuum. I need to figure out what should be the value of this small q so that they experience maximum force, right? So, I write the expression for force. It is equal to k into q minus q by d square. K can be written as, the medium is vacuum, so k can be written as 1 over 4 pi epsilon naught into q minus q by d square. Now, you tell me what is varying over here. I need to calculate the value of small q so that the force between these charges, they are maximum. So, what I can do is that I can differentiate this equation. df by dq should be equal to 0, because see, the medium is same, the distance is going to remain same, the only part that is varying is small q. कैसे charge का division करें such that, someone is commenting answer 57.6. okay, we'll get to the answer, but कैसे charge का division करें कि उनके बीच का force maximum हो जाए. For this, df by dq should be equal to 0. So, I'll put df by dq to be equal to 0. Force is 1 over 4 pi epsilon naught q into q minus q by d square. So, I need to do df by dq. So, everything is constant. So, d by dq will be of qq minus q square. Differentiate this with respect to q. So, it will be equal to q minus 2q to be equal to 0, because df by dq should be put equal to 0. So, q is coming out to be equal to q by 2. Q is coming out to be equal to q by 2. So, just you can remember this as a standard result. For the maximum force, the charges should be divided equally. अगर q charge total है तो उसको आप q by 2 में divide कीजिए for the maximum force interaction between them. I have derived this expression, but आप इसको directly भी याद रख सकते हैं. The division should be half of 50%. So, q is equal to q by 2. Now, let us calculate the actual force. So, force will be equal to 1 over 4 pi epsilon naught. It is 9 into 10 raised to the power 9. The original charge was 16. So, division it becomes 8 into 10 raised to the power minus 6 whole square. K q1 q2 by r square. R is, and they are placed 10 centimeters. So, 10 into 10 raised to the power minus 2 whole square. Now, if you calculate this, the force is coming out to be equal to 57.6 Newton. Right? Yes, very well. Some many people have commented. Chaitanya, he is commenting the answer to 57.6 Newton. Yes, the answer is 57.6 Newton. The learning from this concept is that for the maximum force, the charge should be divided 50%. 50% over here, 50% over here. For the interaction, concept is that df by dq should be equal to 0. Right? Okay, I hope you understood the concept. Now, dear students, let's move to other problem. Two thin lengths of focal length f1 and f2 having powers p1, p2 respectively are in contact and coaxial. The power of the combination is, see, this is a simple problem. I have two lenses. See, if the two lenses are kept in contact, I can write that the equivalent focal length 1 over f equivalent, it is equal to 1 over f1 plus 1 over f2. They are not separated by certain distance, they are placed in close contact. So, equivalent focal length, it is equal to 1 over f1 plus 1 over f2. अगर वो कुछ distance से separated होते हैं, the equation should be 1 over f1 plus 1 over f2 minus d upon f1 f2. But that is not the case, they are placed in a close contact. So, equivalent focal length, it should be equal to 1 over f1 plus 1 over f2. Now, if the equivalent focal length is f equivalent, then this part will become power of the combination. So, power of the combination, it is equal to 1 over f1 plus 1 over f2, right. So, power it is equal to f2 plus f1 over f1 f2. There you go. That is the power of the combination, that is F1 F2 over F2 plus F1 over F1 F2. Yes, this is the correct answer to this problem. First one is a very random option. I don't, P equivalent in terms of power should be equal to P1 plus P2. So this is definitely wrong. F1 plus F2, no, a very random option. F1 plus F2 by 2. I don't think this problem will get to the answer F1 plus F2 by 2. So option 4 should be the correct answer to this problem. And let me verify this with the answer slide as well. And yes, the correct answer is option 4. Dear students, this was all for the discussion on for this part. This discussion was based on the mock test 2 for the phase 1 that was conducted on 20th of November, right? And we will be live again on the next Saturday for the discussion of frequently committed mistakes in the by the students for the mock test 3. Just keep subscribe to the channel, keep tuned, look for the poster. You will get all the information about the faculties, which faculties are going to take the class. And I hope the session was very fruitful for you. For all the sessions were very fruitful for you, the chemistry, the botany, the zoology and the physics part, right? And some people were asking about the phase 2, so you can register yourself for phase 2 and just go through the website of Aakash. You will get all the information about phase 2. We have extended the class duration for the phase 2 part also, right? We have extended duration for phase 2 part also. If you have not registered for phase 1, please register yourself for phase 2, and this is going to be a boon for you, because we are discussing the mistakes by that are committed by the student pan India, right? So this is a very wonderful platform and open forum discussion, right? Thank you very much. Keep tuned for more such videos. Be safe, stay hydrated, and all the very best for your next examination.